I am utterly exhausted. Mickey boarded the subway, wearily massaging her shoulders. Her younger sister had been afflicted with congenital heart disease since childhood. The family, already a typical working-class household, had been living on a tight budget due to her sister's condition. Now that she had finally reached adulthood, Mickey juggled her studies and a part-time job, hoping to contribute more to her family. Just when things began to improve slightly, her father, in an unfortunate lapse of judgment, was deceived by a colleague into using their home as collateral. The colleague then resigned and vanished, leaving behind a colossal debt that fell squarely on her family's shoulders. The creditors had already come knocking. If they did not repay soon, they might lose their home. Where would the family go then? As if life were not already challenging enough, her mother had encountered further misfortune at work just a few days prior. After being threatened by debt collectors the day before, she had been unable to sleep well that night, and the following morning received alarming news about her daughter's deteriorating health. Distracted and disoriented, her mother had suffered a fall while lifting something from a height, resulting in multiple fractures in her leg, leaving her immobilized. Mickey had been working exceptionally hard of late, determined to earn more, for they still needed to eat, and her mother and sister required ongoing treatment. "I'm so very tired." Just a moment's rest, breathing heavily and feeling her strength ebb away, Mickey leaned against the handrail and gently closed her eyes. In the vast emptiness of the subway car, no one noticed the weakening breaths of the weary girl. Parallel guidance timespace detected a qualifying executor. The world of wonders is now commencing. Soul extraction in progress. Transmission speed aligns with the current dimensional frequency. Extraction process awaiting. Ding. Soul extraction complete. Extraction integrity at 1. Optimal match for task executor. Mickey felt as if she had just closed her eyes, yet upon awakening, she discovered her fatigue had vanished as if she had been reborn, even better than her usual morning self. However, as she opened her eyes, she found herself in a vast expanse of white, devoid of anything, lying within this blank space. Where am I? Mickey propped herself up and surveyed her surroundings. There was nothing around her, yet this peculiar place, while appearing purely white, allowed her to discern the floor from the walls, and the surface beneath her felt soft, akin to a mattress. As she stood, her feet touched the soft white surface, which unexpectedly transformed into the firm feel of a solid floor. What in the world is this place? Is this merely a dream? The qualifying executor has awakened. Welcome to the world of wonders. As Mickey pondered whether she was dreaming or in some bizarre reality, a voice resonated out of nowhere. "Who are you? Who is speaking?" Mickey glanced around, but there was nothing visible, only the unending white space. "This is the world of wonders. Please, qualifying executor, make your selection." As the voice faded, an invisible screen materialized before Mickey, displaying something resembling a contractual document with a signature of the executor at the bottom. "What is this? Why must I sign this?" Given her father's unfortunate experience, Mickey had always been cautious with contracts, meticulously reviewing anything she had to sign at work. Yet in this bewildering situation, how could she possibly sign anything without understanding? Gradually, information began to appear at the bottom of the screen. Name: Mickey. Affiliation: human of the low-dimensional planet Earth. Status: 1 second before a fatal overwork-induced collapse. Fatal collapse? Upon seeing her status, Mickey paused. "You're lying. I'm perfectly fine. The entity that has arrived in the world of wonders is your soul. If the system had not extracted your soul at the moment of your impending collapse, you would be irrevocably dead. In simpler terms, you have been identified as a qualifying executor by our system. Unfortunately, we detected you just as you were on the verge of collapse. However, you are also quite fortunate, for the system extracted your soul before your demise and brought you to the world of wonders. By signing the contract, you'll be able to undertake tasks in this world, earning rewards that could extend your life and grant you unimaginable treasures. Is any of this true?" Mickey pinched herself. "Ouch. Are you certain you aren't deceiving me? Why does it hurt when I pinch myself?" Though only your soul was extracted, It retains all bodily sensations, thus, when you pinch yourself, it naturally causes pain. The voice paused momentarily. Many executors arriving in the world of wonders harbor skepticism. You may request a verification as long as it is reasonable. We shall fulfill your request to prove our claims. The strangeness of this white space was overwhelming. Mickey couldn't even see a door, let alone escape. In light of this, she collected her thoughts. At the very least, she needed to ascertain whether she was dreaming or if there was some truth to this situation. She had indeed felt weak and feeble before dozing off, and if all of this were real, I want to see my family's current condition right now. Since she was allowed to make a verification request, Mickey's foremost concern was her family.
Certainly.
System searching. Moments later, 3 images appeared simultaneously before Mickey, each depicting scenes from the very moment she was on the verge of sleep on the subway. Yes, upon completing tasks, the World of Wonders will provide you with various rewards, including extended life. Chapter 2. The signing of the contract. Upon Michi's agreement to sign the contract, the 3 frames displayed on the screen before her vanished entirely. The initial contract reappeared before her eyes. Please select the executor to sign the contract. The contract will take effect, and the first task will commence. A voice declared with a formal tone directed at Michi. Despite having no other options, Michi meticulously reviewed the contract from beginning to end, adhering to her principle of caution. The contents of the contract were clearly articulated. Upon signing, she would become the executor of tasks, with the system randomly assigning her duties thereafter. Before tasks were assigned, the contractor could choose the difficulty level, which must be equal to or greater than the random difficulty level determined by the system, but never lower. Thus, while she could challenge herself with more difficult tasks, she could not select a difficulty level beneath that which the system had designated. What if the assigned difficulty is unreasonable? Michi inquired upon noticing this stipulation. The system responded, the tasks assigned will not be absolutely fair, but they will be relatively so, providing a reasonably random difficulty level. Moreover, the difficulty may fluctuate during the task. If you can adeptly navigate the key plot points, the task's difficulty will significantly lessen. Will a reduction in task difficulty lead to diminished rewards? Michi pressed, as the rewards represented the keys she could exchange. This was a crucial point she needed to clarify. Rest assured, the system is equitable. The task difficulty is assessed comprehensively if the contractor's own efforts lead to a decrease in task difficulty. The original minimum reward corresponding to the initial task difficulty will still be granted. Michi nodded, satisfied with the assurance. Can these conditions be included in the contract? Although the environment she found herself in was inherently bizarre, a lesson learned from past contractual misfortunes at home remained etched in her memory. Hence, she felt compelled to ensure her concerns were documented. Certainly, this falls within the reasonable requests of the contractor. Then please allow the contractor to sign her name on the screen with a finger. Additionally, the system will record the contractor's life mark. During this process, please maintain physical stability. Through the aforementioned notes in the contract, Michi had already gleaned an understanding of what the life mark entailed. The life mark is the imprint of a being's soul. Even if the body changes, the life mark remains unchanged. Thus, this process is not akin to recording fingerprints or iris scans, which can be replicated, but rather an inscription of the soul's essence. Following the instructions, Michi first signed her name at the bottom of the screen with her index finger, subsequently feeling a thin layer of luminous film envelop her entire being. The recording of the life mark was not overly brief, taking approximately 10 minutes. However, during this time, aside from a newfound sensitivity to the contract, she did not experience any significant discomfort. Upon the completion of the contract signing, a prompt appeared on the screen. Due to contractor No. 021958's soul extraction completeness being at 1, as the optimal high-matching task executor, charm value increased by 1 point. Immediately, Michi sensed a vitality within her that seemed even greater than before her arrival. Yet, she found herself puzzled by the notification on the screen. What is charm value? For the contractor's ease in understanding her own condition, the myriad world will digitize the contractor's physical status, providing a specific metric for evaluation, one of which is charm value. Charm value influences the favorability of characters within the narrative, as well as luck, and it is the only value that cannot be exchanged for augmentations. Michi grasped this explanation only partially, but it seemed to correlate to the attributes of characters in a game. Regrettably, she had never had the leisure to engage in gaming. Her time was consumed with studies and work, and her knowledge of games was merely hearsay from classmates. Thus, even as she became aware of this explicit value, she remained somewhat oblivious to its implications. Nevertheless, she understood that higher values equated to greater strength. The myriad world offers the potential to exchange anything imaginable, yet one must also invest effort to achieve it. I understand. Michi nodded. Do I have any other options? The contract has been signed, and now all that remains is to strive for survival. Will there be penalties for failing to complete the tasks?
Death.
Contractor number 021958, Michi. Do you have any further questions? None at present. Michi had inquired about everything she wished to know. As for the task that awaited her, she hoped to complete it successfully. Very well, contractor number 021958, Michi, you are about to enter the first task world. As this is the initial task, there is no difficulty selection. Please prepare yourself. As the voice faded, Michi felt herself enveloped in a sphere of light. The brilliance rendered her unable to open her eyes, and simultaneously, her body began to transform into a myriad of shimmering particles within the light. The myriad world officially commences. Contractor number 021958, Michi, entering the initial task world. Soul transmission in progress. Chapter 3. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 1. As the radiant light gradually faded, Mickey's vision slowly returned. She found herself nestled in a corner, gazing around at a makeshift barrier constructed from desks and chairs. Through the gaps, she discerned that she was in a classroom. However, this was no bright and tidy classroom. It was a chaotic space, stained with blood and cluttered with debris. During the recent teleportation, Mickey had already received a task prompt from the system. Apocalypse, zombies, escape, rescue. These were the keywords she gleaned after accepting the task, and they fueled her regret for signing the contract. She had not bothered to inquire about the nature of the world or the tasks she would face before sealing the deal. It was only after receiving the details and objectives of the first world that Mickey realized the gravity of her commitment. Could anyone be more unfortunate than her? Previously, when reading those time travel novels, she had imagined herself helping others rise against adversity or even earning some wealth, experiences she felt quite confident in.
But now,
Mickey discovered that her mission indeed involved turning the tide, albeit in a post-apocalyptic setting. The original host of her first task, named Wenyashi, was an exceedingly timid sophomore. She had been attending school like any other student until an illegal biological research facility experienced a viral outbreak, causing people to transform into zombies. This facility was alarmingly close to their school, and the zombies that escaped made their way there first, leading to the school suffering the brunt of the initial attack, with numerous teachers and classmates turning into man-eating monsters. Initially, the zombies moved with astonishing slowness, providing an opportunity for escape. However, due to the original host Wenyashi's cowardice, she was too frightened to venture outside, inadvertently dragging her close friends down with her. Eventually, as the zombies evolved, Wenyashi and a few classmates managed to survive on the food from the school cafeteria. Through broadcasts, they learned that the viral outbreak had not spread widely, and many who fled had been rescued by rescue teams. After her friend persistently encouraged her, and with the cafeteria's supplies dwindling, Wenyashi resolved to gather her belongings and leave the school with her friend and a few others. Yet, just as they were preparing to escape, Wenyashi's lack of combat experience led to her friend being bitten by a zombie while attempting to save her. In the end, even summoning the courage to break free proved futile, and she perished at the school gate, her last sight being her friend, now a zombie. This filled Wenyashi with immense regret. Her own cowardice had led to her death, but her friend had become a monster because of her. Thus, Wenyashi hoped to overturn this tragic fate. Mickey's mission was to lead her friend out of the campus and successfully board a rescue vehicle, escaping the epicenter of the viral outbreak. Upon reviewing the task's premise and description, Mickey managed to calm herself somewhat. An apocalypse was an apocalypse, after all. Fortunately, this mission did not appear overly daunting. As long as she grasped the key points, they could alter their circumstances and escape unscathed. As she pondered this, Mickey suddenly heard the classroom door creak open, followed by the sound of footsteps. She felt around her vicinity and quickly grasped a broken leg of a desk. Clutching it tightly, Mickey attempted to peer through the gaps of the desks and chairs to assess the situation outside, only to hear the sound of furniture being cautiously moved aside, accompanied by a soft voice calling out, "Yashi, are you alright?" The newcomer was none other than Yuan Inan, Yashi's close friend and a pivotal figure in Mickey's mission. "It's me, don't be afraid. I found some food," Yuan Inan spoke gently, her tone laced with concern for her frightened friend. "Nanan, what's happening outside?" Mickey began to assist in moving the desks, eager to exit. "Yashi, don't move. I'm bringing you some food, and I need to keep watch at the stairwell. We're safe for now, there's no need to be scared." Hearing Yuan Inan's words, Mickey internally sighed. When Yashi was inherently timid, and her friend was shielding her so fiercely. Though well-intentioned, Mickey felt this approach was not conducive to survival. It was no wonder that after her friend was bitten, when Yashi had not lasted long, she had never been allowed to venture out and gain experience. When the zombies matured, the original host, devoid of any combat skills, was little more than fodder. "Nanan, I contemplated a lot while I was alone. I believe we cannot simply hide indefinitely. I want to assess the situation outside first, and then." Yuan Inan seemed hesitant. "Yashi, are you sure?" After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Inan caught sight of Mickey's eyes and, albeit reluctantly, agreed. "All right. But you must promise not to scream again. It could attract the zombies." This caution stemmed from the initial outbreak, where when Yashi's screams had drawn a horde of zombies, nearly leading to their demise. As Mickey embodied Yashi, she felt a pang of embarrassment as she looked at her friend. "Nanan, I won't scream again. I'm mentally prepared now." "Good. Then let's head to the rooftop first. You can take a look down below, and if you feel less frightened, I will speak to the seniors and let you join our mission." Mickey nodded vigorously. It was her first encounter with an apocalypse, and understanding the situation was essential. Thus, with Yuan Inan's assistance, Mickey finally emerged from the corner of the classroom and followed her friend out, heading towards the rooftop. "Yashi, from here you can see our school's playground and the main entrance. Don't be afraid. The zombies in the building have been cleared out. The seniors said we would break through to the cafeteria today to gather some supplies." Listening to Yuan Inan's reassurances and observing the zombies' sluggish movements outside, Mickey noted that this operation would mark a crucial turning point in their journey. Upon entering the school cafeteria, they discovered not only food but also a wealth of ingredients. After a portion of the group had filled their stomachs, they began preparing weapons to escape the school. However, due to her cowardice, the original host Yashi hesitated to leave, thus hindering Yuan Inan and several other students who remained due to their fear. Consequently, those who stayed behind ultimately failed to escape. Mickey observed the sluggish zombies below, realizing that the timing was just right. Chapter 4, Senior. "Please do not delay my escape." 2. Mickey leaned against the railing of the rooftop, her body slightly extending outward, causing Yuan Inan beside her to feel a surge of alarm. "Yashi, please don't think of doing anything rash." Yuan Inan gazed at Mickey with incredulity. For reasons unknown, she felt that during her brief absence from the rooftop, her dear friend Yashi had transformed. Upon hearing Mickey's words, Yuan Inan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was still her Yashi, but why had she suddenly become so audacious? Yuan Inan and Yashi were neighbors, having grown up together since childhood. They attended the same classes from elementary school through high school, only to choose different majors in college, yet they still studied at the same university, sharing a bond closer than that of many sisters. Since her early years, Yashi had always been timid, and with her being 6 months younger than Yuan Inan, the latter had always regarded her as a younger sister. However, the current Yashi appeared to Yuan Inan as both familiar and foreign. Nan, I'm fine. It was just that while I was alone in the classroom, I suddenly realized that we cannot simply wait idly for our fate," Mickey stated earnestly, her hands gripping Yuan Inan's shoulders. "And we have no idea how my parents and Uncle Yuan and Aunt Yuan are faring. You wish to see them too, don't you?" Yuan Inan nodded in response. Though fear lingered within her, she felt a sense of responsibility as an older sister to protect her younger sister, Yashi. Yet, despite her bravery, Yuan Inan was merely a girl in her early 20s. Look at those creatures below. They move so slowly. If we prepare adequately and avoid close encounters, we can undoubtedly escape, Miki declared, taking advantage of the moment when Yuan Inan's thoughts drifted to her family. Come, let us descend, and you can inform me of the current situation in our teaching building. Also, didn't you mention that a senior has plans to visit the school cafeteria for supplies? We should also hear about those arrangements. With one arm linked through Yuan Inan's, Miki led her down the stairs, reminiscent of their usual school days. As they descended, Yuan Inan began to recount the details of the teaching building's status after it had been cleared. Meanwhile, from a distance, a figure leaped down from a platform. It seemed that two girls had just been there, and one of their thoughts coincided with his own. Regrettably, he had not seen them, but they appear to have discussed his proposal. Perhaps he would encounter them at the upcoming meeting. Li Jinzhan pondered, casting a glance toward the main entrance beyond the railing. It had been 3 days since their ordeal began. Due to the school's remote location, they had not received any rescue, nor had the number of zombies at the entrance increased significantly. Over these 3 days, he had studied the habits of these zombies. They moved sluggishly and reacted slowly. Yet their strength was astonishing, and their senses of smell and hearing were remarkably acute. However, it seemed that these zombies possessed little to no vision, making them particularly ineffective at night. In the previous nights, he had observed them colliding with one another, instinctively tearing at each other without causing fatal injuries, leading to grotesque scenes of zombies dragging their mangled limbs as they wandered. The sight was chilling, making even the most repulsive zombies appear more terrifying, which was one reason many girls were too frightened to leave. Yet, Li Jinzhan was unwilling to linger any longer. Time was of the essence. He had also noticed that some zombies had become more agile compared to their initial sluggishness. If these horrifying creatures continued to evolve over time, the chances of escape would dwindle further. Thus, Li Jinzhan resolved to take advantage of the zombies' near blindness tonight to make a daring move toward the school cafeteria. For the past 3 days, they had survived on snacks scavenged from students' desks, which were insufficient to satiate the hunger of so many. An empty stomach would hinder their ability to escape. From the rooftop, he could see that zombies were scattered throughout the vicinity. Although their geographical location prevented large hordes from forming, he remained vigilant. After casting another glance at the wandering zombies, he turned and made his way to the staircase leading down, determined to refine his plans for the upcoming meeting regarding their escape. After all, the original Wanyashi had been utterly ineffectual, merely hiding under the guise of protection since the onset of the apocalypse, leaving Miki with no useful information about the outside world. Therefore, Miki had to rely on Yuan Inan to gain deeper insights. Nan, how did those terrifying zombies get driven outside? Miki inquired, recalling part of the situation she had learned from Yuan Inan as they descended. Despite only 3 days having passed, it seemed that the teaching building was devoid of zombies. Zombies would not simply wander outside on their own, so it was clear that an effort had been made to clear them out. However, she wondered who had undertaken this task. According to Wanyashi's memories, those who had not turned into zombies had later split into groups after visiting the cafeteria, with some fleeing. Those who were later announced to have been rescued. Miki considered this group to be a potential ally. If she could join them, her chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. The system had mentioned seizing critical opportunities, and Miki believed that being transported back to before the split was a significant chance she must grasp. Chapter 5, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 3. Perhaps it was the residual fear lingering in the original owner's memories that caused Miki to involuntarily shudder. It's all right, Yashi. Do not be afraid. As Miki clung to Yuan Inan, her shiver, a byproduct of the original owner's recollections, was perceived by Yuan Inan as her dear friend being frightened once again. I'm not scared. It's just that the impression of this memory is too vivid. You must tell me about the weaknesses of these monsters, for I have no prior experience and can only rely on you, Nan. I miss Mom and Dad. We must escape. Miki tightened her grip on Yuan Inan's arm, speaking in a half-pout, half-pleading manner. Yes, we will definitely see Mom and Dad again. Yuan Inan gently patted her friend's hand, as if to offer comfort. That day, I was also in a state of panic. When I saw everything around me twisting, I thought of you, so I rushed to find you in your class. It was when the class monitor from your class mutated and lunged at us that we hid in the corner. Later, when someone outside got hurt, that class monitor, now a zombie, chased after them. Eventually, I ventured out when everything seemed calm, and that was when I saw several seniors valiantly battling those transformed into monsters. Initially, I was terrified, but one senior approached me and said, "If you wish to survive, you must take action to eliminate these monsters. Otherwise, you will eventually become one yourself." You cannot imagine how frightened I was the first time I faced a zombie. It was that same senior who warned me that saved me. I nearly got bitten. As Mickey listened to Yuan Yinan recount her experiences, she felt a pang of sympathy for her. This brave friend of Wenyashi was indeed commendable. Had it not been for Wenyashi, she could have fought her way through the chaos. It was no wonder the original owner felt so regretful afterward, especially toward this dear friend, as Yuan Yinan truly deserved compassion. Initially, Mickey was merely focused on completing her task, but now, after hearing Yuan Yinan's account of recent events, she realized that her intentions transcended the mission. She was determined to ensure Yuan Yinan's safe escape. "By the way, Nan, isn't there a senior planning something for tonight?" Mickey suddenly recalled, directing her inquiry at Yuan Yinan. "A senior? Yashi, it seems you have truly moved on." Yuan Yinan hesitated for a moment at Mickey's use of her name before speaking. "Moved on? Moved on from what?" Mickey looked bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind Yuan Yinan's words. "Yashi, are you alright?" "The one arranging the plan is Senior Li," Yuan Yinan exclaimed, noticing Mickey's puzzled expression. "Senior Li and..." Mickey was about to ask how Senior Li was relevant to moving on when suddenly, a distant memory from the original owner surfaced in her mind. Oh, so that's it. Senior Li, known as Li Jinran, was not only a senior in the same cohort as Wenyashi and Yuan Yinan, but also a prominent figure at the school. He consistently ranked first in academics, was exceptionally handsome, and by his third year had already founded 2 companies in different industries. In essence, Li Jinran epitomized the ideal combination of intellect and charm. From the moment when Yashi first laid eyes on Li Jinran delivering a welcome address to the new students in her freshman year, she became utterly enamored with him. To keep pace with him, she even chose to take courses in his field, despite finding them exceedingly challenging. Subsequently, after a year of quietly pursuing him, when Yashi, too timid to confess directly, enlisted the help of someone acquainted with Li Jinran to convey her feelings. The outcome, as one might expect, was a resounding failure. Moreover, due to her inability to even confess directly, Li Jinran had remarked rather harshly, "If you like someone, you should pursue them yourself. If you rely on others for such matters, you are not worthy of love." It was later that Li Jinran took the initiative to ask others to refrain from discussing the situation, emphasizing that regardless of whether he accepted the confession or not, it was a matter between him and the girl, unrelated to anyone else. This only further highlighted Li Jinran's admirable character, making it all the more difficult for Wenyashi to relinquish her affections for such an exceptional young man. However, now that Mickey was in the picture, she found herself indifferent to the trivialities of the original owner's infatuation. Her sole focus was on escaping this perilous place, rescuing both herself and Yuan Yinan, and successfully completing her mission. For only by fulfilling her task could she earn her reward and sustain her life. Failure meant death awaited her. "Yashi?" After finishing her statement, Yuan Yinan noticed her friend seemed momentarily lost in thought and felt a twinge of guilt for bringing up such topics. Mickey flashed a smile at Yuan Yinan. "Let us go, Nan, take me to where you are on duty." Regardless of who was orchestrating the escape plan, it mattered not to Mickey. She merely sought to familiarize herself with the current circumstances. The more she understood, the better equipped she would be to fulfill her mission. Having already visited the rooftop, she now aimed for a closer observation of the zombies. Chapter 6. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 4. As Mickey descended the stairs, she noticed the walls and steps were smeared with blood. Though she had not experienced the chaos firsthand, she could vividly imagine the fierce battles that must have transpired when disaster struck. Among the survivors, the eldest was merely a teacher in his early 30s. The rest were students of various grades, mostly just around 20 years old, akin to Mickey's original age. From Yuan Yinan's earlier account, it was revealed that the leader of the initial cleanup operation against the zombies was none other than Senior Li Jinran. The remarkable efficiency with which he cleared the zombies from the teaching building in such a short span highlighted his exceptional capabilities, a fact that resonated with the affections of the original owner, Wenyashi. Miki was acutely aware that Senior Lee had previously led a group to escape from this very place, hence, although there might be some awkwardness due to her predecessor's connections, Miki was resolute in her goal to survive. She had a father burdened with debt, a mother who had sustained injuries, and a sickly younger sister. There was no way she could perish here. Yashi, this is my watch point. I've barricaded it, and we take turns here to ensure that the zombies do not breach this area, Yuan Inan explained as she guided Miki to the lookout position. Miki nodded, carefully scrutinizing her surroundings. Is this also the plan conceived by Senior Lee? She inquired. Yuan Inan affirmed with a nod but cast a concerned glance at Miki, seemingly apprehensive that she might fall into the same pitfalls as before. Miki's attention was fully captured by the lookout position. The tables and chairs were all bound together with tape, rendering them immovable under normal circumstances. However, there was an opening above that allowed for entry and exit via the staircase. From her previous observation on the rooftop platform, she noted that the current zombies, with their diminished agility, could only instinctively collide with the barricade, unable to navigate over it. Furthermore, those guarding the position could exploit the gaps between the furniture to aim their makeshift weapons, crafted from classroom curtain rods, directly into the zombies' eyes. Severing the optic nerves and blood vessels linked to the brain would lead to the demise of those abominations. Thus, the choice of location, alongside the strategic arrangement of the furniture, was indeed a sagacious decision. Positioned at the junction of the second and first floors, it provided both a buffer for escape and a vantage point for effective counterattacks, allowing for swift navigation over their own barriers if the need arose. Miki mused that even though she possessed some understanding of this world, she could scarcely conceive such a meticulous plan on her own. She could not help but acknowledge that Senior Lee, once admired by the original owner Wenyashi, was truly a remarkable individual. Strange, where is Su Gang? Who just switched shifts with me? Yuan Inan murmured suddenly, interrupting Miki's thoughts regarding the lookout point. The original owner, Wenyashi, had no prior experience in this area, leading to Miki's ignorance as well. Thus, she had overlooked the emptiness of the space. Upon hearing Yuan Inan's words, Miki paused and began to scrutinize the vicinity of the lookout point more closely. Nan, come quickly look, Miki urged, pulling Yuan Inan over to the handrail. As Yuan Inan leaned in, they discovered a line of bite marks along the handrail, stained with blood. It was only the deep crimson hue of the stairwell's railing that had initially obscured their visibility. Something feels off, Yuan Inan exclaimed, immediately arming herself with a nearby weapon and positioning Miki behind her. Observing Yuan Inan's protective stance, Miki felt a swell of gratitude for the original owner, who had such a loyal friend. It was no wonder that when Yashi's final wish was to ensure Yuan Inan's safety, without a thought for her own well-being. Yashi, do not fear. Whatever happens, I will protect you. I've faced zombies several times over these past few days, Yuan Inan reassured Miki softly while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, the drastic changes were overwhelming, and Miki offered no further words, merely nodding as she followed closely behind Yuan Inan. Yuan, help me. Just as they conversed, an abrupt voice pierced the air. Following the sound, Miki turned to see a male student whose neck was gushing blood, with a mutated zombie looming behind him. Su Gang. Yuan Inan's eyes reddened upon witnessing yet another companion succumb to the horrors of the undead, yet she refrained from rushing towards him. However, Miki could not help but wonder where this zombie had come from. At that moment, Yuan Inan, fixated on the bloodied neck and the approaching zombie, whispered in disbelief, Song Senior. How could this be? How could it be Song Senior? Nan, stay focused, Miki urged, though she did not recognize the individual. It was evident that Yuan Inan did. And the transformation of this person into a zombie inflicted a deeper wound on her than the still-living Su Gang. Yuan Inan, tears streaming down her face, seemed to hear nothing, her gaze locked onto the zombie that had turned towards them, its vacant eyes fixated on Yuan Inan and Miki, dragging its feet closer. Chapter 7. Senior, please don't delay my escape. 5. Nan, hurry up, Michi urged, her heart racing as she witnessed a zombie staggering toward them. It seemed as though Yuan Yinan had become oblivious to her words, her gaze fixated on the approaching undead, tears streaming down her face. In a surge of adrenaline, Michi, unsure of where her strength arose from, grasped Yuan Yinan's arm and began dragging her toward the staircase, hoping to distance themselves from the slowly descending zombie. However, their delay earlier had cost them precious time, and Yuan Yinan appeared to have lost her wits, paralyzed by fear and consumed by her tears. As the zombie drew closer, Michi seized the makeshift weapon, a curtain rod that had been slightly modified, and pointed its sharpened end toward the creature. This was her first direct encounter with a zombie, while she had previously seen one from a distance and gleaned knowledge from the narrative and Yuan Yinan's descriptions. Nothing could prepare her for the visceral reality of facing it up close. Her hands trembled slightly, but inaction would lead to their demise. For Michi, the stakes were even higher. Not only would she and Yuan Yinan perish in this task, but her existence in another realm would also be extinguished. With a fierce determination, she thrust the weapon toward the zombie's eye, her mind echoing with the two words, "Fight back." The metallic scent of blood filled the air, accompanied by Yuan Yinan's desperate cry of denial. Suppressing the nausea that churned in her stomach, Michi, though braver than the original character, Wenyashi, was still merely a 20-year-old girl. Confronting a zombie for the first time and taking the life of a humanoid entity proved more daunting than she had envisioned. Immediately after vanquishing the first zombie, she barely had a moment to catch her breath before noticing that Su Gang, the boy who had been bitten, was beginning to transform. Having already killed one, she extracted her weapon from the now lifeless creature and aimed it at the eye of another corpse that lay convulsing on the ground. This one, lying supine, was easier to target than the first. Michi waited until the body ceased its spasms, feeling her legs weaken as she leaned against the wall of the staircase for support. "Nan, are you alright?" Michi inquired, her exhaustion palpable. Yet she remained mindful of Yuan Yinan. The latter was now sobbing uncontrollably, her earlier quiet cries escalating into full-blown wails. Michi yearned to comfort her, but her own strength seemed to evaporate. Suddenly, she noticed a faint glimmer on her wrist and raised it to see the word weak flickering before her. What on earth is this? Before she could ponder further, noise emanated from above. Could there be more zombies? Michi's heart raced, gripping the curtain rod tightly. She steeled herself, recognizing that while it lacked sharpness, it could still serve as an effective weapon if aimed true. As the sound drew nearer, her heartbeat quickened. When a figure appeared around the staircase corner, relief washed over her. It was a person. This realization came swiftly, for she had encountered zombies before and recognized the vacant stares in their eyes, contrasting sharply with the vibrant gaze of the newcomer. Her second thought was that the boy was exceptionally handsome, and he seemed vaguely familiar. Wait, wasn't he the senior, Li Jinran, whom Wenyashi admired? The heightened alertness from recent days prompted him to draw his weapon. Upon passing a closed classroom door, he discovered a newly transformed zombie inside and swiftly dispatched it. Following the trail of blood, he descended to their level. Upon seeing the slain zombie on the floor and the weapon in Michi's hand, Li Jinran raised an eyebrow, surprised that this timid girl had managed to slay a zombie. His memory of Wenyashi was vivid. Many had confessed their feelings to him, but she was unique in her timid approach. Since the outbreak, she had mirrored her previous demeanor, frightened and ineffectual, reduced to tears and shock. Had it not been for her companion, Yuan Yinan, Wenyashi would likely have perished by now. Though Wenyashi was undeniably attractive and had shown a singular devotion since entering the school, Li Jinran was not drawn to fragile flowers. Thus, witnessing the once timid girl wielding a weapon beside a slain zombie left him astonished. As he approached, he heard the intermittent sobs and looked down to see Yuan Yinan seated on the ground, weeping. What was happening? How had their roles seemingly reversed? Yet, it was soon evident that another zombie lay lifeless beside Yuan Yinan. Seeing that body, Li Jinran's brow furrowed. This was his classmate, Song Li, who had fought alongside them. It was no wonder Yuan Yinan was distraught. Song Li had once saved her, forging a close bond between them. The sight of someone so dear transformed into a monster would wound anyone's heart. But how had Song Li become a zombie? Gazing at the body nearby, it was clear that it had been bitten on the neck and bore no obvious signs of zombification, suggesting a recent transformation. However, Song Li had only the fatal eye wound, indicating he was the first to undergo the change, subsequently triggering the transformations of his companions, one being the body at their feet, the other the zombie he had just eliminated in the classroom. Li Xuezheng, have you finished? If so, please help dispose of the body. Its blood is still fresh, and leaving it here will only attract more zombies. Chapter 8, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 6. Upon realizing that the figure approaching was human rather than a zombie, Mickey let out a sigh of relief and turned her attention to her wrist. What was the meaning of the ominous red text displayed there? Could it be the reason she felt utterly drained of strength? After sitting for a moment, the red indicator of her weakness finally transformed into a solitary green bar, reminiscent of a mobile phone battery alert. At that moment, Mickey sensed a slight resurgence of vitality in her body. Steadying herself against the wall, she called out to the still-dazed Li Jinran. Li Jinran cast a surprised glance at Mickey but acknowledged the truth of her words. Particularly concerning was the corpse at his feet, which, having not fully decomposed at the time of death, still bore the enticing scent of fresh blood favored by zombies. Leaving the body there would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Together, Mickey and Li Jinran lifted the corpse and disposed of it through the window. As anticipated, a horde of zombies converged towards the scent, clearly intrigued by the still fresh remains. In that moment, Mickey noticed her previously faint signal fluctuating again, yet curiously, when she had moved the corpse, it had felt surprisingly light, contradicting her current state of near exhaustion. After eliminating one of the bodies, Mickey paused against the wall, watching her signal stabilize before descending the stairs to crouch beside Yuan Yinan. Nan, stop crying. It's all right, don't be afraid. Gently patting Yuan Yinan's back, Mickey spoke softly. Yashi, Senior Song, it's all my fault. If not for me, Senior Song wouldn't tea. Yuan Yinan had been sobbing and could hardly contain her hiccups as she spoke. Let us not cry. We need to handle Senior Song's body. Before Mickey could finish, Yuan Yinan lunged towards Song Li's corpse, exclaiming, No, Yashi, don't feed Senior Song to the zombies. Please don't. Taken aback by Yuan Yinan's sudden outburst, Mickey was at a loss for how to respond. Nan, I understand your feelings, but... No, Yashi. Listen to me. It's my fault, so I can't let Senior Song be eaten by those monsters. Through Yuan Yinan's stammering sobs, Mickey finally grasped the depth of her sorrow and why she was so adamant about not allowing them to dispose of Senior Song's body. There were 3 guard points in the teaching building, and this particular post was manned by Yuan Yinan, Senior Song, and a person named Su Gang, who took turns on duty. The previous night, it was Yuan Yinan's turn, but upon noticing Wen Yashi's disorientation, she had delayed her shift, leaving Senior Song to guard alone. When Yuan Yinan came to relieve him, she stumbled and fell, colliding with the table meant to block the zombies, creating a loud noise. Zombies have poor eyesight but acute hearing, and the commotion attracted several of them to the vicinity of their guard point. While waiting for the handover, Senior Song noticed the situation and stayed behind to help Yuan Yinan fend off the sudden influx of zombies. However, during this struggle, when he tried to pull Yuan Yinan to safety as she lost her footing, a zombie grabbed his clothing and dragged him away. Moreover, it was Senior Song who had saved Yuan Yinan when the zombies first appeared. After days of camaraderie, Yuan Yinan had developed a fondness for him, and now, knowing he had risked himself to save her, her heart ached with grief. Yashi, please, don't give Senior Song's body to the zombies. I can't bear to see him become like that, and to be devoured by those creatures. Yuan Yinan clutched Mickey's clothing, her entire being trembling with suppressed sobs. Although Mickey was not particularly adept at comforting others, she felt compelled to assist this pivotal character. After contemplating for a moment, Mickey decided that they would ultimately have to abandon this place. Once they reached the cafeteria, they wouldn't return here. Therefore, acquiescing to Yuan Yinan's request seemed reasonable. Nan, don't worry. We want to dispose of Senior Song's body. Please stop crying. Really? Yuan Yinan looked at Mickey with teary eyes before burying her face in Mickey's embrace. Yashi. Indeed. When have I ever deceived you? Please don't cry. If you continue, we'll attract more zombies. You must remember, Senior Song sacrificed himself to save you, so you cannot perish as well. Mickey comforted her, gently patting Yuan Yinan's back. I know, but I can't stop. Mickey continued to soothe Yuan Yinan, and then turned her gaze to Li Jinran at the top of the stairs. Senior Li, could we find an empty classroom to lay Senior Song S body to rest? This way, it won't disturb anyone. Nor will it allow the zombies to desecrate his remains. Since discarding Su Gang's body moments ago, Li Jinran had been observing Mickey. The image of Wenyashi in his mind seemed entirely at odds with a composed individual before him, as if she were a different person altogether. At this moment, Wenyashi exhibited remarkable calmness and decisiveness, even offering comfort to Yuan Yinan as if the two had swapped roles. Hearing Wenyashi speak to him, Li Jinran nodded. Yes, that's feasible. We plan to launch an assault toward the cafeteria today. If all goes well, we may set up camp there. I will arrange for someone to find an empty classroom to respectfully lay Senior Song's body to rest. Thank you, Senior Li. I will take Yuan Yinan upstairs first. Please handle the vigilance here for the time being. Additionally, we will be punctual for today's action meeting. Mickey nodded, turning to assist the still sniffling Yuan Yinan. Nan, let us go upstairs and rest for a while. As Mickey helped Yuan Yinan away from the guard point, Li Jinran watched their figures disappear at the staircase, raising an eyebrow slightly. The transformation he witnessed in Wenyashi brought him a flicker of surprise and intrigue. He hoped she would not disappoint him. Chapter 9. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 7. This place is relatively secure. In her previous life, the gentle Wenyashi was consistently sheltered within this classroom. Even when they later ventured to the cafeteria, there were always scouts who cleared out some zombies first, and then used sound to lure away others. It was only then that the original Wenyashi followed her close friend, Yuan Yinan, and was protected in the midst of their group as they fled towards the cafeteria. Thus, Michi had indeed read novels about apocalyptic scenarios before. Such stories often depicted the darker facets of human nature that emerged after the onset of a catastrophe. However, in this world, Michi had to admit that when Yashi's classmates were rather commendable, they allowed her to accompany them to the cafeteria without lifting a finger to defend herself, ensuring her safety in the process. Given Wenyashi's character, it was quite unlikely that she would even attempt to confront the zombies. From the very beginning, it was foreshadowed that Wenyashi was destined for tragedy. Following this line of thought, it seemed that she belonged to the category of nameless cannon fodder. In apocalyptic tales, there are not only protagonists and supporting characters, but also a plethora of bystanders and cannon fodder. The latter can be further classified into various types. Some cannon fodder enhance the narrative by accentuating the bravery of the protagonists or supporting characters, falling into the categories of either heroes or villains, thus having a significant role. On the other hand, there are those who are so inconsequential that their names are never mentioned, and their fates hold no bearing on the protagonists or supporting characters. The original Wenyashi undoubtedly belonged to this latter category. In her previous life, she neither played the role of a protagonist nor even that of a supporting character or typical cannon fodder. Those who escaped and were ultimately rescued were the true protagonists of disaster and apocalypse narratives, relying on their abilities and luck to survive. Those who followed the protagonists, by chance, managed to escape and became supporting characters, while the unfortunate ones contributed to the protagonist's journeys, thus becoming noteworthy cannon fodder. Yet, Wenyashi was the type who lacked the courage to escape at all, merely serving as a backdrop to highlight the protagonist's bravery. Michi speculated that if this apocalyptic world were originally a novel, then her current identity as Wenyashi would be that of a character so trivial that the author couldn't even be bothered to give her a name, just another timid student at the protagonist's school. While Michi was lost in thought, Yuan Yinan called out to her. "Huh. Nan, what's wrong?" Michi quickly turned to Yuan Yinan. "Yashi, what were you thinking? I'm so sorry for earlier. Knowing you're timid, I shouldn't have. Yashi, thank goodness you were so brave just now, otherwise, I surely wouldn't be alive today." "Thank you, Yashi." Yuan Yinan, having regained some composure from her earlier distress, recalled how her timid friend Wenyashi had bravely faced the zombies that had lunged at her. In Yuan Yinan's eyes, Wenyashi's sudden courage was undoubtedly motivated by the desire to protect her. Having grown up together, Yuan Yinan was well aware of Wenyashi's nature. Her courage was likely even less than that of a garden eel, easily frightened in childhood and only slightly braver in adulthood, yet still exceedingly timid. The terrifying zombies, which sent chills down her spine, were far too daunting for the timid Wenyashi. Yuan Inan felt a deep sense of guilt towards Wenyashi as the older sister. She should have protected her younger sister, but due to her emotional impulses, she nearly caused the demise of both of them, only to be saved by her sister. Watching her dear friend lost in thought now filled Yuan Inan with regret. Yashi Yuan Inan embraced Michi and gently patted her back. I will never do this again. I promise to protect you. At this moment, Michi realized that Yuan Inan seemed to have misunderstood something. She took out a pack of tissues and handed one to Yuan Inan. Nan, wipe your tears. We will surely see our parents again. Let us lift our spirits. We need to listen to Senior Li's plan. I believe that if we follow someone else to escape, our chances will certainly increase. Indeed, Senior Li has been orchestrating the arrangements lately. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be alive right now. I'll go listen to the plan, so you stay here. By the way, I brought you some food earlier. Have a bit to tide you over. Once we reach the cafeteria, we should be able to find more food. Yuan Inan, still mindful of Wenyashi's needs, spoke after drying her tears. Michi sighed internally. This was Yuan Inan's ingrained way of thinking. If she were truly Wenyashi, her character would dictate that she obediently accept the arrangements and wait here patiently. However, she was no longer the original Wenyashi, and she had to begin making adjustments now to show Yuan Inan that her friend had changed. Nan, I'm going to. Since we've decided to leave together. If I don't even know how to get out, what if I go the wrong way when we escape? That would be even worse. Yes, Yashi, you're right. I was confused. We should definitely listen to the plan together. Eat something first, and we'll head over shortly. Yuan Inan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time when Yashi had ever contradicted her. However, upon reflection, Yuan Inan realized that Wenyashi was indeed correct. If she didn't know the route, and they all fled together, it could endanger not only Wenyashi, but also the rest of the team if she got lost. Yashi, you're so clever. No wonder you excel in your studies. Though you may be timid, your mind is undoubtedly sharper than mine. Seeing that she had successfully reassured Yuan Inan, Michi then took out a very small pack of soda crackers that Yuan Inan had previously given her. Opening it revealed only 4 pieces. Yet even in such dire circumstances, those 4 crackers were a precious find. Michi pulled out 2 pieces and handed them to Yuan Inan. Nan, let us share. Chapter 010. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 8. Initially, Yuan Inan hesitated, but under Miki's persistent urging, she reluctantly shared 4 pieces of biscuits with her. These 4 biscuits were of little use to them at this moment, yet neither of them expressed any complaints. Let us descend and seek out our seniors for the meeting, Yuan Inan thought, finding solace in the fact that her childhood friend, Wenyashi, seemed to have matured somewhat. Miki followed Yuan Inan downstairs. Although she was somewhat familiar with the school's layout from Wenyashi's memories, having remained confined upstairs recently, she was unaware of the current resting spots of everyone. Thus, she relied on Yuan Inan to guide her to their prearranged meeting place. Upon reaching a large classroom on the 2nd floor of the annex, Miki was taken aback to find a far greater number of survivors than she had anticipated. As they had ascended from the classroom to the top floor in silence, she had assumed only a handful remained. Now, however, this expansive auditorium was filled to nearly 200 individuals. No wonder the seemingly inept Wenyashi had managed to reach the school cafeteria unscathed. At least numbers could still be rallied. Of course, when compared to the vast population that once populated the campus, this figure was indeed dishearteningly low. Miki mused silently, betraying no outward reaction as she quietly took a seat beside Yuan Inan. They had arrived relatively late, with only a few others trickling in behind them, among whom were Li Jinran and another boy who entered together. Is everyone here? Asked one of the boys accompanying Li Jinran as he surveyed the room. Mostly, came the response, although they were not of the same grade. Recent encounters in the process of clearing the school of zombies had fostered a sense of camaraderie and understanding among them, excluding a few corners where survivors might still lurk. This was the totality of their numbers, and they had formed a tight-knit group. Through their shared experiences over the past few days, Li Jinran, already well known in school as the student council president, had further solidified his leadership through demonstrated organizational skills and combat prowess, inadvertently positioning himself and a few of his male classmates as the de facto leaders. Upon hearing the inquiry about whether everyone had arrived, Those present began to glance at one another, having already conducted a rough tally of their numbers. "Let us commence. Everyone, please quiet down," commanded the same boy who had been standing beside Li Jinran, and the room fell silent, even more effectively than a teacher's voice before the apocalypse. At this juncture, Li Jinran unfurled a sheet of paper before him, drawing the attention of all present, including Miki. It appeared to be a map he had drawn, depicting a bird's-eye view of the school's layout, with certain locations marked. "Everyone, please take a look at this map. It outlines the general layout of our school. Our objective tonight is to make our way to the cafeteria. The food available in this teaching building has nearly been depleted, and if we do not seek alternative routes and methods, we risk starvation and dehydration, even if we manage to avoid the monsters," Li Jinran stated. Capturing the audience's focus on the map. The locations circled in red indicate areas where zombies are currently concentrated, while the blue zones remain unknown. And the green section signifies areas with relatively fewer zombies. As he spoke, Li Jinran pointed to the map with a teaching baton. "We are fortunate that our main teaching building is the closest to the cafeteria. Thus, we will first create some noise using the remaining items we have to divert the zombies from our intended path, following the route marked in green to reach the cafeteria." As everyone examined the map and memorized the route, Miki furrowed her brow. Theoretically, this plan was sound, but the uncontrollable variables were too numerous, especially since no one could guarantee that the cafeteria would be devoid of danger. According to her recollection of the narrative, few had reached the cafeteria in the end, and those who had expressed a desire to leave were not the majority, which was why Wenyashi had chosen to stay with the crowd. Upon seeing so many people now, she pondered that if her understanding of the story was accurate, it meant that a significant portion of individuals had perished en route to the cafeteria, leaving only a small number to arrive. And then, among those who had feasted, some had fled with supplies, while Wenyashi had remained with the others. But now if it were her in this situation, could the risk be somewhat mitigated? After all, her objective was to escape, and if they could increase their numbers before they broke free, wouldn't her and Yuan Inan's chances of survival be enhanced? With this thought in mind, Miki raised her hand high. While Li Jinran was observing the crowd noting the route and engaging in conversation, he suddenly noticed a solitary hand raised in the corner, revealing an unexpected question from Wenyashi. To his surprise, the typically timid girl dared to inquire in front of so many. Curiosity piqued, Li Jinran gestured towards Miki. "Junior, do you have a question?" This prompted everyone to turn their attention towards Li Jinran, and naturally, some recognized Miki as Wenyashi. "Isn't that Wenyashi? She dares to ask a question? Wenyashi? You do not know her? She was the one who confessed to Li last year, or rather, sought someone to confess for her." "Oh. So, it's her. What does she intend to say? It couldn't possibly be a confession, right? Perhaps she feels that if she does not speak now, she may never have another chance?" Speculations circulated around her, but Miki paid them no heed. Survival was her utmost priority. Acknowledging Li Jinran's invitation to speak, she stood up and addressed him. "Senior Li, since our destination is the cafeteria, might I inquire if you have verified the situation over there?" Chapter 011. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 9. However, due to the presence of another building separating the cafeteria from the main teaching building, and the fact that this adjacent structure was under construction, obstructing visibility, it was impossible to ascertain the situation in the cafeteria. Nonetheless, the conditions near the playground had been confirmed. The first wave of infected individuals emerged during class hours, particularly on a Monday morning when most classes were scheduled. A brief review of various departments' timetables revealed that classes were indeed arranged during that time. Additionally, since it was early in the morning, many students without classes were likely still in their dormitory area. Therefore, we estimated that the situation in the cafeteria should not be worse than that in the main teaching building. Although Li Jinran had already contemplated this with several others and had made predictions, she found it commendable that someone could proactively voice their thoughts instead of merely following along. However, Michi remained unconvinced by Li Jinran's detailed explanation and continued, "I believe it would be prudent to investigate further." Thus, recklessly approaching would not only pose a danger, but also introduce additional uncertainties for the subsequent rush to the cafeteria. Michi pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Although Li Jinran's reasoning was sound, she had a different approach in mind. "Wenyashi, do you have any questions?" Li Jinran inquired. Your question is excellent. However, there is little we can do at this moment. Oh, does Wenyashi have an alternative solution? Li Jinran was pleasantly surprised by Wenyashi's courage to pose questions. And now it seemed she had additional insights, which piqued her interest. Consequently, Li Jinran shifted aside, granting Michi the floor, while those around them eagerly anticipated Michi's response. Yashi. Yuan Inan, seated nearby, cast a worried glance at her friend, fearing she might be overwhelmed by the unfolding scenario. It's all right, Nan, I merely wish to share my suggestion. Michi reassured Yuan Inan before gradually moving to the podium. At that moment, Li Jinran extended the pointer towards Michi, who confidently accepted it and directed it towards the map. I just checked the top floor. The main teaching building we are currently in is very close to the adjacent teaching building, separated only by a narrow path. Furthermore, the side building had its exterior walls painted recently, and I noticed that to prevent zombies from climbing up, the ladder was positioned below the second floor window. This observation was made while Michi assisted in disposing of corpses. She reflected on how strange it felt to her, as she had not realized the extent of her observational abilities until she was exhausted. Nevertheless, this accidental discovery proved useful, prompting Michi to present her findings. I estimated the ladder's length. If I recall correctly, it could reach the height of the third floor, which means it should be able to extend to the opposite building. We could use the ladder to climb over and assess the situation further. Clarity will bolster our safety. With so few of us left in the entire school, I believe everyone would prefer to avoid further sacrifices. Wouldn't you agree? Having previously worked various jobs that required persuasion, Michi adeptly identified the group's foremost concern. As anticipated, although initially, everyone was merely spectators, especially considering Michi's previous attempt to have someone confess to the renowned school heartthrob, Li Jinran. After hearing Michi's words, they acknowledged her reasoning. Yet, one significant question lingered. Even if the ladder were secured, who would dare to cross? Such a perilous endeavor required courage, and no one could guarantee that zombies would not suddenly emerge from the other side. Thus, even someone as brave as Li Jinran could not be entrusted with this task. For, without his strategic oversight, the group might find themselves in an even more precarious situation. As the survivors murmured amongst themselves, Michi turned to Li Jinran, declaring, I will climb the ladder. Her declaration stunned not only Li Jinran but also those around them. Was this truly the Wenyashi they recognized? Are you certain? I am certain. But since I have not participated in any previous operations, I cannot accurately gauge the situation over there. I require someone capable of making sound judgments to accompany me. Michi hesitated. She had not intended for Li Jinran to follow her. Yet she realized her inability to assess the circumstances necessitated the presence of someone like him. Given Yuan Inan's prior descriptions, Li Jinran appeared to possess commendable character, never abandoning those around him. However, Michi felt that her connection with Li Jinran, or rather the original Wenyashi's relationship with him, was not particularly deep, prompting her to seek a companion with predictive capabilities for the venture. To her surprise, the very individual who volunteered to accompany her was none other than Li Jinran himself. Noticing Michi's sudden pause, Li Jinran smirked. What? Am I unqualified? Not at all, but if you accompany me, what if something happens? It would be unwise to lose our commander. Although Li Jinran was indeed a suitable choice, Michi instinctively hesitated to involve him, given the original Wenyashi's somewhat ambiguous rapport with him. Since you do not deem me unfit, then it is settled, Li Jinran decisively proclaimed, interrupting Michi before she could voice further objections. Seeing that the decision had been made, Michi abandoned her reluctance, turning to step down, only to catch Li Jinran's charming smile. Do not worry, with me here, nothing will go awry. Chapter 012, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 10. He truly exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Li Jinran found herself momentarily taken aback by Miki's reaction. Was this really the same Wenyashi, who once blushed and could hardly meet his gaze? It seemed that the adage about circumstances shaping individuals held some truth. Not only could they mold a person, but they could also transform them. Yet, he appeared to prefer the somewhat aloof version of Wenyashi that stood before him now. Li Jinran, resolute in her decision, opted to act without hesitation, though not blindly. Miki observed Li Jinran from below. It was no wonder the original Wenyashi was enamored with such a dazzling figure. However, in Miki's heart, the admiration stirred no significant waves. Despite being merely in the latter half of her freshman year, she was slightly younger than the girl named Wanyashi. Nonetheless, Miki's life experiences far surpassed those of Wanyashi by 1,000-fold. The hardships she had endured and the responsibilities she had shouldered were immeasurable, which was why she had narrowly escaped a fatal collapse at such a tender age. Were it not for the intervention of the system, she would have been a lifeless body on the subway by now. Whether through her extensive work experience or her brushes with mortality, Miki was no fragile flower sheltered from the elements. She had no desire to indulge in the sentimental whims of youth, nor the time to squander on such trivialities. Thus, even if Li Jinran were to be the most handsome of men, Miki found herself devoid of the energy to care. After the meeting concluded, Miki linked arms with Yuan Inan as they made their way outside. Yuan Inan wore a worried expression. "Yashi, are you truly going? It's very dangerous. Are you trying to impress seniorly?" "No, I must accompany you to the rooftop. I cannot be at ease without watching over you. I promise to remain silent. I just need to ensure your safety." At this point, Yuan Inan let out a sigh. Yashi, how have you grown so bold? I wouldn't dare climb over. It looks dizzyingly high. Of course you wouldn't. Have you forgotten your fear of heights? When we rode the Ferris wheel, we both ended up in tears. I was frightened by the sounds and swaying of the cabin, while you were overwhelmed by the height. That outing at the amusement park had been rather tumultuous. When Yashi had refused to try many of the rides, steadfast in her fears. Even when they had finally taken a long queue to board a ride, she had backed out at the last moment, insisting on disembarking. Eventually, they managed to find a less thrilling Ferris wheel, only to encounter a gusty wind that sent the ride swaying, terrifying Wanyashi further. It was during that experience that Yuan Inan discovered that the seemingly fearless girl harbored a fear of heights. Though she had initially stood to comfort Wanyashi, she herself had felt dizzy upon glimpsing the ground. They had both sat weeping in the cabin, Wanyashi from fright and Yuan Inan from nausea. Recalling that incident brought a smile to Yuan Inan's face. Indeed, although we were both scared to tears, I missed the amusement park. Nanan, once we escape from here, we must return there someday. I promise I will not back out, Miki declared, raising her hand in a vow before Yuan Inan. All right. But if you run away next time, I will drag you to bungee jump. Bungee jump? Nanan, are you certain you won't faint while hanging from the rope? Miki chuckled. Oh. Look at you. Not only have you grown bolder, but you also know how to tease your elder sister. Yuan Inan, being a few months older and having always played the role of the protective sister due to Wanyashi's timid nature, found amusement in their banter. The two girls laughed and raced upstairs, soon reaching the rooftop. Leaning against the railing and feeling the breeze, Miki gazed down at the currently clumsy zombies below. Suddenly, she spotted a corner that sparked an idea in her mind. You've made it up, Li Jinran remarked as he approached. Did you really allow Yashi to go over? It's quite perilous. It was not my decision. It was Wanyashi's own request, and I genuinely need a companion. Miki reassured Yuan Inan, I am perfectly fine. Miki insisted on proceeding because she had yet to partake in any zombie fighting activities. Her only reliance was on memorizing the terrain, which would place her in a more advantageous position. Though the previous Miki had never faced an apocalyptic scenario, she understood the value of knowing one's enemy. The more she knew, the safer she would be. Rest assured. She patted Yuan Inan's shoulder as a ladder was raised. Due to its considerable length and weight, several boys struggled to place it on the other side. Fortunately, the ladder was indeed long enough, which was a relief. I will go first, and then you can bring paper and pen to help me document everything, Li Jinran stated, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. No, Senior Li, allow me to go first, Miki replied, shaking her head. The ladder is currently suspended. I am lighter. If it sways too much while I cross, I can stabilize the other end, ensuring greater safety. Li Jinran glanced at Miki, then nodded, signaling to his companions to hand him a curtain that he wrapped around Miki's waist. Chapter 013. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 11. Miki felt a sudden tightening around her waist, her body instinctively leaning forward. When she lifted her head, she encountered a broad and somewhat firm surface, revealing Li Jinran, who was earnestly fastening her safety belt. There, this buckle is secure and will not slip off. The more you pull, the tighter it gets. I can assure you of that. Just focus on moving forward, and when you reach the other side, please help me steady the ladder, Li Jinran instructed Miki with a serious expression. The other end of the rope around Miki's waist was tied to a pipe, while a boy beside her held on firmly, thus ensuring her safety. With her worries alleviated, Miki confidently approached the ladder. She steadied it with a shake. It felt stable enough, and she began to ascend, kneeling on the rungs and using her hands to alternately grasp the sides, inching her way forward. However, the ladder was quite lengthy, and without any support in the middle, it sagged, causing the other end to tilt upward. Fortunately, Wenyashi was slender, so the curvature of the ladder was manageable. Still, Yuan Yinan, standing on the opposite side, couldn't help but feel anxious for her friend. It was only when Miki successfully reached the other side that Yuan Yinan exhaled in relief. Miki now perched on the far end of the ladder, signaling for Li Jinran to come over. Li Jinran also secured a safety belt fashioned from curtain fabric around his waist and climbed the ladder. In contrast to Miki's cautious demeanor, his movements were much more confident. He did not crouch but rather stood with both feet on either side of the ladder, sprinting swiftly towards the rooftop. Indeed, the gap between people cannot be bridged in a short time. However, Miki did not feel frustrated, given the original owner's physique. Her current achievement was commendable, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. Wenyashi, I will go check things out. Please keep an eye on the surroundings. If you detect any danger, we must leave quickly. Even after reaching the other side, Li Jinran remained vigilant. Miki nodded, but she first leaned over to glance at the route leading to the cafeteria, wanting at least a preliminary understanding. However, upon just a single look, she was taken aback, and Li Jinran was equally stunned. Although the number of zombies was not as overwhelming as those beneath the main teaching building, the concentration of zombies on that side was alarming. If they intended to break through to the cafeteria, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. Li Jinran felt fortunate that Wenyashi had raised this question, enabling him to scout the area. Otherwise, their mission that day might have ended in failure. Even if they attempted a forced entry, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Casting a glance at Miki, who appeared equally astonished, Li Jinran's impression of the original owner, Wenyashi, as timid and cowardly, diminished considerably, seemingly undergoing some transformation. Senior Li, what should we do about all these zombies? Miki inquired, gazing at the horde. It was no wonder that the number of survivors reaching the cafeteria had been so few, as this explained the dire situation. I'll take note of this, then devise a plan, he replied. All right, I will maintain vigilance. Miki nodded, satisfied with a general understanding of the circumstances, believing it best to leave the planning to someone who had ultimately survived in her previous life. Li Jinran handed Miki the modified clothes drying rod he had brought along and began sketching the current distribution of zombies and the conditions of the route to the cafeteria on paper. Just as he was lost in thought, a piercing scream echoed from below. Zombies do not scream. The only possibility for such a sound was the presence of survivors. Li Jinran cast one last deep glance at the route to the cafeteria, seemingly imprinting the layout in his mind before turning to dash towards the ladder. Miki hurried after him, pressing down on the ladder, urging, hurry over. As Li Jinran turned to run, a blood-soaked girl burst from the stairwell. Upon seeing Miki and Li Jinran, she cried out, help. Help me, I don't want to die, save me. Yet, judging by the wounds on her body, it was evident that she was beyond saving. Miki steeled herself, avoiding a glance at the girl, signaling for Li Jinran to move faster. At that moment, a horde of zombies followed closely behind. Although Miki remained oblivious to any abnormalities, Li Jinran, having dealt with zombies for the past few days, sensed a difference. These zombies seemed faster than those they had previously encountered in the main teaching building. Could it be that zombies could evolve? Seeing the girl lunge at them, clutching Miki's clothing, Li Jinran, positioned above, swiftly kicked the already bitten girl aside, who was doomed to become a zombie, and pulled Miki up, insisting, go. Enough chatter, move quickly. Li Jinran seized the gun from Miki's hands and turned to confront the fastest zombies that had already rushed toward them. Miki felt a pang of urgency. In her recollection, Li Jinran was among those who had ultimately been rescued, and he was the primary architect of their current plan. If her interference led to his demise, The success of their endeavor would be jeopardized, possibly endangering those who had previously escaped as well. Surveying her surroundings, Miki found no objects of use. Resolutely, she unfastened her safety belt, sliced off a piece of fabric with her knife, and then made a deliberate cut on her arm. Chapter 014. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 12. Oh my Yashi, what are you about to do? Yuan Inan exclaimed in panic as she rushed over to examine the wound on Miki's arm. Everything is fine. Miki interrupted Yuan Inan, halting her attempts to staunch the bleeding. Subsequently, Miki took the piece of fabric stained with her blood, found a stone, and untied the floral headband she was wearing. She wrapped the stone in the fabric and hurled it with all her strength across to the other side. The combination of blood and commotion drew away a significant number of zombies that were in front of Li Jinran. Despite Li Jinran's exceptional skills, the overwhelming number of zombies had made the situation rather challenging. However, with fewer people pressing down on the other side, as Li Jinran reached the center, the ladder had already bent to its limit. Quick, pull the safety harness. Miki called out to the others while pressing firmly on her wound with the handkerchief Yuan Inan had given her. Just as one of Li Jinran's feet landed on the edge of the rooftop, the ladder fell down, fortuitously crushing several zombies in the process. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat, and the zombies across the way, having lost their target, could only let out mechanical growls towards the side. In the final moment before losing consciousness, Miki thought to herself, the resilience of this body is truly lacking. She darted to Wenyashi's side, swiftly catching her and lifting her by her legs. Let's get down first. When Miki regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a makeshift table, cushioned with clothes, making her slumber surprisingly comfortable. Glancing at the signal on her device, she noticed it had turned green again, now displaying 2 bars of signal strength. It seemed that this signal was related to her physical condition, and she would need to pay closer attention to it in the future. If it ever dropped to a single bar, it would warrant concern. If she were to faint amidst a horde of zombies, it would be tantamount to delivering herself to them. Yashi, you're awake. You scared me to death. What were you thinking? Yuan Inan rushed over, a mixture of concern and reproach in her voice directed towards Wenyashi. Nanan, I'm really sorry for worrying you, but at that moment, Miki quickly apologized to Yuan Inan, who was anxious for her sake. You still care. I knew you hadn't let go of Senior Li. No, Nanan, you've misunderstood. Miki felt that this misunderstanding was quite significant. She harbored no feelings for Senior Li whatsoever. You're awake. Just as Miki was about to clarify, she was interrupted by Li Jinran's voice. Looking up, she saw that, even in such dire circumstances, Li Jinran still exuded the charm of a male protagonist from a shoujo manga, approaching with a warm smile. If it weren't for the bloodstains marring the walls and floor, one might have thought they were in a scene from an idol drama rather than an apocalyptic world. Miki glanced out the window. It's almost dark. Have we finalized our action plan? Previously, she had advised Wenyashi to not cling to Li Jinran, believing that their worlds were vastly different and that Li Jinran did not reciprocate her feelings. However, things had changed. When Li Jinran had carried Yashi down, his eyes were filled with urgency, and his movements were exceptionally gentle, as if cradling a rare treasure. Yuan Inan believed that after this ordeal, Li Jinran must have recognized Yashi's worth, and perhaps there was indeed a chance for them to be together. Yet, Miki's inquiries did not seem to dampen Li Jinran's spirits. Instead, he smiled even more brightly and patiently began to explain the plans and routes for their actions that evening. All right, I've noted everything down. I'm going to rest a bit more. Call me before we head out tonight. Having comprehended Li Jinran's detailed instructions about the evening's plans, Miki, disregarding Li Jinran's presence, spoke her mind. After all, the device in her hand, resembling a signal, currently displayed only 2 bars. She did not believe it was sufficient for the entire operation. This time, she did not wish to remain hidden behind the protection of others like the original Wenyashi. She needed to fight as well. They had to escape, and she couldn't afford to have 0 combat experience. In a larger group, mistakes could be mitigated by assistance, but escaping alone would not be so simple. Hence, replenishing her strength was her immediate priority. As Yuan Inan gaped in astonishment and Li Jinran wore an enigmatic smile, Miki drifted back into slumber. Upon awakening, It was Yuan Enan's gentle nudging and calling that roused Miki from her sleep. To her surprise, she had not anticipated her adaptability to be so robust, managing to sleep soundly even in such an apocalyptic world. Yet, it was hardly surprising. When she was still herself, she rarely slept more than 5 hours a night. Round and round, Miki had forgotten what it was like to sleep in, feeling as though her moments of rest were exceedingly scarce. Coupled with the recent events, she had indeed enjoyed a rare good night's sleep. "Yashi, are you hungry? I just distributed some biscuits, and Senior Lee specifically asked me to bring you some red dates since you were injured. You should have something sweet," she said, popping a red date into Miki's mouth. The sweet aroma of the red date spread across her palate, and after finishing one, Miki turned to Yuan Enan. "Nanan, what time is it? Shouldn't we be gearing up for action?" Yuan Enan sighed. "Don't mention it. Today's operation has been cancelled." Chapter 15. Senior. "Please do not delay my escape." 13. Upon hearing Yuan Enan declare that the operation had been cancelled, Miki was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't everything planned out so well before? Why the cancellation? "Do you remember the classroom building you and Senior Lee jumped to today?" Yuan Enan retorted. Miki nodded. Of course she remembered. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been injured. "There are survivors in that building," Yuan Enan continued, detailing the situation. It turned out that the building Miki and Li Jinran had ventured into was not devoid of survivors. The girl who had managed to escape was one such survivor, albeit abandoned by her companions. Their movements had been observed by survivors in another adjacent building, who devised a plan to exploit the situation. Li Jinran was quite well known in school, and the opposing survivors had witnessed the thwarted attempt to eliminate the zombies. However, the number of survivors in the opposite building was scant, yet they had ample food due to a small shop on the ground floor. In recent days, they wished to remain undetected, fearing that once discovered, their supplies would be divided. Yet, upon seeing the actions from Miki's side today, they speculated that an escape was in the works. In their eagerness, they sacrificed one girl, sending her upstairs, while her twin sister was held hostage. If she successfully relayed the message, she would be permitted to take her sister with her. Should she refuse or fail to communicate, her sister would bear the brunt of the consequences. The bond between the sisters was strong, compelling the twin to ascend. Unfortunately, in her panic, she encountered a zombie around the corner and was bitten. When she reached the floor where Miki and Li Jinran were, instinctively seeking help, she tragically transformed into a zombie before she could articulate that there were others remaining. In the afternoon, when they attempted a rescue, the twin sister, driven by vengeance for her sibling, seized the moment of distraction among the group to scream, attracting a horde of zombies. In a frantic response, the group killed the twin sister, whose blood only drew more zombies, leading them to discard her body outside the building. Regrettably, the location of the thrown body faced the playground, which was precisely the route Li Jinran had intended to take today. As a consequence of the corpse, a multitude of zombies congregated below, rendering the path impassable and nullifying their plans. However, those individuals did not escape unscathed. On their way down, one was scratched by a zombie, but chose not to inform the others, leading to their temporary confinement in a room. When one of those who fancied the twin sister came to tell Li Jinran of the incident, they heard cries from within the room, only to discover that the individuals had been bitten and subsequently dealt with. Despite the demise of those individuals, their plans had fallen through, necessitating a complete overhaul of their strategy, thus canceling today's operation. "I see," Miki nodded. "Since today's mission is off, should I return to sleep?" She glanced at the signal on her wrist, which currently displayed 4 bars, though she was uncertain how many bars constituted a full signal. "Yashi, does your wound still hurt? Why do you keep staring at your wrist?" Yuan Enan inquired, noticing Miki's distraction. "I'm fine now." From the time she had inflicted a wound on her arm as bait, Miki realized that Yuan Enan could not see the signal bars. It seemed this was visible only to her. The previous voice had mentioned her physical condition being digitized, and perhaps this was a manifestation of that process. She pondered what else this digitization might entail. Suddenly, a screen materialized before Miki, reminiscent of the one in the white space, displaying her name, identification number, and other information, along with a row of data beneath it. Miki was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Yuan Enan, who appeared oblivious, continuing their casual conversation. "Nan, I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Since we're not proceeding with the operation today, you should rest early too. Miki, her thoughts consumed by the unexpected screen before her, sought to excuse Yuan Yinan. Perhaps sensing Miki's sudden fatigue and the mental strain she had endured today, Yuan Yinan offered a few words of consolation before departing. Once Yuan Yinan had left, Miki rolled up the blanket and leaned against it, scrutinizing the information on the screen that had suddenly appeared. Contractor ID 021958 Name, Miki Affiliation, Humanity of the Low-Dimensional Planet Earth Tier, Level 0 Strengthening Status, Semi-Weak State Basic Values, Strength, 9 points, Primary Physical Attack. Weight Capacity, Above Average Constitution, 4 points, Primary Defense, Life Value, Endurance, Below Average Agility, 13 points, Primary Attack Speed, Movement Speed. Physical Evasion, Above Wisdom, 4 points, Primary Spell Damage, Mana Value, Perception, Insight, Below Average Charm, 21 points, Primary Item Acquisition, Item Creation, Favorability. Luck, Below. Note: Charm is the only non-exchangeable growth value, obtainable through tasks or special circumstances. Miki examined her statistics with a sense of dismay. Although she had never engaged in gaming before, the detailed explanations accompanying the data were comprehensible enough, and she could easily grasp the implications of the terms above, average, and below. Her statistics were indeed lacking. Apart from a commendable score and speed, the majority languished in the lower tiers, with some even rated as below. What was the meaning of this? Now, Miki began to understand the peculiar sensation she had felt previously. Despite seemingly exerting little effort, her stamina depleted rapidly. This was likely related to her data. Her strength pertained to weight-bearing capacity, suggesting that lifting should be effortless with her strength score. Yet her below-average constitution led to insufficient endurance, resulting in swift fatigue. This posed a significant dilemma. Although Miki remained uncertain about how this data was derived, it was evidently constraining her capabilities. Given her current statistics, her speed was her most significant asset, and her strength was merely average. How could she leverage her existing advantages to mitigate her deficiencies? Chapter 016. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 14. As Michi contemplated her forthcoming escape strategies, Li Jinran was also preoccupied with how to reach the cafeteria. Their supplies were dwindling, with little food and water left. If they lost these vital resources, their strength would diminish, and their chances of survival would grow increasingly bleak. They had originally planned to break through to the cafeteria today, but an unforeseen event had completely derailed their plans. Jinran, although those individuals lured some of the zombies from the playground downstairs by discarding a body, the distance to the cafeteria is considerable, and I doubt it will make a significant difference. I suggest we clear out this group of zombies tomorrow during the day and proceed with our plan tonight, one person advised. I agree, Jinran. However, I believe the impact here will be minimal, another added, looking towards Li Jinran for confirmation. Crossing over from the playground? That could work, but I fear it might be perilous for some of the girls. Are we to abandon them? A male compatriot scrutinized the diagram drawn by Li Jinran and posed his concern. Li Jinran pursed her lips, refraining from elaborating, and merely instructed the inquiring male. Follow my lead. We can minimize our risks. Inform everyone to prepare and dress more appropriately. Michi. While Michi lay with her eyes closed, contemplating her escape strategy, she heard Yuan Yinan calling her name. What is it, Nan? Michi opened her eyes and saw Yuan Yinan holding an improvised clothes-drying pole, gazing at her with anticipation. Yuan Yinan appeared somewhat shy. Yashi, I apologize for waking you, but since Senior Song has, well, I have to take the night shift. However, I feel a bit frightened. Would you accompany me? Previously, when Yashi had never engaged in such duties, especially not without Senior Song Li by her side. Yet, neglecting her duty was not an option. With so many people in the building, they all took turns, and any negligence on her part could invite disaster. After much contemplation, Yuan Yinan recalled her timid friend, Yashi, who had undergone a remarkable transformation today and decided to seek her out for companionship. All right, I will accompany you. Just wear more layers. It gets cold at night. Michi grabbed several pieces of clothing originally intended as cushions and handed one to Yuan Yinan, draping another over herself. Thank you, Yashi. Yuan Yinan felt deeply touched that when Yashi did not hesitate to join her on the night shift. Hand in hand, They descended the stairs, only to unexpectedly find Li Jinran seated on the duty bench, turning to look at them upon hearing their footsteps. "Senior Li, what brings you here?" Yuan Inan quickly explained. "I'm sorry for being late. I felt scared, so I asked Yashi to accompany me on duty." She realized she was technically off duty. "I understand that this was supposed to be your shift, and I apologize for the inconvenience. You both should rest." "I will take the night shift tonight, and sleep during the day," Li Jinran replied, initially assigning Yuan Inan to the night duty due to the presence of Senior Songli. Now that he was gone, she had intended to come and suggest that Yuan Inan take the night off. Upon hearing Li Jinran's words, Michi felt increasingly appreciative of him. He showed consideration for others. However, knowing he was a pivotal figure in their plans, she deemed it unfair for him to bear too much burden. "It's all right, Senior Li. You should rest. I had a long nap this afternoon, so I'm not tired at all. I can keep Yuan Inan company on duty." Yuan Inan nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, Senior Li. Please rest. I'm fine with Yashi here. It's perfect for both of us to be on duty together." Li Jinran looked up at Michi. "Very well. I shall leave this to you. Call for me if anything arises." With that, Li Jinran ascended the stairs, leaving Michi and Yuan Inan at the staircase. They engaged in quiet conversation for a while, but the tension of the afternoon and the events of the day began to take their toll, and Yuan Inan grew weary. Conversely, Michi, having worked during this hour in the past, felt surprisingly alert after her lengthy nap. So she allowed Yuan Inan to rest her head on her shoulder while she kept watch at the staircase. After approximately 3 hours, Michi felt a chill and reached for a jacket draped over a nearby chair, likely intended for the night shift workers to fend off the cold. After Yuan Inan had fallen asleep, Michi had covered her with a school uniform, but now she felt the cold too, and attempted to retrieve the jacket, only to find it just out of reach. Since Yuan Inan was still asleep with her head on Michi's shoulder, Michi was cautious not to make any sudden movements. Turning her head, she noticed an improvised curtain rod, which could serve as a weapon. She grasped it and used it to poke the jacket. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the barricade formed by the furniture, accompanied by the sounds of chairs and tables being moved. Michi gently nudged Yuan Inan, whispering, Nan, wake up. There's a disturbance." In a state of half-sleep, Yuan Inan stirred at Michi's nudges and quickly became alert, hearing the unusual noises outside. Michi handed the makeshift curtain rod to Yuan Inan and reached for the chair they had been sitting in. The two cautiously advanced toward the source of the commotion, only to discover several individuals attempting to cut the ropes and tape binding the furniture. Upon realizing they were human, they felt a slight relief. "What are you doing?" Yuan Inan inquired, her voice tinged with caution. The unexpected confrontation startled the group, but they soon recognized the two as fellow survivors from the main teaching building. One of them, with a hint of desperation, replied, "Are you the surviving students from the main building? We're staff from the logistics department. Could you let us in?" Chapter 17. Senior, please do not delay my escape. Yuan Inan, upon hearing the identification from the other party, prepared to approach, but was halted by Miki. Miki stepped forward, addressing the group. "Do not cut the ropes and tape. Instead, climb over from above. If this area is compromised, we will not be able to fend off the zombies outside, and we will all suffer the consequences." She gestured towards the upper section. In truth, climbing from above was not overly difficult for humans, particularly for those in good physical condition. However, the individuals present seemed intent on severing the ropes and tape, which struck Miki as peculiar. Unfortunately, her innate perceptive abilities were limited, preventing her from discerning their true intentions. Her awareness of their odd behavior stemmed from her past experiences working with various individuals. Finding the situation suspicious, she intervened to halt their actions and pulled Yuan Inan behind her. The group exchanged glances and shone a light inside, discovering only Miki and Yuan Inan. One of them began to ascend along the edge. "Nanan, go inform Li Jinran and relay the situation to him," Miki whispered to Yuan Inan. While she could not ascertain the truth herself, she held a degree of trust in Li Jinran based on recent events. It seemed prudent to have Yuan Inan inform him, as those who might comprehend the situation better could offer insights. Yuan Inan, not pondering much, recognized that Li Jinran was the leader in their current context, and thus their actions were under his purview. The arrival of newcomers warranted notification.
All right, I'll head up now.
With reassurance in numbers, Yuan Inan turned and ascended the stairs. Just then, one of the climbing individuals suddenly called out, "Hey, where are you going?" He added, "There's no need to worry. In times like these, it's safer to stick together." Yuan Inan went upstairs to inform Li Jinran, recounting the recent events as Miki had instructed. Li Jinran, previously seated, rose abruptly, a cryptic smirk crossing his face. "Quite the schemers," he remarked, then turned to Yuan Inan. "You should rest here for a moment." With that, he descended the stairs accompanied by two male classmates. Miki stood facing the three men, yet she felt little trepidation. After reviewing the digitized data of her physical condition, she had tested her speed and found it satisfactory. Moreover, the stamina gauge on her wrist indicated a full capacity. Based on her previous observations, her physical prowess rated a 4, and since she felt no fatigue, she presumed this full gauge reflected her current state. With vigor and speed on her side, Miki was eager to probe the intentions of the men before her. Meanwhile, the two other girls had ascended, leaving only Miki, who the men regarded as a slight and inconsequential figure. As the three men surveyed her, their thoughts began to conspire. This young woman, delicate in appearance and seemingly lacking in physical strength, appeared to them as an appealing prospect, entertaining, and potentially useful as bait in future scenarios. They noted that the preceding girl could not be disregarded, but they were aware that more than just these two girls were present, as they had observed numerous zombie corpses at the entrance, suggesting prior cleanup efforts. Initially, their intent had been to take advantage of the distraction and lure some zombies inside to see something amidst the chaos. However, now it appeared that the area was somewhat organized, albeit with only two girls on watch, indicating a limited number of individuals present. They contemplated utilizing the girls before proceeding with their plan. "Students, how many of you are there?" one of them inquired with a grin. "There are just 3 of us remaining in the logistics staff. We managed to escape here and noticed signs of activity, so we came to check. If possible, we could assist each other in confronting those monsters." Upon hearing Miki mention their dwindling numbers, the group exchanged knowing glances. "Do you have any plans? Are you considering escaping the school?" Miki nodded vigorously. "I miss my parents terribly. This place is frightening, and we can't sleep at night. We have to take turns keeping watch." Her actions evoked a sense of discomfort within Miki, yet the mention of a vehicle piqued her interest. Previously, when Yuan Ginan had taken her to the rooftop, she had noticed several cars in the school parking lot, presumably belonging to faculty. The prospect of escaping by car had crossed her mind, for running alone seemed futile. However, driving necessitated car keys, which were likely not centralized but rather kept on individuals or in offices, implying they would need to venture to the administrative building. The administrative building was rife with zombies, and the journey there would undoubtedly involve clearing a significant number. It was clear that such a task could not be completed in a single day. Thus, if they sought a more secure means of escape, they would have to remain, consuming valuable time. Conversely, if they opted not to seek the keys, their only option would be to flee on foot, significantly heightening their risk. This was the reason Miki had remained silent about the vehicles. Their main building had run out of food, and whether they stayed behind to search for keys or attempted to escape on foot, both scenarios required stamina. They must first replenish their energy before contemplating their next steps. Yet, it was unexpected that the peculiar staff members arriving tonight claimed to possess a vehicle. Chapter 018. Senior. "Please do not delay my escape." 16. Seeing Michi's eagerness, the 3 men exchanged glances, realizing they had caught yet another enchanting flower. "Of course, no problem at all. By the way, what kind of vehicle is it? Is it safe? The zombies outside are terrifying, and I worry that a small car might be overturned." Michi expressed her concerns with a hint of worry on her face. Michi recalled the beautiful Wanyashi, who, despite her timid nature, possessed a striking appearance. She believed that her own pitiful expression would complement the situation perfectly. As expected, one of the men, noticing her demeanor, confidently waved a set of keys in front of her. "See this? An imported Volvo SUV, equipped with safety features, boasting a high safety coefficient. How about that? Are you reassured now?" Michi scrutinized the keys in the dim light, focusing intently to make out the details. Indeed. The emblem on the key was a circle with an arrow, featuring the blue Volvo lettering at its center. The man who produced the keys wore a proud expression. He had exerted considerable effort to acquire this vehicle from a leader in their compound. Prior to the catastrophe, he had long coveted this car, and now, amidst the chaos, he felt a strange sense of fortune rather than fear. As they spoke, faint footsteps descended from above. Michi realized it must be Li Jinran, whom Yuan Yinan had asked to find. She shifted closer to the wall and looked up, meeting the gaze of the approaching Li Jinran. With a subtle smile, she feigned seriousness, saying, "Our captain has arrived," and then turned to Li Jinran, speaking naturally. "Captain, these three are logistics teachers. They wish to join us in our departure. And they have a vehicle. Isn't that splendid?" Upon witnessing Michi's seemingly innocent smile and the glimmer of mischief in her eyes, Li Jinren suddenly perceived a newfound aura emanating from the once timid girl who had struggled to articulate her words. Meanwhile, the three men, upon seeing the three tall boys descend, felt their expressions darken. These boys appeared formidable, and they had not intended to flaunt their possession of a vehicle. They had merely been tempted by Wenyashi's appearance, unaware that this beautiful girl lacked discretion and would blurt out their advantage. Nevertheless, the three men quickly composed themselves, reintroducing themselves to Li Jinran and his companions, mirroring their earlier introductions to Michi and Yuan Yinan. Li Jinran nodded, "Then let the teachers stay with us for now. It is late. We should rest and discuss our plans for departure tomorrow." "Very well," the three men replied cheerfully as they ascended the stairs, leaving Michi alone downstairs. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Yinan came down and quietly asked Michi, "Yashi, Senior Li wants us to reinforce the obstacles at the entrance." Initially drowsy, Michi's attention peaked at the sound. She instinctively glanced towards the barricade downstairs, wary of any approaching zombies. Through the moonlight filtering in from the corridor window, she noticed shadows moving slowly from below. After a moment's hesitation, she closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep while keeping a half-open gaze to observe the commotion. Before long, she saw the three men from earlier appear once again. One of them waved his hand, realizing neither of the two had moved, and cautiously approached the barrier. With a small knife in hand, he began to tamper with the section that Michi and Yuan Yinan had recently repaired, carefully slicing through, but not entirely severing the bindings. This tactic, while subtle, posed a significant risk. Even though the zombies moved sluggishly, their strength had seemingly increased. A frail female student-turned-zombie could easily match the strength of a fully grown man. Thus, the partial destruction of the bindings, particularly the compromised tape, had rendered them incapable of bearing their original load. Michi found herself perplexed, questioning the motives behind such actions, as it offered them no tangible advantage. What could they possibly be scheming? She had come close to the truth. Initially believing there were few survivors, she was shocked to discover, upon their ascent, that many students still remained in the compound. For the three men, this was decidedly unfavorable. Thus, they had resolved to follow their original plan, creating chaos to seize the opportunity for themselves. Once the bindings were sufficiently compromised, the man stepped back to examine his handiwork, ensuring nothing appeared amiss before stealthily returning upstairs. Once silence enveloped the area, Michi opened her eyes and gently nudged Yuan Yinan. "Nanan, wake up. Is it time for the shift change?" Yuan Yinan inquired, rubbing his eyes. "Almost. You should go call Senior Li down." The boy who was supposed to come down, Su Gang, was unfortunately bitten and transformed into a zombie by Song Li. Currently, only Yuan Yinan remained from the trio on duty, as no new personnel had been assigned. Li Jinran had arranged for a classmate of his to take over, as they shared the same classroom. "Senior Li?" Yuan Yinan echoed, initially surprised by Michi's request. Then, he smirked and patted her shoulder. "Got it. Got it. Yashi, don't rush up." With that, he cheerfully bounded upstairs to fetch Li Jinran for the shift change. Chapter 019. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 17. Li Jiran was half closing his eyes, not quite asleep. The three newcomers appeared to be intimidated, yet he sensed they were likely to devise some trickery. For his own safety, he refrained from fully relaxing, instead opting to rest with his arms crossed, eyes closed. "Yuan Yinan, you're here. I'll be down shortly," said the girl who had been designated to cover his shift today as she rose at the sight of Yuan Yinan entering. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Jiran opened his eyes and stood up. Shaking his head, he saw Yuan Yinan stride toward him and say, "Senior Li, Yashi has requested you to come down." With an expression devoid of surprise, Li Jiran nodded, grabbed his coat, and exited. However, as Yuan Yinan ascended the stairs, the three individuals who had been closely monitoring the situation noticed that one of the two girls on duty had gone upstairs, leaving only one behind. Thus, they proceeded with their initial plan, silently dropping 2 pieces of raw meat from the window. These morsels had been cut from the girl they had used as bait, wrapped in plastic to contain the scent of blood, serving to attract the attention of the zombies. Indeed, the pungent aroma drew the surrounding zombies closer. One individual, agile in movement, used a rope they had brought to partially dangle from the window, tossing the other piece of meat into the corridor below. As the zombies began to swarm into the corridor, the 3 individuals waited a minute before tossing a coin down through the gap in the staircase. In the stillness of the night, the crisp sound of the coin hitting the floor immediately attracted the zombies, who relied on their sense of smell and hearing to converge upon the staircase. The outcome was predictable. The makeshift barrier the 3 had created was quickly compromised, unable to withstand the onslaught of the zombies. Michi, upon hearing the coin drop, sensed danger. After Yuan Yinan had left, she had scanned the area and noticed the absence of the 3 individuals, prompting her to use tape to reinforce the defenses. Yet, before she could finish securing the area, the zombies surged forward. To avoid being caught, Michi retreated, using a makeshift curtain rod to jab at the vital points of the foremost zombies. Upon descending, Li Jiran found Michi battling the zombies. Clearly visible was the significant breach in their makeshift barricade, with some zombies already pushing through. "It seems our plan must be expedited. I will hold them off. You go upstairs and inform the others that we are preparing to leave," he instructed. Originally, they had planned to head to the cafeteria today, but the incident at the adjacent teaching building had temporarily halted their actions. No one anticipated such a calamity would unfold. In such dire times, they had managed to unite, having barely survived, never suspecting that someone would deliberately lure zombies to cause harm. What about the 3 individuals? First, inform the others. Since they deliberately came to sabotage us, they surely have their reasons. If their objective remains unfulfilled, they will have a backup plan. We must ensure our own safety before we consider how to deal with them. Li Jiran had remained alert since the 3 had first appeared, harboring his own strategies. Michi admired Li Jiran's calm demeanor, wishing she possessed his foresight. Perhaps then, she wouldn't feel so helpless. Swiftly ascending the stairs, Michi realized her speed was indeed superior. Previous numerical analyses indicated that speed was her only outstanding attribute, though she remained unclear on how these values were determined. Nonetheless, it was an advantage. She rushed upstairs to notify Yuan Yinan and a few classmates of Li Jiran. Then they dispersed to inform others. Due to her speed, Michi reached the topmost classroom first, then quickly returned, arming herself with a weapon to support Li Jiran. Upon arrival, however, she found Li Jiran was nowhere to be seen, and a substantial gap had formed in the area that was supposed to deter the zombies, large enough for one to slip through. Fortunately, the zombies, lacking intelligence, could not maneuver effectively. Only their upper bodies managed to enter, their lower halves still caught outside. However, the ropes and tape had loosened significantly, and their resistance would not hold much longer. "Yashi, everyone has been informed, but how did you come down from below? Did you notify the upper 2 levels?" Michi queried, recalling that her responsibility was to inform those levels. "I did, and then I came down, but Senior Li is missing."
What?
"Senior Li is missing?" Yuan Yinan expressed surprise. "I fear something has happened to him." Meanwhile, the classmates of Li Jiran who had been alerted also gathered. Upon hearing of his disappearance, they split into groups, with some confronting the zombies at the entrance and others searching for Li Jiran. However, as they combed through the classrooms, they could not find any trace of him, prompting speculation that he might have exited the main teaching building. Michi, puzzled, noted that aside from Li Jiran, the other 3 individuals had also vanished without a trace. Could they have simply disappeared into thin air? After pondering for a moment, Michi suddenly recalled a location she had overlooked and quickly dashed upstairs to the rooftop. Yet, still, there was no sign of Li Jiran or the 3 others. How strange. Where could they have gone? As she approached the railing and peered down, she saw zombies still converging toward the main teaching building, and in the distance, She spotted 3 figures sprinting away. Michi squinted. Those 3 are trying to flee. Chapter 20, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 18. Miki was perplexed by how those 3 individuals managed to flee, having only caught a glimpse of their figures without sighting Li Jinran. This absence heightened her concern for Li Jinran's well-being, leaving her anxious about whether he was alive or dead. If the trio had escaped before his very eyes, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Although the original owner, Wenyashi, harbored feelings for Li Jinran, she had never mustered the courage to confess. Nonetheless, Wenyashi had diligently gathered information about him, allowing Miki to glean insights into Li Jinran's character from her memories. According to her recollections, Li Jinran was not only handsome and academically gifted but also excelled in various other pursuits. It was said that he had begun training in Sonda at a young age, which played a crucial role during this unforeseen calamity as he quickly calmed the surviving classmates and encouraged them to band together. In such dire circumstances, possessing formidable combat skills would naturally command respect. Thus, it was evident that Li Jinran's prowess in battle was commendable. However, the fact that she had witnessed those 3 individuals escape was troubling, amplifying her worry for him. In Miki's estimation, those 3 were unlikely to match Li Jinran's combat capabilities, yet she could not discount the possibility of their employing some devious tactic. If she wished to ensure her and Yuan Inan's safe departure, the most viable option would be to follow the original plot and escape alongside those who had also managed to flee, as this would maximize their chances of survival. Furthermore, it appeared that Li Jinran was the most capable of organizing their group. Should anything happen to him, they might not even make it past the cafeteria. Additionally, Miki harbored another concern. The trio's escape implied they would continue to search for a usable vehicle. Turning around, Miki descended the stairs. Having just seen those 3 dart past from another direction, she intended to search for Li Jinran on the opposite side. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned to go down the stairs, the 3 individuals had reached a vehicle and suddenly came to a halt. One of them began to pound his chest in frustration while the other 2 frantically urged him on. Having already descended, Miki ventured toward the blocked area on the other side. The staircase boasted multiple entrances, but this particular side had been sealed off due to prior disuse. Only opened in emergencies. Therefore, it required minimal supervision. Upon reaching this area, she indeed spotted an opening, yet there were no zombies in sight. Likely the escape route taken by the trio. After all, they were school staff and might have been more familiar with the campus than the students, thus knowing of this relatively quiet spot. However, there was still no sign of Li Jinran. Just as Miki was about to turn back, she heard a sound from below the staircase. Who's there? Gripping her weapon tightly, she prepared to eliminate any zombies she might encounter. As the door swung open, Li Jinran's face appeared before her. Looking for me? Seniorly, how did you? Oh, those 3 ran off. I saw them heading toward the parking lot. Relieved to find Li Jinran unharmed, Miki quickly shared what she had witnessed. Let them go. I intentionally allowed their escape. It turned out that while Li Jinran had been dispatching zombies earlier, he sensed something amiss. Why would these individuals specifically target the main teaching building? They must have been after something. He recalled that a multimedia classroom was being renovated in the adjacent building, which would explain the presence of numerous construction supplies. Li Jinran had cleverly wedged his weapon between obstructive furniture and the stair railing before rushing toward the auxiliary building. Sure enough, he soon spotted the 3 individuals. They intended to create a diversion, drawing attention to the damaged area while they seized whatever they sought before making their exit. Initially, they had hoped to deceive Miki into leading them away, counting on the original owner Wenyashi's beauty to entice them. They required a youthful figure to relieve their tension and stress, and to serve as fresh bait. However, upon being discovered by Li Jinran, he adeptly thwarted their plans, causing them to retreat without achieving their objectives. Is that so? What exactly were they after? Miki pondered, curiosity piqued. She felt compelled to take a risk and investigate further, convinced that it must have been something of significance. Li Jinran smiled, taking the rod from Miki's hands and using it to pull up a series of bags from below the staircase. I had gathered these earlier, but they were quite heavy, so I left them here for the moment. I tested one out. It possesses decent power, but one must aim for vital spots to be effective. As he spoke, he opened one of the bags and retrieved an item. This a large nail gun? What purpose does it serve? Miki inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. You recognize a nail gun? Although Miki failed to grasp its full potential, her ability to identify it impressed Li Jinran. It seemed that the timid Wenyashi was not as ineffectual as he had previously believed. Moreover, her courage in finding her way here after realizing she was lost had completely reshaped his impression of her. Yes, it used for nailing boards during renovations? Indeed. But this is a 4-kilogram nail gun. When used properly, it can serve as a weapon as well. One must simply target the zombies' most vulnerable areas, namely their eyes. Otherwise, one would have to aim for the head to drive it in. In an effort to demonstrate, Li Jinran punctured 2 nails into the stair railing before retrieving a much smaller electric nail gun from another bag and handing it to Miki. This is a lightweight electric nail gun. Its power is not as great as the one I have, but it is easier to handle, weighing just over a kilogram. However, it should not be used for more than 10 minutes at a time. Chapter 021. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 19. Listening to Li Jinran describe the items he had acquired and their usage, Miki felt quite satisfied as she held the electric nail gun in her hands. Although the nail gun Li Jinran provided was less powerful than the one he wielded, its convenience and lightweight design made it manageable for her as a girl. The distinction between 3 pounds and 8 pounds was indeed quite pronounced. Here are the nails. I've only selected straight nails. This is yours, so take good care of it, Li Jinran said, tossing a packet to Miki, which contained several boxes of nails. While there were various types of nails, straight, coil, and wavy, the straight nails were naturally the easiest to penetrate the zombies' vulnerable spots. The nails Li Jinran chose were specifically suited for Miki's electric nail gun, and he selected those with the thickest shank for maximum effectiveness. There are a few more here. Please help me carry them. Later, distribute them to the other members of our class, Li Jinran instructed, picking up a packet himself and assembling a nail gun before heading upstairs. As Miki distributed the nail guns to those around her, one of Li Jinran's male classmates called out to him, "We'll abandon this side and move from the other end. Those who have obtained the nail guns should follow my lead on how to use them. 2 of you will accompany the main group to the opposite corridor, while the rest will stay here with me to clear out the zombies. According to our previous plan, we will make a dash to the cafeteria tonight." The route to the cafeteria through this building was originally the most direct, but now, due to the overwhelming presence of zombies, they had to seek a longer path. Furthermore, Li Jinran had not mentioned that when the 3 individuals had departed earlier, they had employed some method to attract the zombies, significantly reducing their numbers at the entrance, thereby making it relatively safer. Following Li Jinran's orders, 2 of the boys led the majority toward the side building's exit, while Miki remained behind. Seeing her best friend, Wenyashi, stay back, Yuan Inan silently decided to stay as well. Although she could hardly comprehend the transformation in her formerly timid friend, her ingrained instinct to protect Wenyashi compelled her to stay and confront the zombies together. If only I had a longer pole, I could pull down the wind chime. Yuan Inan lamented, feeling useless with only a curtain rod in hand. Peering out the window, she caught a glimpse of a corner of the wind chime.
No.
We need the chime to divert the zombies' attention away from us. We will be safer over there. The immediate concern is to block this gap first. We must quickly clear this area. Who can come over to reinforce the spot? Hearing Yuan Inan's words, Li Jinran quickly intervened to halt her actions. Allow me, Miki exclaimed, grabbing some tape from a nearby bench. She had previously secured much of this area with it, which was why it had held for so long. Otherwise, the zombies would have breached it. At that moment, Miki's electric nail gun lacked the necessary power. It was only effective at close range against the zombies. However, it still possessed certain advantages. The nail guns that Li Jinran and the others had acquired were quite cumbersome, rendering them ineffective if the zombies got too close. In contrast, when Miki charged out, her ability to aim made her just as lethal as the boys wielding the larger nail guns. Now that they had a barrier, the effectiveness of Miki's electric nail gun was somewhat diminished. Since there was no immediate combat, Miki took it upon herself to reinforce their defenses. Yashi, I'll help you. Yuan Inan volunteered, joining her. The 2 crouched down, quickly fortifying their position as Li Jinran and the others dealt with a wave of zombies. That should be sufficient, Miki declared, rising to her feet. Her legs felt nearly numb from squatting, but the reinforcement task was finally nearing completion.
All right.
Let us head to the side building as exit and prepare to leave. Though the disruption caused by the three individuals meant they could not proceed with their plans smoothly that night, it inadvertently proved beneficial. Because the trio had hung the wind chime at the front entrance. The zombies that had gathered near the adjacent building due to the bodies being thrown down were drawn away by the chime sound, simplifying their passage to the playground. They successfully reached the cafeteria, only to discover that the number of survivors was far greater than they had anticipated. After taking a head count and checking for injuries, the remaining individuals set out to scavenge for food. Li Jin flexed his slightly sore wrist, grateful for his and the other boys' efforts, which had preserved their numbers. Meanwhile, Miki was engulfed in excitement. This was her first official participation in a zombie extermination mission, embodying the spirit of Wenyashi, the original owner of her current identity. According to the descriptions provided, the scores she obtained would influence future rewards. Thus, the more zombies she eliminated, the more points she would earn. Albeit these points were minuscule compared to the rewards for completing tasks. However, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Miki did not mind this, recognizing that for her current circumstances, more points were undeniably better. Yashi, what are you daydreaming about? Are you hurt? Yuan Inan called out to Miki several times.
Yet.
As the name was not entirely familiar to her, she remained momentarily entranced by her score panel. It was only when Yuan Inan gently tapped her shoulder that Miki finally snapped back to reality. Chapter 022. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 20. Following the sound, the crowd discovered a man, his flesh mangled and bloodied, struggling to pry away a colossal rat that had latched onto him. It was not due to a lack of strength on his part. Rather, the rat was simply immense, larger than a cat, and remarkably swift. Help! Help! The man attempted to call out as he saw others enter, but tragically, the enormous rat severed his trachea before he could cry out for aid. It's too late for him. We must attack that rat and prevent it from injuring anyone else. Although Li Jinran had initially intended to save the man, he recognized the futility of the situation. He decisively commanded the others to launch an assault on the gigantic rodent. However, the rat's speed was astonishing. The group failed to slay the creature and instead toppled several jars and bottles, creating a cacophony that attracted the attention of the zombies outside. Miki had been observing the rat's movements from the back, but regrettably, she could not find a suitable moment to strike. Just then, the man who had been bitten wobbled and stood up again. He was still alive. No, he had transformed into a zombie. The individual on the ground had succumbed to the infection, and it became clear that the rat's abnormal size was due to the virus. Yet, inexplicably, the rat still resembled its former self and had not morphed into a zombie rat. However, being bitten by this mutated beast would still result in zombification. This revelation instilled fear in the students who had initially been eager to hunt down the giant rat. None wished to risk being bitten, uncertain if such an injury would lead to a fate akin to that of a zombie bite. As hesitation spread among the group, the rat grew increasingly audacious, rampaging through the cafeteria. Quick, everyone surround it. Use the tables for protection. Li Jinran urged those nearby. He recognized their fears of infection, but their indecision only seemed to escalate the number of injured. With more people dodging, several were bitten, and their fates remained uncertain, so the wounded were ushered aside. As the ranks thinned, the rat became even more agile, forcing Li Jinran to direct the remaining members to attack. This is not good, Senior Li. Zhou Lei is already mutating from his wounds. Someone suddenly shouted. Li Jinran glanced to the side, and indeed saw the boy who had been bitten earlier convulsing on the floor, a clear sign of impending transformation. Get the nail gun. Attack the rat. I will hold it off. Miki seized a chair and hurled it at the enormous rat. The creature, previously darting about unhindered, was momentarily stunned by the impact of the chair, allowing Li Jinran to seize the opportunity. Hearing the commotion, he prepared his nail gun and fired at the colossal rat. Miki did not relent, continuing to throw chairs. Remarkably, even when she missed, her throws hindered the rat's advance. Wow, Yashi, you're amazing. Go, Yashi. Yuan Inan exclaimed, astonished by her friend's newfound prowess. Encouraged by Miki's ability to slow the rat down, the surrounding individuals began to barricade it with tables. while Li Jinran and a few others armed with nail guns unleashed a relentless barrage. A single strip of nails contained 80 projectiles, and after alternating their shots twice, they finally felled the monstrous rat. Yet, they remained vigilant, striking the rat's head with tables until it lay motionless, its skull reduced to a pulp. Although the immediate threat had subsided, Miki sensed something was amiss. Having realized her eyes could track the rat's swift movements, she had developed a rough understanding of its trajectory, allowing her to land her throws. However, despite her strength being sufficient to lift a chair, her stamina was severely depleted, and a red warning flashed on her wrist, signaling her weakness. If the rat was not eliminated soon, Miki feared she would faint again. "Yashi, you were incredible. How did you manage that?" Yuan Inan was genuinely impressed, never expecting her timid friend to display such capabilities, enthusiastically shaking Miki. Nan, stop shaking me. I'm feeling dizzy." Miki protested, her vision swimming from exhaustion.
Oh,
"I'm so sorry. Are you alright? Maybe you should lie down for a bit," Yuan Inan fretted. At that moment, Miki was the heroine, and upon noticing her fatigue, the others cleared a space for her, hastily constructing a makeshift bed with tables for her to rest. Yet, Miki found herself too weak to stand, even as she attempted to call for Yuan Inan's assistance. Before she could voice her request, she felt herself lifted effortlessly into the air. Turning her gaze, she found Li Jinran cradling her in his arms. Previously, when she had fainted and Yuan Inan mentioned that Li Jinran had carried her away, she had been oblivious.
now.
Being held in the arms of such a handsome boy made her cheeks flush with warmth. "Rest for a moment. The rest of you, check for injuries. Those who are unscathed, follow me to search for food and supplies." After ensuring Miki was comfortable, Li Jinran began instructing those around him to seek provisions, which had been the primary purpose of their visit to the cafeteria. Upon hearing the call for food and supplies, the crowd sprang into action, leaving Yuan Inan to tend to Miki. "Miki, you should really go find food. I'll be fine resting here for a while," Miki urged. "Are you really okay?" Yuan Inan looked around, noting the dim lighting, as many had taken the illumination sources to search for food. She was aware that Yashi was also afraid of the dark. "I assure you I'll be fine. Just go find something to eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry, and food will help me regain my strength." "Alright, I'll go. You stay here, and if anything happens, just call for me." Yuan Inan felt reassured by Miki's coherent words, a stark contrast to her panic state when the zombies had first appeared. Seeing Miki in such form, Yuan Inan felt a sense of comfort and quickly joined the others in the search for sustenance. Chapter 023. Senior. "Please do not delay my escape." 21. Miki gently closed her eyes. In this dark place, the distinction between opening and closing them was negligible, allowing her to rest more quietly. Yet, as the surroundings plunged into complete darkness, Miki suddenly realized that she possessed certain advantages in the night. The light emanating from the signal-like mark on her wrist was her beacon. Although others could not perceive this faint luminescence, she could, and it was sufficient to illuminate her immediate vicinity. In a realm devoid of light, this ability would prove invaluable, while others remained blind. She could perceive more than the average individual. Undoubtedly, this presented a significant advantage if anyone attempted to approach her with ill intentions. Thanks to this ability, even after Yuan Inan had departed, Miki could still discern her surroundings, alleviating her fear. It also afforded her a moment to recuperate from her earlier exertion. After scanning the area and finding no anomalies, she finally allowed her eyes to flutter shut, seeking a state of relaxation that might expedite her recovery. "Have something to eat." Just as Miki drifted into a hazy state between wakefulness and slumber, a voice broke through, accompanied by a hand that partially lifted her, offering a biscuit to her lips. Startled, she opened her eyes to meet the dark gaze of Li Xuezhang. "Miki," she called out, her tone imbued with a hint of emotion. She was aware that this was merely a remnant of the original owner's consciousness, manifesting in her semi-conscious state. "Thanks to you, we managed to minimize our losses against that gigantic rat. Your judgment was remarkably accurate." From his earlier observation of Miki's deftness in throwing the stool, Li Jiran had discerned that her precision was not simply due to speed, but rather her ability to anticipate the rat's movements. She did not wait for it to dart past before acting. Instead, she preemptively obstructed its path, necessitating a keen sense of foresight. Though Li Jiran could not fathom how she achieved such accuracy, her foresight had granted them a prime opportunity to act, ultimately keeping casualties to a minimum as they vanquished the beast.
First, eat something.
The water is heating up. Soon you shall take a warm bath and apply a hot water bag. You exerted yourself throwing the stool earlier, and if you do not tend to it, you will surely suffer from muscle soreness tomorrow. Miki paused. Within the memories of the original Yuwenzi, Li Jiran had never spoken to her with such gentleness. However, she quickly shook her head internally. She was here to survive, with a multitude of tasks awaiting her. Such thoughts were not her concern now. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement to Li Jiran's suggestion, recognizing its merit for her recovery. After all, she needed to escape, and neglecting her restoration was not an option. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure in their endeavor. Death in this world held little consequence. At worst, points would be deducted, but she had none to spare. Even without penalties, failing to complete her tasks meant she could not exchange them for life, leaving her with the same fate: death. Thank you, Senior Li. I shall rest for a moment, and I can manage on my own. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Miki reached for the biscuit Li Jiran had offered. Eat quickly. It is best not to move your arm too much now, otherwise, you may find it difficult to raise it tomorrow. Before Li Jiran could finish a sentence, Miki grimaced. Indeed, he was right. She felt the soreness in her arm already. His fingers, long and deft, applied just the right amount of pressure, causing her heart to race and her thoughts to momentarily falter. Whether it was a psychological effect or something miraculous, Miki genuinely felt her arm improving. Thank you, Senior Li, she murmured, lowering her head in gratitude as she took small bites of the biscuit. After a prolonged period of massage, Li Jiran finally released her arm.
For now, that will suffice.
Eat a bit more. The water should be nearly ready. I will fetch Yuan Inan. As she watched Li Jiran's retreating figure, an indescribable sensation welled up within Miki. Glancing at her arm, she noted that, although still uncomfortable, she could at least lift it now after the massage. When Yuan Inan arrived, she found Miki nibbling on a biscuit, a curious expression crossing her face before she broke into a knowing smile.
Ah, so it was Senior Li.
I wondered why he personally came to summon me to care for you. He had already visited. Understood. Here, drink some water. We've just boiled it. Since you played a crucial role today, let us wash up first.
Can you stand?
As Yuan Inan handed Miki a bottle of mineral water, she inquired. Miki took a sip, swallowed the biscuit and nodded. After finishing their meal, they proceeded to clean themselves. To Miki's surprise, Li Jiran returned, instructing Yuan Inan on how to assist with her massage. It was not until Li Jiran departed for rest that Yuan Inan regarded Miki with a teasing expression. Yashi, I believe you need not feel disheartened any longer. It seems Senior Li has developed a newfound appreciation for you. There may yet be a chance for you too. Yes. Yashi, I know. We shall successfully navigate this situation. Once we have replenished our strength, we will seek an opportunity to leave. As they conversed, an unexpected voice interjected. Do you wish to leave? Chapter 024. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 22. Miki swiftly turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a somewhat unfamiliar male student, seemingly of the same grade as Miki and Yuan Inan. I miss my parents too, but it's perilous outside. A moment's carelessness could lead to being bitten and turned into a monster. Look here, we have food and drink. Just behind us, I found numerous bags of rice and potatoes, along with some other vegetables. Unfortunately, the meat that wasn't stored in the freezer has been gnawed by rats. Otherwise, we could have had more meat. Listening to the other's advice, Miki glanced a bit further away and noticed a few individuals trying to persuade others, one of whom was relatively close, and she vaguely overheard them discussing a rescue. It seemed to her that these individuals were likely the same ones who had previously urged Wenyashi to stay. Perhaps Wenyashi was even one of them, trying to convince some who wished to escape to remain. When Miki received her mission, she could only discern the general trajectory of the original host's actions, her mission objectives, and the acquaintances she had before arriving. Everything else had to be explored gradually after her arrival. Hence, Miki understood that the original host, Wenyashi, had chosen to stay, resulting in Yuan Inan, who also wished to escape, remaining behind as well. Yet, she was oblivious to the other reasons that compelled Wenyashi, aside from her timidity,
to stay.
It appeared that the original host had either been swayed by such persuasion or, being inherently timid, had opted for a more cautious approach to survival given the circumstances. Yuan Yinan looked at Miki and asked, Yashi? She had intended to escape together as previously agreed. Yet she understood how timid Wenyashi was. Perhaps today, from her perspective, Wenyashi's behavior was already quite astonishing. But the thought of actually escaping still filled Yuan Yinan with concern. Miki, who had been contemplating the preceding events, looked up at Yuan Yinan's words and smiled. Nanan, are you afraid? I believe it would be best if you all ceased your persuasion. Those who wish to stay may do so. And those who wish to leave should depart. Isn't that wonderful? Both the boy and Yuan Yinan were taken aback by Miki's words. In truth, the reason the boy had chosen Miki and Yuan Yinan for persuasion was that the original host, Wenyashi, was quite well known in school. Despite her timidity and low profile, she was exceptionally beautiful. Added to that was the incident where she sought help to confess her feelings to Li Jinran, the handsome and capable president of the student council. This event had become widely known throughout the school, and everyone had an impression of Wenyashi. Knowing of Wenyashi's timidity, the boy had approached her for persuasion. But he never anticipated being rejected. Yuan Yinan, who had grown up alongside Wenyashi, was equally astonished. She knew Wenyashi was timid, yet incredibly kind-hearted, almost a saintly figure in a novel. Due to Wenyashi's beauty and timidity, she had often been bullied by other girls, prompting Yuan Yinan to stand up for her, which had forged their close bond. However, Wenyashi's words today were exceptionally reasonable, yet they differed from the overly kind-hearted Wenyashi she knew. This sudden transformation left Yuan Yinan with a profound sense of loss. She felt that this version of Wenyashi could thrive without her care. It was as if her child had grown up overnight, leaving her feeling somewhat superfluous despite her pride. Regardless of Yuan Yinan's feelings, the boy heeded Miki's suggestion, hurriedly turning to pull aside a few others who were also persuading others, whispering to them, Nanan, you should rest for a while. I've been lying down for quite some time. You must be tired too. Miki shifted from her previous position to let Yuan Yinan lie down. I'm fine, Yashi. You should rest. Yuan Yinan insisted. Do not be modest. I have been resting for quite a long time. The two of them exchanged offers for the makeshift bed they had created from tables. At that moment, a figure approached and flopped down onto the spot originally occupied by Wenyashi, exclaiming, I'm exhausted. Looking up, Miki saw that it was a rather plump male student. She recognized him, as he had lagged at the back during their previous escape. And when a zombie had chased them, he had attempted to pull along another girl who was also slow. Had it not been for the quick reaction of a certain boy from Li Jinran's class who had dispatched the zombie, that girl would have been in grave danger. Such individuals. Miki frowned. She found such people utterly detestable. Selfishness is a human trait, and she too calculated the best methods to maximize the chances of survival for herself and Yuan Yinan. However, being human also entails possessing humanity and a moral compass. Though she strategized to minimize their risk during their escape, she always endeavored to reduce casualties among those who acted alongside them. The thought of using others' lives as stepping stones was something Miki found abhorrent. In the cafeteria, there were only fixed tables and chairs, making it impossible for anyone to lie down fully. Most people could only sit on chairs and rest their heads on the tables. Miki, having exhausted herself fighting the enormous rats, had created a makeshift bed from stacked tables for her own rest.
Now,
as she intended to offer Yuan Yinan a chance to lie down, this plump boy had swiftly taken advantage of their politeness. Miki turned the curtain rod in her hand and poked the boy's arm with the end. Get up. The boy, seemingly unfazed, merely rolled over, presenting his back to Miki and Yuan Yinan, displaying an attitude of indifference. Get up or else. Don't blame me for being forceful. Chapter 25. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. A cry reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered resonated within the cafeteria, drawing the attention of those who were resting with their heads on the tables. The portly boy tumbled off the table, his hands clutching his swollen face. Why you? How dare you hit me, he stammered, his already round visage now looking grotesquely akin to a pig's head due to the recent altercation with Miki. I had already instructed you to rise. Since you seem incapable of comprehending human speech, I must resort to this, Miki declared, raising her fist. Despite her diminished stamina due to certain limitations, her strength was considerable. In her youth, Miki had spent 2 years working at a martial arts gym after just reaching adulthood. Unfortunately, when the gym relocated to a distant area, she could not find another job in time, leading her to abandon her training, a decision she regretted, having gained much from her experiences there. Nevertheless, while she might struggle against a skilled opponent, dealing with a corpulent lad who clearly lacked physical activity and was at the rear of the escape line was an effortless task for her. The boy's lamentations roused the others, who expressed concern that such noise might attract the zombies lurking outside. As anticipated, the sound of the cafeteria doors being battered soon echoed through the space. Li Jinran approached, first glancing at the boy's swollen face before addressing those nearby about the need to clear the zombies at the entrance. I apologize, Miki said to Li Jinran, not having expected the boy's cries to be so piercing. She had merely intended to teach him a lesson, not inflict serious harm. He hadn't even bled. Feeling embarrassed by the commotion, she nonetheless acknowledged the responsibility she bore for the situation. After slinging her bag over her shoulder, she declared, I will assist in clearing the zombies, and with a playful wink at Yuan Yinan, added, you take a rest for now. Yuan Yinan, still in a daze, could hardly fathom that her friend, Wenyashi, would resort to violence, despite the boy's deserving nature. Earlier, she had witnessed the boy pulling a girl, a classmate of hers, to shield himself from the zombies, and she harbored a strong dislike for him. This particular seat had been arranged for her friend Wenyashi, who had previously helped fight off a rat, and now, with this brazen individual occupying it, Yuan Yinan felt a surge of anger. However, she could never have anticipated Wenyashi's readiness to strike. As she watched Miki's retreating figure, Yuan Yinan's initial pride in her friend's growth began to morph into something more complex. Miki had now joined Li Jinran and the others at the cafeteria entrance. The windows here were notably high, reinforced with bars due to a prior significant theft at the school cafeteria, making it difficult for zombies to break through. As the door was pounded violently, everyone scrambled to find objects to brace it, while others began opening side windows to attack the approaching zombies with a nail gun. The nail gun proved invaluable, facilitating long-range assaults. Miki, being more agile than the other boys, climbed onto the table, opting not to use her electric nail gun to conserve ammunition. Instead, she employed a modified curtain rod to hook the zombies' clothing, effectively pinning them in place. Understanding her strategy, Li Jinran quickly aimed and eliminated a zombie with her nail gun. One by one, the group collaborated with Miki, taking down zombies until silence finally enveloped the area outside. Well done, Li Jinran remarked, gazing up at Miki. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. And it is hard not to notice when Yashi's transformation. You all should rest now. I will take a moment longer, Miki declared, feeling exasperated by her own fatigue. Even a slight exertion left her drained, compelling her to sit on the windowsill. Li Jinran gestured for the others to depart while she continued to gaze at Miki, who felt a touch awkward under her scrutiny. You've worked hard. If you're too exhausted, I can come to get you down, Li Jinran offered, preparing to climb onto a nearby seat. Instantly, Miki recalled the previous instance of being swept off her feet and waved her hands in protest. No, that's unnecessary. Ah, she exclaimed as she suddenly felt herself plummeting. In a panic, she instinctively shielded her head, desperate to avoid injury. She had no desire to meet her demise before completing her mission. To her surprise, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, she found herself securely caught, opening her eyes to see Li Jinran grinning mischievously. I told you I would catch you. There was no need to rush down. After Miki had been safely set down, Li Jinran cautiously flexed her wrist, having felt a slight strain when catching Miki. A frown crossed her face, indicating she was not entirely well. Not wishing to appear dramatic, Miki ascended, quickly pulling Yuan Yinan's arm, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 26. Senior, please do not hinder my escape. 24. As sleep enveloped her, Yuan Yinan slowly opened her eyes and turned to her side, observing the serene breathing of Miki beside her. Yuan Yinan gently tucked the stray strands of hair behind Miki's ear. This gentle demeanor of Wenyashi was something she had never witnessed throughout her life. Yet, despite recalling memories from their childhood, those shared secrets that only they knew, Wenyashi's current behavior felt unfamiliar to Yuan Yinan. With a delicate tug on the blanket covering Miki, Yuan Inan inched closer, before once again closing her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Miki awoke feeling as though she had sprawled out in an awkward manner, only to find the space beside her entirely vacant. Sitting up and scanning her surroundings, she spotted Yuan Inan resting at the table. A pang of guilt washed over her. Her poor sleeping posture had inadvertently pushed Yuan Inan away. Nanan, come back up and sleep a little longer, Miki said, patting Yuan Inan to beckon her return. Yashi, you're awake. I've been awake for a while, but seeing everyone else still asleep, I didn't want to disturb them. Yuan Inan replied with a smile. Let us prepare breakfast. Miki proposed. Yashi, when did you learn to cook? Yuan Inan expressed her surprise at Miki's suggestion. The Yashi she knew could barely manage boiling water, let alone cooking a proper meal. No, I meant I'll assist you and you can do the cooking. Miki clarified, recalling that the original Yashi was notorious for causing culinary disasters every time she entered a kitchen, leading her parents to abandon any hope of cultivating her cooking skills. In contrast, Yuan Inan had a different story. Her parents were not adept in the kitchen, and from a young age, she had learned to cook from Miki's mother, displaying remarkable talent. Miki's mother often joked that Yuan Inan must have been switched at birth, for she was the true daughter of their family. Of course, it was all in jest. Yet it demonstrated Yuan Inan's culinary prowess, while the original Yashi served as a cautionary tale. Upon hearing Miki's words, Yuan Inan nodded, albeit with lingering trepidation. Yashi, just to be clear, you can help, but absolutely no knives or fire. Miki, recalling the memories of the original Yashi's kitchen mishaps, couldn't help but stick out her tongue. The destruction she could wreak was indeed formidable, which explained Yuan Inan's astonishment at the prospect of cooking. However, due to her family circumstances, Miki had been responsible for preparing meals since elementary school. Over the years, she had even worked in restaurants, honing her skills to a remarkable level. If there were no familiar faces around, perhaps she could indulge her culinary talents. Yet, with someone who knew the original Yashi's dismal cooking abilities present, Miki felt it best to feign ignorance. Rest assured, Nanan. I'll just help with washing and prepping the vegetables, Miki assured, patting her chest. All right, let us head over. Meanwhile, in another area, Li Jinran and his companions rested. Hearing the commotion, they quickly opened their eyes in alertness, only to see Yuan Inan and Yashi approaching from a distance. A sense of relief washed over them. Yet curiosity lingered as to what the two were doing. Senior Li, I apologize if we disturb your rest, Yuan Inan said hastily upon noticing their attention. What are you two planning to do? If you need to use the restroom, you should exit through the back door. It's right across. But we didn't have time to clear that area yesterday, and the iron gate remains unguarded, making it dangerous to venture there now. Very well. Thank you both. Breakfast will be simple. By the way, do you know how to steam buns? I plan to clear the back door in the next couple of days and then leave. Li Jinran remarked. Senior Li, when do we depart? Miki suddenly inquired, having remained silent until now. Taking Yuan Inan with her to locate the rescue team was her paramount mission. Completing it would grant her peace of mind. Hence her keen interest in Li Jinran's mention of their departure. It depends on the status of the surrounding zombie situation. No later than this week, he replied. Miki nodded, wanting to gauge the timeline to better plan her own actions. After exchanging a few more words, Miki and Yuan Inan made their way to the kitchen. The ingredients gathered by everyone the previous day had been carefully sorted and stored, either in cabinets or covered with large bowls to prevent any rodents from ruining them. As Miki and Yuan Inan busied themselves with the food preparation, others began to awaken and joined in to assist. Before long, breakfast was prepared. Despite their late arrival the previous night, everyone had managed to find some items that could be eaten without cooking. It had been several days since they had enjoyed a warm meal, and even though this breakfast was modest compared to what they were accustomed to, everyone devoured it with enthusiasm. After we finish eating, let us take a short break before heading out to clear the zombies at the back door. There shouldn't be many zombies here, but we need to secure the back first and close the iron gate to ensure safety when using the restroom, Miki stated. The necessities of life, eating, drinking, and relieving oneself, were imperative, and regardless of whether they stayed for a day or 3, the restroom situation needed resolution. There were no objections. All were prepared to tackle the zombies. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a throat clearing echoed through the air. which everyone recognized as the noise made by zombies undergoing transformation. However, despite their vigilance, nothing seemed amiss, yet the sound was undeniably close. Everyone be cautious. I don't know, help us suddenly. A shorter male student, who had been warning others, was cut off, and the scent of blood rapidly filled the air. At that moment, Miki and Yuani Nan were in the kitchen, washing dishes with a few other girls when they heard the commotion outside. Miki, being closest to the door, leaned out to see what was happening, only to witness a male student being bitten, blood gushing from his neck. The assailant was none other than the chubby boy who had jostled her at the table the previous night. Chapter 027, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 25. The rotund individual who attempted to seize a table last night had previously fled from the main teaching building to the cafeteria. Due to his considerable girth and lack of physical conditioning, he struggled to run and nearly fell victim to a zombie, even trying to drag a nearby girl to her doom in his desperation. Subsequently, he unreasonably sought to take a seat, prompting Michi to intervene and teach him a lesson. Unbeknownst to the portly man, even though he had evaded a zombie bite, he had inadvertently been pricked by a decorative item on the girl's clothing during the scuffle. At that very moment, a male classmate of Li Jinran noticed the situation and rushed to save the girl, using a nail gun to strike the zombie. The creature's bodily fluids sprayed forth, splattering the girl's attire and the man's hand. Had he not pulled the girl, he would not have sustained the injury, though minor. The wound had yet to heal when the virus entered his system. The minute size of the wound made it undetectable during yesterday's examination, and since the infection was minimal, it only manifested at this moment. Upon discovering the fat zombie, the crowd surged forward, prepared to attack. Strangely, after his transformation, the once sluggish man now exhibited a speed far exceeding that of the typical zombies they had encountered. The once clumsy figure had morphed into a surprisingly agile creature. Do not let him touch you. Use poles to keep him at bay. Just as the warning was uttered, another victim emerged, revealing not only the transformed fat man, but also another zombie that had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Everyone had been so focused on the fat zombie that they failed to notice others had also been infected and had now turned. Consequently, this new zombie bit another individual, who was alarmingly close to Li Jinran. Michi, witnessing the creature lunging at Li Jinran from behind, rushed forward, abandoning the unwashed dishes, and seized a curtain rod to jab at the zombie's eyes. However, in her haste, she was on the verge of colliding with another recently bitten zombie. Meanwhile, the agile fat zombie succumbed under the relentless assault of the surrounding individuals. Although the fat zombie displayed enhanced agility, it remained mindless, charging instinctively, allowing the group to quickly discern its patterns and ultimately vanquish it. As relief washed over them, concern began to set in. The small size of the wounds suggested a longer incubation period, making detection difficult. Suspicion filled the air, as everyone cast wary glances at one another, fearful of the potential emergence of another zombie. Silence enveloped the group. None truly believed they were infected. In the ensuing 2 days, the camaraderie that had once flourished began to dissipate. Each individual distanced themselves, avoiding contact with anyone except for those they implicitly trusted. Although the surrounding area had been reasonably cleared, the atmosphere reminiscent of their time in the teaching building had vanished. When Yashi, you, and Yuaninan should join me for a meeting shortly. I plan to embark on an escape tomorrow. During a break, Li Jinran approached Michi. Their collaboration had grown increasingly seamless over the past few days, and they had observed a transformation in the timid Wenyashi, who, despite her limited stamina, had become unexpectedly adept at strategizing and coordinating attacks. Li Jinran knew they, too, intended to leave the school, hence her invitation to Michi. However, the 3 individuals had since transformed into zombies, one of whom had nearly lost its head from a bite. Li Jinran revealed that those 3 had shown no regard for the survival of others in the main teaching building, and during their confrontation, she had seized their car keys. Unaware that the keys were no longer on their persons, the trio arrived at the parking lot only to find them missing. Their intrinsic selfishness led to mutual blame, and in the ensuing chaos, they were ambushed by zombies, failing to escape, a fitting consequence for their actions. Thus, the car keys were now in Li Jinran's possession, and they merely needed to locate the corresponding vehicle. Over the past 2 days, the clearing of zombies had served dual purposes. ensuring a safer stay in the cafeteria and searching for a vehicle. With the keys in hand, the vehicle was swiftly located. Indeed, it was robust, yet only one existed. To accommodate more individuals, they would need to seek additional vehicles. On this day, while venturing out, Michi fortuitously discovered a set of car keys on a teacher who had succumbed to zombification. Upon inspecting the parking lot, they found it belonged to a 7-seater vehicle. With a bit of crowding, it could accommodate more passengers, and as the number of those preparing to escape swelled to around 15 or 16, 2 vehicles would suffice. As time progressed, they noticed that the zombies appeared to be somewhat more agile than before, necessitating a prompt departure. Michi sought out Yuan Yinan to discuss the plans for their escape, a matter she had long held in her thoughts. For only by ensuring Yuan Yinan's safe exit from the school and arrival at a secure location could her mission be deemed successful. However, one thing Michi had not anticipated was that, despite the number of escapees being several times greater than during the original protagonist's tenure, many still hesitated to join the exodus, missing an opportunity to find more vehicles. Yuan Yinan was currently assisting in the kitchen, having become the primary cook due to her culinary skills. As Michi approached the kitchen door, she overheard voices within. "Yinan, it's perilous outside. Perhaps we should stay. After all, with only 2 vehicles, it will be cramped for all of you. Wouldn't it be wiser to wait for those who escaped to send help?" Chapter 28. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. Originally, Mickey had come to summon Yuan Yinan to a meeting to discuss their departure from the school the following day. However, as she approached the kitchen door, ready to call out to Yuan Yinan, she overheard someone attempting to persuade her to stay. This was unacceptable. Setting aside her knowledge of future developments, Mickey recalled that in her previous life, a group of individuals had also attempted to escape. They had learned via the radio that these individuals had been saved, yet no rescue had arrived for those who remained behind. Furthermore, the number of survivors from her past life had dwindled, implying that the remaining individuals had access to more provisions, allowing them to endure for a longer period. Nonetheless, even with these advantages, they had not survived until the arrival of rescuers. This indicated that there were certainly unknown occurrences impacting those who stayed behind. At present, aside from Mickey, who had traversed time to undertake a mission and possessed a general understanding of the trajectory of events, no one else knew what the future held. Thus, she could not inquire of others. Because of this, she had previously suggested to Li Jinran that they should encourage more individuals to escape together, as this would enhance their chances of survival. However, Li Jinran had countered her proposal. He had even demonstrated this by attempting to persuade someone who wished to remain. The individual had accused him of wanting to escape while dragging them along as scapegoats. Mickey nodded in acknowledgement, understanding Li Jinran's point. Everyone held different thoughts and took varying actions, ultimately leading to consequences dictated by their own choices. Take the original owner, Wenyashi, for example. She was not entirely devoid of the ability to flee. Yet, her lack of courage had led her to remain until she ultimately became a burden to her friend, prompting her regret. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, that had been her choice. Now, Mickey was tasked with fulfilling the decision that the original owner had failed to make. According to the regulations, the original owner had not contributed nothing. She had to offer something in exchange for someone to fulfill her desires, though Mickey was unaware of the specifics. She knew it would not be easy. Had Wenyashi made bolder choices earlier, even if she had ultimately succumbed to a zombie bite, she likely would not have felt such profound regret. Consequently, Mickey ceased to mention persuading more people to leave. Whether one chose to remain or depart, these were personal decisions, and individuals must ultimately take responsibility for their choices. Nonetheless, for both personal and altruistic reasons, Mickey had to ensure that Yuan Yinan left with her. Upon hearing someone dissuade Yuan Yinan from leaving, Mickey halted in her tracks. She nodded outside. Indeed, it was Yuan Yinan, aside from Wenyashi. She was not easily swayed by others. However, given that Wenyashi had recently flourished in front of Senior Li, it was uncertain whether she would care for Yuan Yinan upon departure. Mickey mused that one must assess matters independently. Relying on others was unwise, as one's fate lay firmly within their own grasp. Look at our situation. We have food and drink, while the outside world is fraught with peril. Even if Wenyashi is so close to you, would she not inform someone to rescue you if she were to leave? Why should you risk your safety alongside her? Moreover, With Wenyashi's newfound prowess, following her would only be a burden. While the preceding remarks may not have affected Yuan Inan, the final statement compelled her to pause her tasks. Indeed, Wenyashi had grown increasingly formidable. There were occasions when she had to heed Wenyashi's directives, and it seemed that, at some point, she had become superfluous. Wenyashi was no longer the fragile sister who had once leaned on her. Now, following Wenyashi felt like a liability. Just this morning, when they had ventured to the parking lot, Yuan Inan had nearly been captured by a zombie, only to be saved by Wenyashi's swift intervention. Yet, Wenyashi had nearly been bitten herself, and it was Senior Li's rapid response that had ensured their safety. Reflecting on this, Yuan Inan could not help but feel that she had become a hindrance to Wenyashi. Yuan Inan fell silent, lost in thought, as she grappled with her feelings of unease. Throughout her life, she had always cared for Wenyashi. This dynamic had been her norm. Thus, the current situation left her feeling disoriented, even questioning her role in Wenyashi's life. She had lost her identity as the protective sister. Meanwhile, the other girl, observing Yuan Inan's silence, turned back to her work, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Her intention to keep Yuan Inan behind was not born out of genuine concern for her well-being. Rather, it stemmed from Yuan Inan's exceptional culinary skills, which surpassed even those of her own mother. If Yuan Inan were to leave with Wenyashi, who would assume the responsibility of cooking? The boys could not be relied upon, and the remaining girls were already few in number. In times of disaster, girls, due to their relatively lesser confidence and physical strength, faced higher mortality rates. Currently, the number of surviving girls was limited, and only a handful possessed the ability to cook. Among them, Yuan Inan was the finest cook. Upon realizing that Yuan Inan intended to depart, the girl began contemplating how to persuade her to stay. Initially, she had thought that Wenyashi's timid nature would prevent her from considering escape. However, in recent days, everyone's perception of Wenyashi had undergone a dramatic transformation. Thus, the girl decided to take advantage of this shift. Since Wenyashi had become so formidable, the once overprotective Yuan Inan now appeared less robust by comparison. Seizing the opportunity while Yuan Inan and Wenyashi were apart, the girl resolved to thoroughly convince Yuan Inan to remain. Having spoken her piece, she noted Yuan Inan's wavering resolve, feeling a swell of satisfaction. Mickey stood outside, listening intently to the conversation within, her expression unchanged, yet a faint smile graced her lips. Initially, she had believed that the students at school were quite united, contrasting sharply with the dark depictions of human nature found in the apocalyptic novels she had read. However, it seemed she had underestimated humanity's complexities. With newfound determination, Mickey lifted her chin, masking her emotions, and stepped into the kitchen, calling out, "Inan, it's time to go. We have a meeting to discuss our departure." Upon entering, she glanced at Yuan Inan and then directed her gaze toward the girl nearby. "Yashi, I wish to discuss something with you," Yuan Inan said, her face suddenly clouded with a look of conflict as she noticed Mickey's presence. Chapter 29, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 27. Mickey could discern that Yuan Inan, who had mentioned a matter to discuss, wore an expression of deep conflict. If that were the case, there might still be a way. Mickey feigned ignorance and nodded towards Yuan Inan, inquiring, Nan, what is it you wish to say?" Yuan Inan instinctively glanced at the girl who had previously encouraged her, and Mickey followed suit. The girl, who had been signaling Yuan Inan, quickly pretended to be busy when she noticed Mickey's gaze. "Yashi, let us speak outside." Yuan Inan tugged at Mickey, indicating they should converse outside the kitchen. "All right, we need to head to the meeting anyway, so let us talk as we walk," Mickey replied. Recently, they had unlocked the back door of the cafeteria, which allowed them to secure the main entrance, creating an additional area, the school's public restroom. Although the restroom was devoid of facilities, the changing area was equipped with benches, providing a place to rest. Thus, those assigned to clear the zombies outside could take breaks in the restroom. This space primarily served as a resting area for Li Jinran and her group, as well as Mickey and Yuan Inan. As they walked, Yuan Inan observed Mickey, noting her expression was rather unremarkable. They soon reached a secluded spot and halted. "Yashi, I have something to discuss with you." "Yes, what is it?" Mickey responded. Nan, we have grown up together, akin to sisters. At the onset of this calamity, without you, I might not have survived. Thus, there is nothing we cannot share. Your hesitance is evident. Please, speak freely. Mickey seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts directly, gazing innocently at Yuan Yinan. Yuan Yinan's internal struggle was exacerbated by the earlier comment from the girl about being a burden, which instigated doubts in her mind. In the past, she had often encouraged the timid Yashi to be strong, and now it seemed Yashi had strived to become more capable because of her. Yet here she was, merely pacing in place, consumed by trivial thoughts of Yashi no longer needing her.
Nan?
Mickey continued to scrutinize Yuan Yinan's expression, knowing from her experience in the service industry that she could read people's attitudes well. Sensing a shift in Yuan Yinan's demeanor, she called out to her. Mickey smiled at Yuan Yinan, grasping her hand as they moved toward Li Jinran and the others. Their plans were straightforward. That night, they intended to escape under the cover of darkness when the zombies were quiet. The sound of their vehicle would serve to divert some zombies, and thus, those remaining were eager to assist in drawing the undead's attention away during their initial departure. Li Jinran had already coordinated with some of those staying behind regarding the plan. Now, it was time to discuss with Mickey and the others the specific route and formation for their escape, as well as the responsibilities each person would undertake. Once everything was arranged, Mickey and Yuan Yinan returned to the kitchen to assist. This time, Mickey ensured that Yuan Yinan would not be left alone. Having just solidified her resolve, she could not allow anyone to take advantage of that. Therefore, Mickey stayed close, and together they worked swiftly. As the group prepared to depart, they took the opportunity to rest, knowing they would leave at night and needed to conserve their energy. The day of their escape from the school had finally arrived, and Mickey felt a flutter of excitement. Successfully fleeing would mean she had completed half of her mission. The remaining half involved safely guiding Yuan Yinan to the rescue team and, ideally, reuniting her with her parents. However, these were not explicit requirements. Escaping the school and finding the rescue team would suffice for total completion. Is everyone ready? Let us depart according to the formation we arranged yesterday. Li Jinran announced, having ensured her nail gun was reloaded with fresh ammunition. She turned to the group preparing to leave. Li Jinran nodded, glancing at Mickey. Yashi, you will follow behind me and provide cover. Over the past few days, whenever Mickey joined the group, Li Jinran had assigned her to stay close, which had fostered a seamless collaboration. All right, no problem, Mickey replied, tugging at Yuan Yinan's sleeve. Nan, you'll be in the middle. Keep an eye on the zombies around us, and take care of yourself. Yuan Yinan was positioned in the center of the formation, a secure spot as it was surrounded by others. She would only be threatened if a gap appeared. Although she was no longer the true Yashi, she now enjoyed the closeness of friendship that Yuan Yinan provided. In her previous life, Mickey had few friends beyond her family, burdened by numerous responsibilities that left little time for socializing. As Yashi, Yuan Yinan had become Mickey's first genuine friend, and she treasured this bond, wishing for Yuan Yinan not to meet a tragic end. Fear not, Yashi, I'll keep watch over the area beside you, Yuan Yinan assured Mickey. Understanding her role in the formation, she knew Mickey entrusted her to guard their rear, which brought her comfort. Since we are ready, let us set forth, Li Jinran declared, raising her hand to signal the group's departure. Onward. Chapter 030. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 28, a total of 15 individuals, led by Li Jiran, cautiously made their way towards the parking lot. They had considered bringing the vehicle closer to the cafeteria for convenience, enabling them to carry more provisions. However, the sound of the engine would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies, and there were still numerous individuals waiting for rescue at the cafeteria. If they were to start the vehicle and prepare for escape, the situation could quickly become perilous, rendering their previous efforts to clear the area of zombies futile. Moreover, those who remained might act aggressively if they found themselves in a more threatening scenario. Taking this into account, Li Jiran resolved that each person should carry some food. Yuan Yinan, who was better protected in the middle, along with another girl and a rather slender boy, were tasked with carrying a larger share. They managed to reach the car without incident, but an unexpected event occurred as they were getting in. A zombie suddenly emerged from beneath another vehicle, biting one of their companions on the leg. Fortunately, Mickey reacted swiftly, collaborating with Li Jiran and others to pin the zombie down and neutralize it with a nail gun aimed at its head. Regrettably, the bitten individual was infected, and they had no choice but to leave him behind. As the alert sounded, Mickey breathed a sigh of relief. Now that they had a vehicle, their chances of survival had significantly increased. If they could successfully locate a rescue team or find their parents, she could fulfill the original owner's wishes. Both the original owner, Wenyashi, and the current Mickey knew nothing of the outside world. Wenyashi had perished at the school gate without ever stepping beyond it. The challenges that lay ahead were now Mickey's to confront. Previously, everyone had reported their home addresses to her, and they decided to start with the closest one. If a household had already been abandoned, they would proceed further. The group within the vehicle nodded in agreement, and Mickey concurred. Li Jiran's plan was the most reasonable and ensured a better chance of safety for those escaping. At this moment, Li Jiran pulled out a notebook and addressed the group. I have just reviewed the addresses we submitted, and the nearest one to our school is Chensha's home. We will head there first. Chensha, one of the girls being protected alongside Yuan Yinan, appeared petite and delicate, yet her personality was quite bold. She was among the first to decide to leave. Everyone accepted Li Jiran's decision without objection, and Chensha seemed eager. However, upon arriving at Chensha's residence, they discovered it was already deserted. Although they did not encounter her parents, they received a clear message. A rescue team was stationed in the northern part of the city. It became evident why they had yet to see any rescuers. Their school was situated in the southern region, one of the earliest sites of the outbreak. The rescue team likely prioritized areas with a greater chance of survival to prevent the further spread of the infection. Mickey glanced at Li Jiran, sensing something amiss with this thought. Based on her interactions with him, he did not strike her as the type to abandon others after securing his own safety. So, what caused the rescue team to vanish in the previous timeline? Lost in thought, the vehicle jostled unexpectedly. Mickey, preoccupied with her musings, failed to notice and was suddenly propelled forward, crashing into the seat in front of her. I apologize, she stammered, retreating slightly as she offered her apologies. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself meeting Li Jiran's charming smile.
I do not mind, he replied,
realizing that Li Jiran was seated directly ahead of her. Mickey felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Just as she attempted to distance herself, another abrupt stop sent her crashing against him once more.
Run.
This road is rather peculiar, she exclaimed. The driver, Xue Junfeng, who was in Li Jiran's class, was one of the two individuals with a license to drive. Although Li Jiran also possessed a license, he was responsible for overall coordination, delegating driving duties to Xue Junfeng. Despite the previous bumps, they had been moving forward. But now the vehicle had come to a halt. Zombies began to surround them, some even starting to pound on the windows, yet the car remained stationary. Hearing Xue Junfeng's voice tremble, Li Jiran quickly leaned forward to assess the situation. Through the windshield, he was met with a chilling sight that sent shivers down his spine, causing even the usually composed Li Jiran to pale. Junfeng, reverse. We need to leave this place, he commanded. Chapter 31. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. Surrounding the vehicle, a horde of zombies had gathered, making the task of reversing far more challenging than driving forward. The road had already been riddled with potholes, and now, zombies were pounding on the car. Without the handbrake, the vehicle would likely have been pushed forward. Hearing Li Jiran's command to reverse, Xue Junfeng quickly shifted into reverse. However, due to their position in a depression and the presence of zombies behind them, the car barely budged when he gently pressed the accelerator, even sliding slightly forward. Step on it. We need to leave here quickly, Li Jiran said, his expression grave as he shouted to Xue Junfeng, who was driving. Nodding, Xue Junfeng pressed the accelerator, and at last, the car began to move backward, only to quickly become stuck in another pothole. The muddy terrain caused the wheels to spin helplessly. Meanwhile, the seven-seater vehicle that Mickey and Li Jiran occupied remained stationary due to the pothole. Fortunately, since they were in reverse and the front-wheel drive vehicle's rear wheels were slipping, everyone anxiously watched as Xue Junfeng struggled to free the car. Mickey handed a piece of meat wrapped in plastic to Li Jiran in the front seat. Senior Li, throw this out, preferably towards the front of the car. Understanding her intent immediately, Li Jiran replied, good idea. He loosened the plastic bag, opened the window, and tossed the meat out towards the front. Indeed, the scent of raw flesh invigorated the previously sluggish zombies, causing them to charge towards the vehicle as if under the influence of a stimulant. Lacking intelligence, they inadvertently nudged the car forward. Seizing this opportunity, Xue Junfeng pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle surged out of the pothole, rapidly retreating. Li Jinran cast an apologetic glance at the trembling male classmate in the passenger seat. "I'm sorry, but it seems we can't go to your house." "I understand," he replied, aware that he had been seated in the front for navigation purposes and thus had witnessed everything that transpired. "Since that's the case, let us move on to the next house," Junfeng said, directing the vehicle towards the other car. They inquired about the next destination, the Zhonglei household, only to find that the individual had previously called home from Qinsha's place, but there was no answer, indicating that his family was likely evacuated by rescue teams. Miki then recalled that although mobile signals were scarce, most landline phones remained operational. Why hadn't she thought to call Wenyashi or Yuaninan's homes? Many others also overlooked this, as the prevalence of mobile phones had led many families to forego landlines. However, searching through Wenyashi's memories, Miki remembered that her family did indeed have a landline. Thus, they decided to head to Lu Gang's home next. If they could successfully reach it, those wishing to contact their families could make calls from there. Li Jinran concurred, suggesting that instead of searching for each household individually, they should reach out first to gauge the situation. Both vehicles agreed to this proposition and set off towards Lu Gang's residence. Upon arrival, they found it empty, prompting everyone to begin calling their families or their parents' workplaces. Miki and Yuaninan were no exceptions. To Miki's surprise, Wenyashi's parents and Yuaninan's parents were at Wenyashi's house. The rescue team had indeed visited, but they remained behind, worried for their daughter's safety. They had been gradually dealing with the surrounding zombies while stockpiling food and planned to drive to their daughter's school. Miki finally grasped that even though the original owner of this life, Wenyashi, had not escaped due to fear, and even though Li Jinran's group had managed to flee without calling for help, there should still be some chance for rescue. Why hadn't anyone come? It was clear that the parents, concerned for their children, had rushed towards the school instead. It went without saying that they likely encountered an incident along the way, leaving Wenyashi and Yuaninan without rescue. Miki initially wanted to suggest that Wenyashi's and Yuaninan's parents head directly to the rescue team located in the northern city. Yet, she recalled the previous misfortune that had befallen these two sets of parents. Even with a change of direction, safety could not be guaranteed. Conversely, Li Jinran's team had successfully reached the rescue location and received assistance. It was ultimately better for Wen's and Yuan's parents to remain at home, ensuring a greater chance of survival when they could be found and leave together. After all, Miki had already heard from the trembling boy in the front seat about the terrifying scene they had witnessed earlier. They had encountered a large pit filled with bodies intertwined, with thick tendons connecting to a mass that was no longer recognizable as human, likely a mutated zombie. Li Jinran suspected that this was a variant of the undead, and judging by the scene, the tendons were remarkably strong. Once ensnared, one would be trapped until suffocated or drained of blood by the mutant zombie. It was determined that they would first head to Bao Tianping's home, followed by Wenyashi's and Yuaninan's. This order was established based on proximity, with Miki raising no objections. The others, while envious that they could ascertain their parents' safety, shared a collective excitement, especially Yuaninan, who anticipated reuniting with her parents soon. However, at that moment, Miki's brow furrowed, for just as Li Jinran announced their departure to Bao Tianping's house, the system provided a new alert. Chapter 032, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. Gazing at the task prompt, Miki felt an overwhelming sense of despair. However, this task could not be ignored. According to subsequent instructions, the situation at Bao Tianping's home was exceedingly perilous, and the task bore both rewards and penalties. In other words, this task was imperative. Neglecting it would result in punishment. With no other choice, she mustered her courage and approached the front of the crowd, swiftly locating Bao Tianping. "Senior Bao Tian, do you have a vehicle at home?" she inquired. Bao Tianping held a favorable impression of Miki during their time at school and even on the journey they had just escaped. Her numerous suggestions had alleviated many of their troubles and minimized their losses. Initially, Miki thought that if Bao Tianping's family did not possess a vehicle, she could suggest they first go to Wenyashi and Yuaninan's homes to buy some time. However, since Bao Tianping indeed had two cars, she found herself at a loss for words. Might Yashi be concerned about the vehicle's capacity? At that moment, Li Jiran, who was leading the group, approached upon overhearing their conversation. Let us proceed quickly. We cannot linger here too long, or the zombies that have just been cleared will regroup, and that would be disastrous. Li Jiran nodded. Indeed, let us board the vehicles without delay. No, we cannot go to Senior Bao Tian's house, Miki insisted, grasping Bao Shenping tightly. She fixed her gaze upon him and said, since your family has 2 cars, I can inform your parents to drive to my house for a rendezvous. If that is agreeable? If my family has a car, does that mean I cannot join everyone? You understand my concern for my parents' safety. I would prefer them to wait at home until we arrive, allowing me to rest easy about their well-being, wouldn't you? Indeed, Wenyashi, you are being somewhat unreasonable. Voices around them chimed in, and Miki realized that if their positions were reversed, she, too, would not suggest that her parents meet elsewhere unless a reasonable explanation were provided. Today, did you not see that our vehicle was behind? The reason we retreated from Senior Wang's house was due to an anomaly. I believe the zombies are continuously evolving, and we must seize every moment to locate the rescue team. Miki spoke earnestly, acknowledging the gravity of their situation despite not witnessing it firsthand, as she had gleaned from Li Jiran's account that things were far from simple. However, Bao Shenping found merit in Miki's argument and hesitated. Suddenly, Miki's eyes brightened. Then let us have Senior Bao Tian's parents gather at this Senior's residence. This way, we can assess the situation at this Senior's home without requiring Bao Shenping's parents to travel far. Additionally, if this Senior's household lacked a vehicle, and if his parents were safe, it would be ideal for Bao Shenping's family car to assist them. Wenxiuamai, that is an excellent suggestion. Bao Shenping, please. I genuinely wish to ascertain my parents' safety. The boy turned to Bao Shenping, eager for his response. All right then. I shall make one more call to my parents. Bao Shenping finally acquiesced, and Miki breathed a sigh of relief within. Turning to Li Jiran, Miki said, Senior Li, please lead everyone to the vehicles. I will handle things here. May I borrow the nail gun for now? Go ahead and join them. I will assist in getting everyone onto the vehicles, Li Jiran replied, patting Miki's shoulder before directing the others to move outside. As for Wenyashi, Li Jiran sensed an inexplicable change within her. It seemed that, at some point, she had occupied a part of his heart. When she proposed that seemingly unreasonable idea, his immediate thought had been that she must have valid reasoning. Li Jiran felt somewhat uncharacteristic. Previously, he would maintain a balance within himself, never favoring anyone. Yet, for reasons unknown, his internal scale appeared to be tilting. Miki followed Bao Shenping. The boy and the homeowner Zhang lay upstairs. How strange. Why is no one answering the phone? Bao Shenping dialed his home once again, yet this time, no one picked up. Chapter 033. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 31. Strange? Why is no one answering? I clearly instructed them to wait at home. At this moment, Bao Tianping felt a twinge of anxiety. Senior Bao, don't be anxious. Perhaps your parents are just packing things into the car, preparing for a quick departure once we arrive. Miki hastily reassured him, noticing his troubled expression. Yes, that is possible. Bao Tianping nodded repeatedly. Let us wait a bit longer and try calling again. However, he mused, it's odd that the call isn't connecting. I had spoken to them just earlier. Where could they have gone? He was becoming increasingly restless. Though he had initially assumed they were merely moving items to the car, his repeated calls had gone unanswered. How long does it take for your family to reach the garage? Have you calculated that time? Li Jiran, maintaining his composure, inquired of Bao Tianping. How long have you been trying to call? Try again, they might just be delayed with the moving. Unfortunately, after several more attempts, there was still no response. Miki bit her lip and refrained from further urging him. Yet, seeing the concern in Bao Tianping's eyes, she finally suggested, let us head to Senior Bao's house and check the situation. Perhaps your parents are just waiting in the car, thinking they can leave directly when we arrive. Thank you. Bao Tianping nodded in appreciation to Miki and promptly headed outside. As they descended the stairs to the car, Li Jiran cast a glance at Miki, sensing a hint of worry in her gaze. Indeed, Miki was contemplating that since the system had indicated danger, the situation at Bao Tianping's home was likely more perilous than their journey thus far. To survive in such an environment, One must devise a plan with greater assurance. Li Jiren, what about the kitchen knife we brought earlier? Miki queried, recalling their visit to Qin Sha and Zhang Lei's homes where they had gathered potentially useful tools, including knives that could serve as weapons. It's in the bag by my feet.
Why?
Li Jiren replied, we should take it out shortly, and it would be wise to grab some nails as well. I don't know why, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Ever since the call to Senior Bao's home failed to connect, I can't help but recall the incident when our vehicle was forced to retreat. Li Jiren glanced at Miki and nodded in agreement. Yashi's concerns are valid. It's wise to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. He felt a peculiar sentiment towards Yashi, finding her demeanor agreeable and her words, though at times peculiar, carried an inexplicable correctness. Noticing Miki's brow slightly unfurl, Li Jiren felt a sense of relief wash over him. They drove towards Bao Tianping's residence, and as anticipated, the storm did not materialize. Instead, much like Miki had comforted Bao Tianping, his parents were indeed waiting in the car after moving items downstairs, which explained their lack of response. Upon reuniting with Bao Tianping's parents, they encountered no terrifying zombies, which left Miki questioning the system's assigned mission. There's no danger at all? Why not allow Bao Tianping's family to reunite? This simply doesn't make sense. However, the absence of peril was a blessing, as the Bao family had 2 vehicles. They would travel in one, while the other would be entrusted to Li Jiren, who could drive. Yashi, Yuaninan, and Qin Sha, come with me to the vehicle provided by Bao's family. This way, we can accommodate more supplies and my smaller car is more maneuverable. Li Jiren instructed the 3 girls as they headed towards the other vehicle, still under the supervision of Xue Junfeng. Miki had intended to sit in the back with Yuaninan, but to her surprise, Li Jiren designated her to the passenger seat. Yashi, you sit here. This vehicle has a sunroof, allowing us to stand up and attack if necessary. Given her assigned role, Miki could not decline and settled into the passenger seat. As she took her place, Miki received a system notification of mission failure, resulting in a deduction of 1 point from her score. Considering she had eliminated countless zombies over the past few days to accumulate a mere 1,035 points, the sudden loss of an entire point was disheartening.
Yet,
there was no recourse, regardless of how peculiar the mission was, and despite not perceiving any immediate danger, she had indeed failed to fulfill the task. Nonetheless, a small consolation lay in the fact that they no longer had to cram into a single vehicle, and soon, after a brief visit to Bao Tianping's home, their next destination would be Yashi and Yuan Inan's residences. The 2 homes were nearly adjacent, and she wondered if safely delivering Yuan Inan to her parents would count as completing their mission. Chapter 34, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 32. Miki was oblivious to the number of shots she had fired. Even the nail gun felt slightly hot in her hands. Her arms ached as she leaned wearily against the window, the recent events weighing heavily on her spirit. Initially, the journey had proceeded smoothly, aided by Bao Tianping, a classmate who was familiar with the routes. He had not switched vehicles, allowing them to follow his car. However, they were suddenly besieged by a swarm of zombies. At first, the driver of Bao Tianping's vehicle did not perceive any danger. After all, they had successfully navigated through numerous zombie hordes thus far. Yet this time, the zombies were distinctly different. Not only did they continue to surge towards the vehicle, but they also began to push it forward from the sides and rear. Zombies, by nature, lacked intelligence and acted solely on instinct, which meant that during their escape, they could easily be distracted by noise or decoys. But this time was different. The zombies seemed almost sentient, methodically propelling the vehicle forward. Fortunately, Li Jiren reacted swiftly, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. The zombies, undeterred, continued their assault, prompting Li Jiren to urge Miki to attack and clear the way. The Bao Tianping family, following closely behind, also sprang into action. Meanwhile, Xue Junfeng, driving a 7-seater, recognized the precarious situation. With more people ready to fight and the vehicle being heavier, they quickly freed themselves from the zombies' push. Yet, as they made their way forward, they saw that the SUV that had departed from the school was now precariously teetering on the edge of a deep ditch, its front wheels stuck and the vehicle suspended, threatening to overturn. Although the car was relatively sturdy, the overwhelming number of zombies surrounding it prevented anyone inside from escaping. The group fought desperately against the zombies, hoping to clear a path for the occupants of the trapped vehicle. After all, with multiple cars, losing one would not be catastrophic. A particularly formidable mutant zombie emerged. Its remaining tissues rendered more agile, allowing it to seize nearby targets. They helplessly watched as the vehicle was overturned, and through the windows. The despairing faces of those inside were visible, igniting a sense of powerlessness within them. Miki's heart was heavy. Facing the slow-moving zombies was one challenge. But the emergence of such powerful mutants posed a dire threat to their survival without adequate weaponry. Were the rescue teams also trapped in similar predicaments, explaining their failure to send help? As the situation continued to unfold, Miki realized that while some had been rescued, their journey was fraught with difficulties. Far from the ease she had imagined. This likely explained the absence of further rescue attempts at the school, resulting in the tragic fate of Wenyashi and Yuaninan, who had perished without ever stepping beyond the school gates. "Let us move, follow me," Li Jinran called out from the sunroof, his voice cutting through the grim atmosphere. The group was somber, particularly Bao Shenping, who had lost all his companions from the vehicle he had been in since their departure. His mother comforted him, encouraging him not to despair. As they heard Li Jinran's voice, they turned the car around to follow. Their next destination was naturally the homes of Wenyashi and Yuaninan, with Miki and Yuaninan in Li Jinran's vehicle, which he led. After days of collaboration, Miki and Li Jinran had developed a seamless rapport, and his driving skills ensured they reached their destination swiftly. Chen Sha, sitting nearby, felt a pang of envy. Although her parents had left a note assuring her of their safety, nothing could replace the comfort of being reunited with them.
"Dad, Mom,"
she exclaimed as they arrived. To their surprise, they found a considerable number of zombies at the location. Li Jinran did not stop but maneuvered the car to avoid them while opening the sunroof. Miki and Yuan Inan called out to their respective parents, both of whom lived in modest, low-rise duplex apartments. Soon, the parents emerged onto the balcony, peering down with expressions of relief upon seeing their daughters safe. "Is there an abundance of zombies upstairs?" Miki inquired of Wenyashi's parents. "Understood. Please prepare some longer weapons. The zombies' weakness lies in their brains, and we typically aim for their eyes," Miki directed from the vehicle while continuing her assault on the surrounding zombies with a nail gun. Wenyashi's parents could scarcely believe their eyes. Was this truly their timid daughter, who would tremble at the slightest noise? Faced with such terrifying creatures, she was fighting back. However, there was no time for contemplation. They hastily gathered supplies and prepared long objects as makeshift weapons, making their way down. Following Li Jinran's lead, they circled around to clear some of the zombies at the building's entrance, leaving just enough space for the vehicle to block the entrance while Miki stood atop the car, clearing the way for the parents to descend. Just as they were nearing success in clearing the zombies, a voice rang out from a distance. "Jinran, hurry. We must leave this place." Chapter 035. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 33. Miki stood atop the vehicle, utilizing the skylight to gain a broader perspective. Following the direction of Xue Juanfeng's shout, she spotted a colossal zombie, towering approximately half a head taller than an ordinary one, sprinting towards them with alarming speed. If regular zombies moved at the pace of a leisurely stroll, this formidable creature resembled a sprinter in full throttle. The sheer size of the zombie, coupled with its rapidity, meant that it was nearly upon them the moment Xue Junfeng called out. Miki was startled, yet her own speed was not to be underestimated. She had often trained alone at school during quiet moments, discovering her remarkable swiftness, which afforded her a high degree of precision, particularly when targeting moving entities. Though a flicker of panic arose within her at the sight of such a monstrous and ferocious zombie, she managed to steady her hand, wielding the nail gun with deftness. The weapon shifted angles as she aimed at the rapidly advancing behemoth. However, the creature's velocity was significantly superior to that of typical zombies. Despite Miki's accuracy, her shots failed to strike any vital areas. "Steady yourself. I am going to maneuver the vehicle," Li Jiran observed the formidable zombie with concern. Miki had performed admirably, yet they still had not landed a critical blow on the beast. As Miki continued her assault on the mutated zombie, the surrounding horde began to swell, threatening to overwhelm them. Although they had not encountered any tentacled variants here, the uncertainty of what might emerge loomed large. If the vehicle were to be overturned, their fate would be dire. "No, What about our parents? Mickey interjected. We need to call for help from the seniors over there.
I will hold off the giant zombie.
She dismissed the notion outright. At this critical juncture, with Wenyashi and Yuan Inan's parents descending, their departure would spell calamity for those families. Yashi. Yuan Inan called out anxiously from behind, feeling helpless. Upon witnessing Mickey's bravery in the face of terror, she felt a pang of guilt. Yashi, pass me your nail gun. I'll lower the window just a bit to take aim at the approaching zombie.
All right.
Mickey replied, turning her body. It's in my bag. Grab it yourself. Yuan Inan retrieved the compact nail gun from Mickey's bag and carefully opened a narrow slit in the glass, positioning the gun to attack the encroaching zombie. Yuan Inan. Take this. Be careful not to get hurt, Qinsha chimed in, producing a pair of gloves from her pocket for Yuan Inan. As she was to attack near the window, the danger of a zombie's claw reaching in was significant, thus Qinsha offered an additional layer of protection. With their combined efforts, the surrounding zombies gradually diminished, and at last, the towering creature fell with a resounding thud. Mickey, utterly exhausted, felt the warning signal on her weapon flash red. She was merely holding on by sheer willpower until she could confirm the safe boarding of Wenyashi and Yuan Inan's parents, at which point she collapsed into her seat, barely managing to drift into slumber. Li Jiran closed the skylight and glanced at Mickey. Even in sleep, the radiant glow of the new Yashi captivated his gaze. A stark contrast to the Yashi of old. He shed his coat and draped it over the slumbering Mickey before observing the vehicle carrying the parents of Wenyashi and Yuan Inan. It was a much finer and safer seven-seater business van than their own. The four of them had coordinated well when they descended, the two mothers sheltered within. While the fathers brandished weapons, one facing forward, the other backward, the mothers vigilantly monitoring their surroundings, a well-organized arrangement. Furthermore, Yuan Inan's father's manual cutter was evidently a formidable tool for dispatching zombies, though additional safety measures were warranted. Mr. Wen had already ignited the vehicle, casting a worried glance at his daughter, seemingly unconscious at the window, before meeting Li Jiran's eyes. Li Jiran gestured for him to follow, indicating he should drive in tandem with their vehicle, and then they turned ahead. In the back seat, Yuan Inan and her parents exchanged emotional gestures, tears flowing as they expressed their fervent affection. Meanwhile, Mickey remained lost in deep slumber, her wrist's red warning light gradually shifting to green as her strength replenished. When Mickey finally awakened, they had been driving towards the northern part of the city for some time, having recently moved to a relatively secure location where Yuan Inan switched to her parents' vehicle. Mickey wondered why she had not been called over, even in her stupor. Mr. Wen would surely have wanted to embrace his daughter. Why was she still in Li Jiran's car, and where had Qinsha gone? Awake now? Li Jiran asked with a smile as he observed Mickey's dazed expression scanning her surroundings. Li, where are Inan and Qinsha? Mickey inquired, perplexed. Given that the area was recently cleared and deemed safe, Yuan Inan switched to your family's vehicle to find her parents, he explained. Did my dad not want me to go? Mickey felt a twinge of frustration. She understood why Yuan Inan had not called her over. It was evident that the one residing in Wenyashi's heart was Li Jiran. With both families now safe, Yuan Inan's decision to go alone seemed to create an opportunity for her close friend. However, Mr. Wen ought to have fetched his daughter as well. Why had he left her behind? It was my decision to keep you here. There are already 5 people in their vehicle, and they are carrying quite a bit of gear in the back. It would be cramped if you joined them. Besides, you are my assistant. Without you, how can we pave the way as vanguards? Chapter 036. Senior, please don't delay my escape. Li Jiran spoke with great seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest, to the extent that Mickey almost believed in her own significance. Noticing Mickey's reluctance to inquire further, a flicker of triumph crossed Li Jiran's eyes. After much persuasion, and with Yuan Inan's assistance, he had finally managed to keep Wenyashi in his car. It seemed that only in her presence could he find solace, a realization that Li Jiran himself had not anticipated. When Wenyashi's father approached to transfer her to another vehicle, Li Jiran felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, recognizing that Wenyashi had become an indispensable part of his life. In the ensuing time, although Li Jiran feigned a need for Mickey's assistance, the truth was that with fewer homes to inspect, the inherent dangers had significantly diminished. Mickey understood that even without her, Li Jiran possessed the capability to navigate through the chaos, her presence in the car serving merely as occasional support. However, aware that she was not truly Wenyashi, she sought to limit interactions with Wenyashi's parents to avoid revealing her true identity. Moreover, the vehicle was already quite full, so she decided against further involvement, as her mission remained incomplete. During their journey, she checked the system's notifications, receiving an additional reward for safely escorting Wenyashi and Yuan Inan's parents. Yet the primary mission remained unfulfilled. She must ensure their safe arrival at the rescue team. Heading north of the city, their destination was somewhat distant from their school, essentially requiring a traverse through the city that would take approximately an hour and a half, assuming no traffic delays. The rescue team had managed the situation commendably, responding promptly, but they seemed unprepared for the rapid spread of the virus. Consequently, while there were no casualties among the group, their vehicles had sustained considerable damage. "We need to find new vehicles," Li Jiran stated, surveying the remaining cars. Of the initial two that departed from the school, one had already been overturned, leaving only a 7-seater, whose windows were cracked and body marred. If they encountered a horde of zombies, their situation would be dire. As for the others, aside from the vehicle driven by Wen's father, the two cars that emerged from Bao Tianping's home were in equally poor condition. The recent damage stemmed from their low fuel levels. Should they run out of gas mid-journey, their fate would be sealed. Thus, under the guidance of Wen's father, they headed toward a gas station. Unexpectedly, they encountered a mutated zombie at the station. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, and though the vehicle was severely damaged, everyone emerged unscathed.
Now,
seeking a relatively safe location to regroup, Li Jiran addressed the remaining members. "We indeed require sturdier vehicles," he remarked. "What about a large truck? We could drive one, especially a flatbed designed for transporting new cars. This way, we can have one person drive while the others remain secure in the back. Furthermore, trucks are far more resilient than ordinary passenger vehicles," suggested Yuan Inan's father. Yuan Uncle's proposal was indeed commendable. "But where shall we find such a vehicle?" Li Jiran inquired. "I believe I know," interjected Bao Tianping's father, who seemed quite familiar with the area. "If we can secure a large truck, it would enhance our safety significantly, allowing us to transport multiple cars without anxiety over lagging behind or encountering other issues." With this insight, Bao Tianping's father pointed out the general location of an automobile manufacturing plant. Acquiring such a vehicle would alleviate their concerns for the immediate future, especially since one truck could accommodate over a dozen cars, thereby ensuring their safety. Given our current vehicle conditions, venturing toward the city center would likely be untenable. Yuan Inan's father agreed. Such trucks are inherently durable, and with our vehicles on board, zombies would be unable to reach us efficiently. Moreover, Xiao Li's nail gun has reminded me that we could modify various items for ranged attacks. In this manner, they could open the windows for assistance in combat, unlike their current predicament, where they feared opening windows would allow zombies to reach in, relying solely on those in vehicles with sunroofs to defend, which proved inefficient. Given their parents' age and experience, the suggestions from Yuan and Bao's fathers resonated with the group. Everyone concurred, and Li Jiran offered no dissent. If they could indeed procure such a vehicle, their subsequent concerns would diminish significantly. With consensus reached to seek a transport truck, Li Jiran reviewed the map with Bao Tianping's father before restarting the vehicle and setting off toward the western part of the city. This area was relatively desolate compared to the rest of the city, and it was unclear why the rescue team had not established a base there, opting instead for the northern region. However, Li Jiran speculated that since the rescue team was dispatched from the north, they aimed to prevent the more critical strongholds from falling, thus establishing checkpoints in the northern area to halt the infection spread. As they drove westward, the surroundings became increasingly sparse, with fewer zombies and vehicles in sight. They continued until they reached the automobile manufacturing district, which was expansive. Even during normal operations, employees relied on vehicles to navigate the facility, resulting in a significant number of staff on site. However, the fully manufactured vehicles were nearly depleted, likely taken by personnel who fled the facility, with large trucks almost non-existent. Chapter 037. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 35. They believed that the truck would offer a semblance of safety, a notion that others could easily adopt as well. Splitting up to search for the keys was a pragmatic choice. for such keys are typically not carried on one's person unless one is embarking on a journey. It was certain that there were spare keys within the factory premises. Though the area was largely devoid of zombies, caution was still paramount. Nodding in agreement, the group dispersed to seek the keys. Unexpectedly, Mickey stumbled upon a radio. Through its crackling transmission, she learned that their city had been completely encircled, with officials planning a thorough purge within a week to ensure the safety of other regions. However, the week referred to was not from the present moment. The message included a temporal cue indicating that they had only 2 days left. They had to find the keys swiftly, whether for the truck or a new vehicle. Their current car could not endure the journey to the northern part of the city, making it imperative to locate a new set of keys. Even if they could not find the keys for the transport truck, they needed to secure a new vehicle to navigate through the city center. The search progressed rapidly, and Mickey finally managed to converse with Mr. and Mrs. One. With the memories of Wenyashi instilled within her, Mickey, though emboldened, somewhat tempered her demeanor in front of her parents, drawing closer to the original personality of Wenyashi and indulging in a bit of playful affection. Such behavior was entirely understandable. After all, she was still a girl, and it was natural to display vulnerability in the presence of her parents, rather than transforming into a fierce warrior, as she did outside. Hence, no one found Mickey's behavior overly disjointed. "My dear daughter, you have finally grown up and shown such bravery," Mrs. Wen said, embracing Mickey with pride. Throughout their journey, although they had not traveled together, they had observed their daughter's remarkable transformation through the glass of the car window. "Mom, after this ordeal, I realized I was too timid. In such situations, I would hide behind you and Nan, potentially putting you in danger. I must become strong to protect myself and alleviate your worries." Indeed, my daughter, despite her previous timidity, is capable of achieving anything she sets her mind to. Mr. Wen wholeheartedly endorsed his daughter's metamorphosis. Although their daughter had once been gentle and soft, this world was ill-suited for such a disposition. Witnessing her adaptability and resilience brought him immense comfort. Reunited as a family, they felt a profound sense of solidarity. "Since we can no longer stay here, your mother and I have already gathered the valuable belongings. We shall head to your aunt's house and take refuge there. Together, we shall strive towards a brighter future." Having proven to Wen's parents that Wenyashi's transformation was a result of the disaster, they harbored no further doubts, for she was undeniably their own flesh and blood, retaining memories of her past. Thus, Mickey felt a measure of relief. At least they would not suspect her, allowing her subsequent actions to unfold more freely. The search for the keys continued, but misfortune struck when one individual accidentally fell from a height and did not awaken. Yet, they did manage to locate the keys to the freight truck. The vehicle, once driven out, was now in a state of disrepair and would certainly need replacing. The truck that Li Jinran drove originally belonged to the Bao family, but due to its extensive use, it had been replaced with a new one. The vehicle belonging to Wenyashi's family, as well as another vehicle from the Bao family, remained in decent condition. Given the lack of superior alternatives, Mr. Wen and Mr. Bao opted not to change vehicles. Since Li Jinran had never driven the truck, and Mr. Bao and Mr. Wen were unfamiliar with it, it fell to Yuan Inan's father, who had prior experience with trucks, to take the wheel. Naturally, Yuan's mother and Yuan Inan chose to accompany him. The truck's cab could only accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, making it a perfect fit for their family. After familiarizing himself with the controls, Yuan's father lowered the rear platform, allowing the vehicles to be driven on and elevated. Given the spaciousness of the area, they were able to load several new empty vehicles as spares. Once secured, everyone climbed aboard and settled into their seats within the truck. With all preparations complete, Li Jinran signaled to Yuan's father, and the truck gradually rolled out of the automobile factory. Originally, Mickey intended to sit with the Wen couple, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, Li Jinran had arranged for her to ride in their vehicle instead. Thanks to the imposing presence of the truck, they encountered little resistance from the zombies. They pressed forward, crushing obstacles in their path. The vehicle's weight and the uneven terrain necessitated a slower pace. However, the group remained unhurried. The immediate threat to their lives had diminished significantly. Mickey felt a sense of ease, believing that if no further complications arose, she would soon fulfill her final task. As they approached the city center, the roads became increasingly narrow, obstructed by abandoned vehicles and interspersed with wandering zombies, requiring careful navigation. They advanced gradually, clearing the path as the sky darkened. Mickey recalled that they had left school in the dead of night, subsequently seeking refuge at various locations. And now the night had once again enveloped them. Although they had snacked while searching for the keys, the prolonged lack of proper rest left everyone fatigued. The truck found a suitable spot to halt, and with the added protection of the large vehicle and their presence inside, everyone felt a sense of security. At this juncture, only the adults, Yuan's father, Yuan's mother, Mr. Wen, Mrs. Wen, Mr. Bao, and Mrs. Bao, remained awake, while the surviving students succumbed to slumber. Mickey, having exhausted herself while rescuing Mr. and Mrs. Wen and Mr. and Mrs. Yuan, had managed to catch some rest earlier and was not particularly drowsy at this moment. Gazing at the line of vehicles stacked behind the truck, Mickey felt a wave of poignant reflection. Chapter 38. Senior. Please do not delay my escape previously. Chen Xia encountered her uncle on the way, who learned that his sister and brother-in-law had been rescued by the rescue team.
Now.
His niece was on her way to find them, so they prepared to head directly to the rescue team. Initially, they all traveled together, but later, due to the need to check on other classmates along the way, Chen Xia's uncle decided to part ways, aiming to reach the rescue location in the northern part of the city sooner. Unexpectedly, as they passed through the city center, Michi spotted Chen Xia, now a zombie, amidst a throng of the undead, along with an overturned vehicle. Michi had been asleep and missed Chen Xia's departure to her uncle's vehicle. However, Li Jinran confirmed that it was indeed her uncle's car. If Chen Xia had stayed with them, perhaps she would not have met such a fate. But such outcomes are often unforeseen. Michi felt a twinge of melancholy. Indeed, every decision we make is our own, and we alone must bear the consequences. They had now arrived in the northern part of the city, but the whereabouts of the rescue team remained uncertain. Li Jinran spoke up. My father mentioned that there is a stadium in the north, which serves as the rescue team's base. This was something Michi had discussed with Uncle Wen previously. The rescue team had visited the Wen and Yuan families, but both families hesitated to depart due to concerns for their daughters, although they were aware of the general location. Uncle Yuan should also know, judging by this direction, they seemed to be heading toward the stadium. Indeed, Yuan Yinan's father was driving toward the stadium, but upon arrival, they discovered that the rescue team had already vacated, leaving behind only desolation. Didn't they say they would remain for another 2 days? Why have they left so soon? The group expressed their confusion. One boy murmuring question. Strange, the alert hasn't changed. Just then, a roar echoed from the stadium, and they felt the ground tremble beneath them. Get in the car, hurry. They scrambled into the vehicle, oblivious to the fervent excitement that flickered in Bao Shenping's father's eyes as he climbed aboard, glancing back at the gymnasium, and then at his son. As they drove away, the monstrous presence did not emerge, yet the powerful roars persisted.
What now?
Where shall we go? The only discovery they had made at the stadium was a pair of walkie-talkies, enabling communication between Uncle Yuan and Uncle Wen without the need to shout outside. Uncle Wen, I believe since the rescue team came from the north, we should continue heading in that direction, Li Jinran suggested. Uncle Wen nodded in agreement. I think that's prudent. Let us proceed northward. Given the items left behind, it seems the rescue team departed in haste. Perhaps we might catch up with them. Thus, they resumed their journey northward. Throughout the trip, Michi attempted several times to approach the Wen family's vehicle, but Li Jinran consistently intervened. And even Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen appeared to be swayed by him, conversing only with Li Jinran. Life without the need to slay zombies or live in constant fear was indeed more bearable. Aside from occasional stops to forage for supplies at convenience stores or gas stations, their days were relatively calm. However, Michi noticed that Li Jinran seemed increasingly attached to her. During every mission, he would ensure she was by his side, though there were few instances where her skills were genuinely required. Michi felt almost like an ornament to Li Jinran, and as time progressed, she finally grasped why the rescue team had not gone to the school. Initially, they thought the outbreak was due to a lab leak that infected the school and subsequently spread to local residents, but they had underestimated the virus's rapid proliferation. They had nearly exited the city, and although the density of zombies was not as high as around the school, scattered undead still lingered. They had passed through the initial barricade that had been set up, now breached, likely during the rescue team's departure. It was evident that a fierce battle had once taken place here. The situation was more dire than they had imagined, Li Jinran remarked, surveying the corpses strewn across the shattered barrier. Michi looked out and suddenly noticed a watchtower in the distance, adorned with a banner and shadowy figures at the windows. Senior Li, look over there. There are people. The group, reassured by the stability of their vehicle and equipped with long-range weapons, directed their car toward the watchtower. Li Jinran leaned out of the sunroof to converse with the individuals, learning they were maintenance personnel from the rescue team, who had been separated from the main group during a sudden zombie onslaught. After rescuing those few individuals, they arranged for them to board one of their spare vehicles. Initially, they had prepared 3 vehicles, anticipating the need for extra transport. Standing at the door of the vehicle, Li Jinran inquired of the recently rescued. Do not mention it. Those rescued were fine initially, without any injuries. They showed no signs of change until suddenly, one of them mutated amidst the crowd, catching the rescue team off guard. Moreover, since you are aware of the rescue team, you must have heard the radio broadcasts, right? Li Jinran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we heard it. And we also drove to the northern stadium. Then you must have heard the monstrous roars from the stadium, the others continued. That was the result of a sudden mutation. That creature is unlike any ordinary zombie. It is enormous. You were fortunate not to have ventured inside. The rescue team barely escaped. Chapter 39, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. Mickey listened intently to the words of the rescue team's maintenance personnel whom she had just saved, recalling the terrifying roars and the ground-shaking footsteps she had heard earlier. Even without witnessing the creature, she could surmise its enormous size, astonished that such a monster could exist. The rescued maintenance workers shared insights about the rescue team's direction and other pertinent information, prompting the group to continue their pursuit. At last, they caught up with the rescue team, yet Mickey was dismayed to find that the notification for task completion did not sound in her ears. Upon checking the system's prompt screen, she realized that although they had reached the rescue team, they had not yet arrived at a secure area. Only once they settled would the task be officially deemed complete. Reluctantly, Mickey followed the rescue team to assist with the cleaning operations. Among the remaining team members, 2 had found their families among those rescued. However, others were left disheartened upon discovering that their loved ones were missing, filled with regret. When inquiries arose about the school from which they hailed, many sought news of their own children. Most were strangers to them, while some were known but had remained at school and had not escaped. Others they recognized had either perished or transformed into zombies, such as Senior Song's father, whom Yuan Inan could not bear to look at for fear of breaking down. The mention of Chen Sha's name cast a heavy silence over Mickey, as she grappled with the heart-wrenching task of informing Chen Sha's mother that her daughter, along with her brother, had succumbed to the sea of corpses. The addition of their vehicle provided significant support to the rescue team, especially since the upper loading area remained vacant. Consequently, the team arranged for some important individuals to be accommodated in their trailer, offering extra rations as compensation. Li Jiran, due to his remarkable leadership and accuracy in targeting, was bestowed with a real firearm to assist in the efforts. While he diligently cleared zombies, he consistently looked after Mickey, Mr. and Mrs. When regarded Mickey and Li Jiran with affectionate yet profound gazes, leaving her with an unsettling feeling of being sold out. As they ventured further north toward the safe city, the number of zombies dwindled and numerous corpses littered the ground, indicating that the area had been cleared. Occasionally, Yuan Inan would approach Mickey to engage her in conversation. Yashi, you need not feel sorrow any longer. I can see that Senior Li regards you differently now. Surprisingly, this calamity has worked in your favor, allowing Senior Li to develop feelings for you. Nonsense, that cannot be true, Mickey replied, shaking her head. She had not done anything noteworthy, and even in the original narrative, Li Jiran had not considered taking Wenyashi with him during their escape, proving that she held little significance to him. Despite Wenyashi's past affections for Li Jiran, he had never returned her feelings. Thus, she felt it improbable that he would feel differently toward her. Following Yuan Inan's comments, Mickey began to observe Li Jiran's behavior more closely during their interactions. Truthfully, he did exhibit a distinct concern for her, shielding her from danger and ensuring to save a portion of any discovered food for her, even if it meant he would go without. During their shifts, he always chose to partner with her, allowing her to rest while he took on the burden of the watch. Due to familial circumstances, Mickey had never experienced romance in her own world. The attention of such an admirable and handsome young man stirred feelings within her. Despite knowing that Li Jiran was merely a character in her mission's narrative, she could not help but feel captivated. "Yashi, that's too heavy, allow me," Li Jiran said as he took an object from Mickey's hands, which was not particularly heavy. "I inquired earlier, and we should reach our destination within a day if all goes smoothly. Under normal circumstances, one could travel this route along the highway and arrive on the same day. However, due to the current situation, many areas are blocked, forcing us to navigate through less populated regions. Additionally, with so many people, we cannot travel too swiftly, and we must find places to rest at night, which has extended our journey." "Indeed, I hope we arrive soon," Mickey replied, aware that only upon reaching safety would her task be complete. "Yashi, after spending so many days together, I thought we had grown quite familiar." Previously, Li Jiran had encouraged Mickey to call him by his name rather than the formal title of senior, yet she still felt uncomfortable and adhered to the title. Each time she addressed him as Senior Li, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, making her feel as if she had committed a grave offense.
Did you run?
Senior. Upon hearing Mickey's somewhat more affectionate address, Li Jiran smiled. "Let us prepare to rest. We have run out of nails for our nail guns, and to facilitate our future movements, we will pass through a location where the rescue team believes we might find the supplies we need." Real firearms were not something the rescue team would distribute casually, so the primary means of fighting zombies would still rely on the improvised weapons they had devised. Nonetheless, they were willing to provide information about locations that could be of assistance. Mickey nodded and reclined the passenger seat, as she had recently been accustomed to sleeping this way. As she lay back, her gaze inadvertently drifted to the vehicle of the Bao family positioned diagonally above her. Inside, she observed Bao Tianping gritting his teeth, while Bao Mama held him close and Bao Papa gripped one of his arms, though their actions remained obscured from view. Having just cleared a gas station, there were not many zombies in that vicinity, but a peculiar plant had emerged, which the rescue team suspected might also be a mutated entity. Although most plants were typically afraid of fire, their location posed a unique challenge as they required fuel. Thus, they could not incinerate the mutated flora, lest they risk igniting the gas station. Ultimately, they had to carefully clear the mutated plants before refueling. Everyone was feeling fatigued, and Mickey was no exception. With her dwindling energy, she succumbed to sleep, her curiosity about the Bao family's activities fading into the background as she drifted off. Chapter 40, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. The journey ahead has become considerably smoother. However, due to the intense skirmishes faced by the rescue team earlier, their weaponry has been severely depleted. Although they possess vehicles, certain specific locations still necessitate an assault. Along the way, they sought various tools that could serve as weapons and rescued a group of individuals, which further hindered their progress. Additionally, one of the bridges on their planned route had been destroyed, forcing them to take a longer detour, thereby extending their journey by several days. It was not merely Li Jinran's impatience that caused delays. They encountered multiple groups of people along the way. Among one of these groups was a young man whose looks rivaled those of Li Jinran, and upon joining their ranks, he seemed particularly attentive to Mickey. This young man was a celebrity, yet when disaster struck, he remained unflustered, managing to lead his fellow cast members to safety. Despite the unfortunate losses within his group, his effective leadership prevented even greater casualties. As fate would have it, their encounter occurred at a moment when this celebrity's team was struggling the most, with Mickey being the first to spot them. Her timely appearance alleviated their predicament, providing the opportunity for his team to counterattack and swiftly escape. Yuan Yinan immediately recognized the star. Through Wenyashi's memories, Mickey recalled that this celebrity was someone both Wenyashi and Yuan Yinan had previously admired. The celebrity, in turn, harbored a fondness for Mickey, likely due to his extroverted nature, which left no room for doubt regarding his admiration for her. This development stirred a sense of concern within Li Jinran. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of crisis, he could no longer contain himself and, once they reached a stable point, confessed his feelings to Wenyashi. Mickey was taken aback, while Yuan Yinan was elated. Her best friend, who had cherished Li Jinran since childhood, was now being pursued by him. As for the celebrity, It was Yuan Inan's own infatuation that had led Wenyashi to develop a mild interest in him, especially during her recent heartbreak. Consequently, Yuan Inan was acutely aware that Wenyashi's heart had always belonged to Li Jinran alone. With Li Jinran now taking the initiative to declare his feelings, Yuan Inan felt a joy that surpassed even Wenyashi's own. Meanwhile, Miki found herself at a loss regarding her next steps. However, Li Jinran seemed unyielding to Miki's reluctance, directly approaching Wenyashi's parents not only to confess his intentions, but also to vow to care for her for a lifetime. His earnest tone persuaded Mr. and Mrs. Wen to agree to Miki remaining in Li Jinran's vehicle. Witnessing Li Jinran's genuine concern for their daughter, even in ways they had not anticipated, brought them a sense of reassurance. Given Li Jinran's solemn request, and after hearing from Yuan Inan about how Wenyashi had once adored him, Mr. and Mrs. Wen harbored no objections. Amid Yuan Inan's excitement and the surrounding commotion, Miki found herself unwittingly becoming Li Jinran's girlfriend, a notion that felt surreal to her. It was only later that evening that Miki realized, deep down, she was indeed willing. She harbored feelings for Li Jinran as well, otherwise she would not have repeatedly compromised. She quickly perused the system's task guide, discovering that there were no rigid requirements within the narrative world, as long as she could fulfill the tasks assigned by the contractor. Miki contemplated that perhaps the characters she encountered while completing assignments were not the original protagonists of this world, and as a minor character, her influence on the plot was limited, hence the absence of strict regulations. With this understanding, Miki felt a sense of relief. Since she had assumed Wenyashi's role in this realm, she resolved to live her life to the fullest on her behalf. Upon disembarking for inspections, those with injuries were directed to the F quarantine zone, while the uninjured were sent to the D quarantine zone. The initial checkpoints they traversed were merely obstacles intended to delay the establishment of this safe area. However, after spending several days together, especially following her acceptance of Li Jinran, Miki found herself wavering. After discreetly selecting the option to continue in the contract world on the system's interface, she joined the others in disembarking and proceeded to undergo checks. Just as she received her wristband and made her way to the uninjured D-quarantine zone, she suddenly heard the system's alert. Warning, warning, warning. Anomalies detected in the contract world. Contractor number 021958. Please accept a new mission. Unlike previous notifications on the screen, this warning was auditory and conveyed a sense of urgency. Miki hastily stepped into the quarantine area, found a seat, and opened the interface, where she saw the urgent task marked in red, emergency mission, eliminate the extremely dangerous individual, Bao Tianping. Why was it Bao Tianping again? Had the Bao family offended the system? Chapter 041. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 39. As it turned out, due to the fact that Bao Tianping's parents had gone to the car ahead of time to wait for them, the call could not be connected. 1 point may not seem like much, but Miki had spent many days slaying zombies to accumulate just over a point, and now it was all deducted in an instant. Who would have thought that this matter, which she had nearly forgotten over the past few days, would resurface so suddenly and with an urgent task no less, accompanied by a red warning? This was truly perplexing. What had Bao Tianping done to offend the system? Killing zombies was understandable, as they had mutated and no longer belonged to the realm of humanity. They were monsters. However, Bao Tianping was a human. How could she possibly bring herself to do such a thing? It seemed that this task was destined to fail once more. Miki pondered this while helplessly glancing at her current points. Despite the passage of several days, the sturdy and safe vehicle meant that she only had to engage in combat with zombies when searching for supplies or refueling. Thus, she had only 331 points remaining. An earlier side task had already deducted 1 point, and now with this urgent mission, she wondered if 2 points would suffice for the deductions. She needed to find a way to slay more zombies in order to safeguard her points.
What are you looking at?
Are you cold? Li Jinran entered the D-quarantine zone as well, noticing Miki in the corner. He took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. No, I'm not cold. I just have to wait here for 12 hours. The quarantine for those with wounds required a 24-hour wait, while the area for those without wounds necessitated only 12 hours. In reality, if someone was truly infected and wounded, it could take just minutes for symptoms to manifest, or a few hours at most. On the contrary, Those without visible wounds could experience a longer incubation period, much like that overweight student from school who had been pricked but showed no signs of injury. Their condition had a longer latency. Nevertheless, 12 hours was ample time. Ideally, both zones could have been assigned 12-hour waits, but for safety reasons, the protocol was to have 24 hours for those with wounds and 12 for those without. While Miki conversed with Li Jinran, Yuan Yinan entered the room. Shortly after, the parents of the Wen and Yuan families followed suit, and eventually, Bao Yanping's family arrived. Upon seeing Bao Yanping, Miki couldn't help but glance at her. This was her mission, and failure to complete it would result in punishment. It was impossible not to care. In that fleeting moment, Miki noticed something peculiar about Bao Yanping's complexion. Bao Yanping's father and mother assisted her in taking a seat, and she appeared unusually weak. "Senior Bao Tian, are you alright? Are you feeling unwell?" Miki couldn't resist inquiring, observing the odd behavior of Bao Yanping's family. As far as the system was concerned, aside from the strange tasks regarding Bao Yanping, everything else had proceeded according to the original mission parameters, which inevitably led Miki to speculate. Mr. Bao and Mrs. Bao, please take care of yourselves. If you need any assistance, just let us know, she said. Thank you, Xiao Wen. Bao Tianping's father replied with a smile before guiding Bao Tianping to a discreet corner. Miki found Bao Tianping's family quite strange, but then considered that her preconceived notions might stem from the system's assigned tasks. "Cece, are you hungry? You should eat something," Mrs. Wen said, retrieving some food from her bag and offering it to Miki and Li Jinran, then handing some to Yuan Yinan. The group slowly consumed the food, and Li Jinran passed a bottle of water to Miki. Although Miki was eating, her eyes frequently wandered towards Bao Tianping's family. Since this area did not confiscate their belongings, merely isolating people to prevent infected individuals from entering the safe zone, everyone had brought their own food and water. However, Bao Tianping's family huddled together, silent and refusing to eat or drink. Bao Tianping's father continuously grasped her wrist, occasionally glancing at his watch as if calculating something. This family was undeniably peculiar. Yet, apart from their odd demeanor, Bao Yanping's family exhibited no other unusual behaviors. Until the 12-hour quarantine period concluded, they remained unchanged. The only distinction was that while everyone else had eaten and drunk something during this time, Bao Yanping's family abstained entirely. Miki wondered if they had run out of food and even considered offering them some biscuits and water, but they declined. "Yashi, are you still daydreaming? Are you tired of waiting?" Li Jinren noticed Miki's distracted state since their arrival and gently patted her, asking. I am a bit tired, but I can hold on," she replied. "Climb on." Li Jinren smiled, crouching down. "I'll carry you." "No, it's all right," Miki's cheeks flushed. Although she had officially become Li Jinran's girlfriend, much to the approval of Mr. and Mrs. Wen, she felt embarrassed at the thought of being carried in public. "It's fine. No one will laugh at you. You've worked hard lately. I've wanted to do this for a while, but it was too dangerous outside. Now that we're finally in a safe place, allow me this opportunity." Ultimately, Miki conceded, resting her body against Li Jinran's back, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Yuan Yinan, observing from the side, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, thinking, Yashi has finally found her moment of clarity. Chapter 042. Senior, please do not hinder my escape this time. They directly booked the largest suite, which was essentially a single unit on the same floor. The Wen family, the Yuan family, and Li Jinran, due to the number of people and their nearly familial ties, decided to reside together in the same suite for mutual support. Previously, Miki had inquired about Li Jinran's family situation and learned that his parents were abroad. Currently, the virus had not spread widely, nor had it affected foreign countries.
So they were safe for the time being.
Back when they were at school, Li Jinran had contacted his parents, who assured him that everything was normal, omitting any mention of the dangers at school to spare them unnecessary worry. Miki admired Li Jinran's bravery and sense of responsibility. This sentiment was shared by the Wen family's parents, who also grew increasingly fond of him. In the days that followed, Miki teamed up with Li Jinran and other classmates who had exited the school to venture out, clearing zombies and seeking more supplies. Miki's goal was to accumulate enough points to offset the penalties, yet she did not entirely overlook the Bao-Shenping family. Although they did not reside on the same floor, their chosen dwelling was on the top floor of the building. Miki noticed that ever since they entered the base, the Baoshenping family had not emerged. Even if they had brought supplies, they would surely deplete them in time. As Miki's unease continued to mount, one night while she was soundly asleep, she was abruptly awakened by alarming roars from above. That sound was all too familiar to those who ventured out to battle daily. Miki sat up instantly. It was the roar of mutated zombies, particularly the kind that was distinctly unusual. Simultaneously, Li Jinran, who lived next door, also sprang up. They exchanged a glance before Li Jinran began to prepare his weapons, while Miki rushed to awaken the others in the other rooms. Mom, Dad, you and Uncle Yuan go downstairs and notify the management to send help. We'll go check it out. Miki grabbed a nail gun and headed outside, with Li Jinran hastily donning a jacket to follow her. Put this on. He tossed the jacket to Miki while wielding a chainsaw. Together, they ascended the stairs. As they climbed, a flicker of worry crossed Miki's mind, accompanied by a foreboding feeling. The source of the commotion seemed eerily reminiscent of the Baoshenping family's residence. Wait for me here, I'll go take a look. Miki pressed down on Li Jinran, who was preparing to ascend the stairs, but he firmly grasped her. No, I'll go. In such perilous circumstances, Li Jinran could not allow Miki to investigate alone. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Miki insisted on going first because she sensed something amiss, and her speed was her advantage. However, finding it difficult to counter Li Jinran's resolve, Miki playfully tugged at his shirt, adopting a half-pleading tone, then let us go together. It's a bit frightening to stay here in the dark. Miki nodded, I know, and you also know that I can run very fast. They ascended the stairs one after the other, soon arriving at the source of the commotion, accompanied by frenzied laughter and cries. The laughter sounded like Bao Papa, while the cries seemed to belong to Bao Mama.
Boom.
Just as Miki and Li Jinran were observing in the corridor, a deafening crash echoed as a door was forcefully knocked down. The top floor, being relatively high and comprised of smaller units, had few occupants. Apart from the Baoshenping family, there was only one other resident. That household contained a single man who typically slept soundly and initially paid little attention. However, as the roaring intensified, along with the manic laughter and cries, he was eventually roused. Irritated by the disturbance, he stumbled out of his room in a disheveled state, grumbling to himself. Just as he opened the door, he heard a thunderous crash. Before he could react, he felt himself being lifted off the ground. Help. As he turned to see the cause of his sudden predicament, he instinctively cried for help, but before he could finish the word help, his head was bitten off. It's that monstrous creature, Li Jinran exclaimed. No, it's Baoshenping. Miki bit her lip. Finally grasping why the system had prompted her to eliminate Baoshenping, it was evident that he concealed a significant danger.
What?
Baoshenping? Li Jinran was taken aback, then glanced at Bao Papa, who was trailing behind the gigantic creature, and noticed the remnants of clothing still hanging from it. It appears to truly be Baoshenping's clothing. Go downstairs and call for more personnel and weapons for management. I'll lure it down, Miki urged, giving Li Jinran a gentle push. I can run fast. I want to be caught. No way.
Please, Jinran.
If you don't, we'll all be in peril. Hurry. I promise I'll be all right. Seemingly resolute, Li Jinran embraced Miki, planting a quick kiss on her forehead before pushing her back. He aimed the nail gun at the now monstrous Baoshenping and fired a shot. The creature's thick hide rendered the shot largely ineffective, yet it succeeded in drawing its attention away. The transformed Baoshenping focused entirely on Li Jinran, who had just injured it with the nail gun. Miki cast a worried glance at Li Jinran. Despite her anxiety, she knew she had to notify others with greater urgency to ensure Li Jinran's safety. Wait for me. With this brief reassurance, Miki sprinted downstairs at her utmost speed. At that moment, the Wen and Yuan families had already notified the management, but they did not take it seriously. After all entrants had been screened, and even if someone had transformed into a zombie, it would not pose a significant threat. Consequently, they only brought along some basic melee weapons. Cece, you're back. What's happening upstairs? Is it resolved? Upon seeing Miki, when Baba inquired urgently. Gasping for breath, Miki replied, what we need now is heavy weaponry. There's a gigantic creature upstairs, similar to those found in stadiums. Chapter 043. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 41 at present. Baoshenfeng has not grown at such an alarming rate, nor has he reached the monstrous size he possessed in the stadium. The creature that once terrorized the arena had ample nourishment during its formative stages, having devoured many of those rescued by the relief team, which allowed it to expand so rapidly. However, Baoshenfeng, having only recently transformed into a beast, has yet to absorb sufficient sustenance. Having consumed but one unfortunate individual from the neighboring Bao family, he remains less formidable than one might expect. Yet, Miki is acutely aware that voicing this concern would not garner the attention of the authorities, and who knows if Baoshenfeng's growth rate will accelerate post-transformation. May I borrow your firearm? We still have personnel inside distracting that behemoth to buy us time, and I must assist. Very well, I shall summon my companion immediately. There is no need to continue diverting the creature's attention. You can handle it yourselves. Miki's expression hardened. How can we allow this? Can you not demonstrate a sense of unity? The opposing party panicked, reprimanding Miki. Esteemed management, we are indeed supporting your efforts. Yet we are not willing to march to our demise without due considerations. If you cannot acquiesce to such basic requests, we cannot assist further. Tianli, what are you doing? Hand over the firearm you brought to this young lady at once, and take Xiao Zhao's gun inside with you. As the conversation unfolded, another voice interjected. Miki turned to see an officer, whose rank was evidently much higher than that of the current individuals. Thank you, sir, Miki said, accepting the weapon and taking another as well. 2 guns will enable us to buy a little more time. My apologies, young lady. We have dispatched personnel as swiftly as possible, but it will require a bit more time. If you and your teammates could delay for us, we would be immensely grateful, and we'll make it up to you later. Miki, offering no further pleasantries, swiftly took the guns and ammunition, nodding in acknowledgement before hastening into the building. At this moment, Li Jinran felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, holding his breath as he pressed against the outer wall of the building's atrium, standing precariously on a ledge. He hadn't anticipated Baoshenfeng's resilience post-transformation, and now, the individual he had once known was digested, allowing the monstrous Baoshenfeng to swell further, completely filling the corridor with no possible escape route. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice, laced with a disturbing laughter. Tianfeng, my dear son, look there. Do you see that morsel? Hone your abilities and devour him. Looking up, he was met with the deranged grin of Baopapa, and a chill ran down his spine. The transformed Baoshenfeng was now awkwardly maneuvering toward the window, extending its grotesquely altered claws toward Li Jinran, who pressed himself against the wall in a desperate attempt to evade capture. However, Baopapa was persistently directing Baoshenfeng's actions, which was alarming. If the undead could indeed be commanded, their threat would escalate exponentially. As Li Jinran contemplated this, the sudden crack of a gunshot jolted him. His heart raced. Had the rescue team arrived so swiftly? Yet, a solitary gunshot could hardly contend with such a colossal beast. His heart sank further as he realized that the shots were distinctly singular, suggesting that only one person had entered. Most likely, it was Wenyashi.
No.
He could not allow this monster to harm Wenyashi. This was the final boundary within him. Though he had once rejected her in school, she had since claimed a significant space in his heart, and he could not bear the thought of her facing any peril. Meanwhile, upon entering, Miki found herself in a frantic search for Li Jinran's figure, eventually spotting Baopapa and the monstrous Baoshenfeng, both poised at the atrium's window. She surmised that Li Jinran must have fled to the beams beyond. Seeing Baoshenfeng reaching down under Baopapa's command, she feared for Li Jinran's safety. The height from which one could fall here could lead to severe injury, if not death. Without hesitation, she fired her weapon to draw the creature's attention. Her dual motivations were clear: concern for Li Jinran's safety and the imperative to eliminate Baoshenfeng, which constituted her mission. Initially, upon witnessing Baoshenfeng's transformation, she believed her task had failed. However, the absence of any mission failure notification suggested that if she could vanquish the now-altered Baoshenfeng, her objective could still be fulfilled. True to her expectations, the ferocity of her gunfire finally marred the beast's flesh, inciting a furious turn toward her direction. Baopapa, indifferent to the identity of the intruder, was solely focused on nourishing his progeny, deeming the threat from Li Jinran with a mere nail gun to be far less significant. Go, my son, Consume her.
No.
Bao Yijuan, stop. Our son must not become a monster that slaughters. Why did you deceive me? You claimed that was a virus antibody, that our son would be immune to infection. Why did you lie to me, you beast? Return my son to me. At that moment, Bao Mama erupted, lunging at Bao Papa, clutching his collar with desperation and anguish. The strange affliction that had suddenly befallen Bao Shenping stemmed from something Bao Papa administered, all while deceiving Bao Mama into believing it was merely an antibody. How could she possibly trust him unless Bao Papa had been fully aware of the virus all along? Chapter 044. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 42. Mickey's conjecture was entirely accurate. Mr. Bao Yijuan, was indeed a member of the laboratory responsible for the viral outbreak. However, prior to the incident, he had conceived different ideas, which is why he was not present at the laboratory during the leak. Instead, he clandestinely conducted research with a portion of the samples in another location. Bao Tianping had antibodies in his system because his father, Bao Yijuan, had injected him with a small dose of the virus during earlier experiments. At that time, their initial research aimed to develop a new drug, and preliminary animal trials had been successful, which gave him the confidence to proceed with his son. However, unforeseen changes later occurred, leading to mutations in the virus, which also suggested a theoretical potential to extend life. This significant discovery drove the laboratory staff into a frenzy, and it similarly consumed Bao Yijuan with obsession. Captivated by this characteristic, he decided to secretly take some of the virus for further study. Unfortunately, due to negligence, he failed to secure the original samples properly. The interaction between a newly developed drug and the original virus strain ultimately caused the outbreak. At the onset of the viral outbreak, Bao Yijuan suspected that the problem lay with the virus, as the mice used in his experiments exhibited similar symptoms. Before long, his son called, but since Bao Tianping was with many classmates at the time, Bao Yijuan refrained from mentioning his concerns. However, after the previous encounter with the enormous monster in the gymnasium, Bao Yijuan became unhinged, as that creature resembled a fantastical weapon he had envisioned, possessing immense destructive power, and lacking any cognitive awareness, making it easy to control once its weaknesses were identified. He was exhilarated by this discovery and yearned to commence research immediately, but due to being en route, he had to postpone his plans. In the following days, Bao Yijuan realized that the virus vaccine within him seemed to transform into a harbinger of death, steering them towards a zombie-like state. Although the external signs were not yet apparent, certain areas of his body began to exhibit signs of decay. In a moment of madness, Bao Yijuan devised a frenzied plan to enhance both himself and his son. However, he could not experiment on himself, as he needed to remain in command. Thus, he commenced experiments on Bao Tianping, while deceitfully claiming to his wife and even to Bao Tianping himself that it was for treatment to withstand the zombie virus. Naturally, Bao Tianping's mother and Bao Tianping himself had no reason to doubt him, allowing him to proceed with his plans.
Today,
Bao Tianping finally underwent the transformation into the formidable being that his father had envisioned, albeit grotesque in appearance, yet exponentially stronger in vitality and defense. Bao Yijuan believed he had succeeded. Once his son absorbed sufficient nutrients to become as powerful as the creature in the gymnasium, he could confidently undergo his own transformation. Thus, immediately after Bao Tianping's mutation, Bao Yijuan took his son out to hunt for nourishing sustenance. Unexpectedly, the reactions of the individuals downstairs were alarmingly swift. At this moment, Bao Tianping, rather than wreaking havoc, had merely acquired a small portion of nourishment, and his speed, stamina, defense, and attack capabilities were still far from adequate. Bao Yijuan needed his son to absorb more energy before the official personnel arrived, but the two children, Wen Yashi and Li Jiran, were exceedingly cunning, managing to evade capture and significantly delay their progress. Devour her, son, devour that wretched girl, Bao Yijuan commanded his son, Bao Tianping. As the mutated beast, Bao Tianping, charged forward, Bao Yijuan steadied his gun, aiming directly at his son's eyes and pulling the trigger. The true power of a firearm far exceeded that of a nail gun, especially since the eyes were a known weakness of zombies. Even colossal monsters were no exception. However, hitting such a target was typically challenging due to height and speed. Yet, circumstances were different now. Bao Tianping was close to Mickey, and she possessed enough confidence in her ability to escape, making her shot considerably more accurate. Don't! A sudden cry erupted. Bao Tianping's mother, who had been reduced to tears and unable to stand, inexplicably summoned a burst of strength, rushing toward her mutated son. Despite Bao Tianping's transformation into a massive monster, his nutrient intake was still insufficient, rendering him only slightly taller than an average person, not yet reaching the size of the gymnasium creature. The force of his mother's leap caused him to veer slightly, allowing him to dodge Mickey's bullet aimed at his eye. Although the bullet missed its target, it grazed his scalp, leaving a bloody mark. In pain, the monstrous Bao Tianping roared, and to everyone's shock, he grasped his mother, who was clinging to him for protection. Before Bao Yijuan could react or command Bao Tianping to release her, he bit down on her neck, tearing through flesh and blood with ravenous bites. Mickey, witnessing this gruesome scene, sighed heavily. Bao Yijuan stood frozen in shock. Despite his attempts to conceal the truth from his wife, she had been his partner for decades, and now she was being devoured by the very monster he had created. Mickey had no time to grieve for Bao Tianping's mother. She steadied her shoulders and took aim at Bao Tianping's eyes once more. This opportunity was one she could not afford to miss, while the beast remained preoccupied with its meal. Chapter 045. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 43. The gunfire erupted once more, this time devoid of Bao Mama's protective instincts and Bao Papa's authoritative commands. Only the primal hunger of the monstrous Bao Tianping remained, his eyes struck by a bullet from Mickey. Nevertheless, being a considerably larger creature, unlike the ordinary zombies, the attack to the eye had not entirely obliterated the central nervous system. Sensing the assault, the creature, Bao Tianping, rose again, advancing towards Mickey, the source of its torment. With his wife now deceased, he was resolute in ensuring his son's strength. Failure to do so would endanger even his own existence. Bao Yijuan hastened down the stairs in pursuit, while Mickey fired 2 more shots at the monstrous Bao Tianping. Having only learned how to wield a real firearm from Li Jinran previously, Mickey now realized that her less-than-ideal posture had caused the recoil to focus painfully on her lax shoulder, leaving it numb. The agony in her shoulder intensified, compounded by the need to evade the creature's attacks, and her stamina waned rapidly. She had anticipated that her speed would afford her the liberty to maneuver with ease. Yet now the stamina indicator on her wrist plummeted, leaving her regretting her decision to fire those last 2 shots. As her energy dwindled, Mickey's speed decreased correspondingly, and the monster, having consumed Bao Mama, appeared even more formidable than before. However, due to the previous assault on its vital points, Bao Tianping now seemed clumsier. Yet its sheer size meant that a single stride of the creature equated to several of Mickey's. Mickey slung the gun across her back, her desire to continue attacking dissipating. Further aggression served no advantage. She endeavored to conserve energy by leading the monster downward. However, her strength continued to deplete rapidly, compelling her to rest momentarily to recuperate. Yet she could not afford to stop. Pausing would mean being overtaken by the monster, and the outcome of such an encounter could only be fatal. A darkness encroached upon her vision as she gazed at the red warning flashing on her wrist, her heart racing with urgency. At that moment, a window in the corridor was abruptly flung open, and a figure emerged, none other than Li Jinran, who had been hiding in the atrium. Summoning all her remaining strength, Mickey hurled the gun towards him. Initially, Li Jinran felt a wave of relief upon seeing Mickey, but his heart sank when he witnessed her collapse to the ground after throwing him the weapon. He yearned to check on her condition, but Bao Tianping loomed closer, its massive form advancing. He had no choice but to fire at the creature's vital areas. Having received formal training on how to use a firearm from the rescue team, Li Jinran was adept in handling the weapon, having practiced extensively during their journey. Initially hindered by improper posture, he had learned to manage the recoil effectively.
Now,
with the gun in hand, he expertly aimed at Bao Tianping, who had already been injured in the eye by Mickey. Yet due to positioning and accuracy issues, the critical area had remained untouched. Li Jinran swiftly adjusted his aim, firing 4 shots that struck the creature's central nervous system. Regardless of size, once the core control area of a zombie was compromised, it would truly perish. With the final bullet, The gargantuan Bao Tianfeng let out a defiant roar before its massive body crashed to the ground, causing the entire corridor to tremble. As Li Jinran observed the creature finally succumb to defeat, he felt a sense of relief wash over him as he rushed to check on Mickey. To his dismay, she bore no visible injuries but appeared to be in a deep slumber, prompting him to breathe a sigh of relief. Given the time it took her to descend from the 5th floor to the 4th, it was evident she had delayed considerably, allowing him to navigate down carefully from the beam. "My dear girl, you have endured so much," Li Jinren murmured with a smile, gently kissing her forehead before preparing to leave. The danger had dissipated, and they were fortunate to have postponed the monster's growth through consumption, allowing for a smoother extermination. Yet, just as Li Jinran carried Mickey halfway to the 2nd floor, a tremendous roar echoed from above, accompanied by the sound of doors being smashed open, followed by piercing screams. Li Jinran felt uncertain. After all, there was a stark difference between ordinary zombies and colossal monsters. If merely damaging the central nervous system was insufficient to ensure a creature's demise, perhaps Bao Tianfeng had only fallen unconscious. Glancing at Mickey, he noticed she had begun to awaken, not due to his gaze but rather the system's task completion notification that had roused her. Upon waking, she too heard the horrific cries from above and promptly received a new system task. Emergency task: eliminate Bao Iju and Yashi. You're awake. Please check if the weapons and personnel are prepared. I will ascend to investigate the situation, Li Jinran urged, noticing Mickey's quick recovery. Mickey shook her head. She could not afford to leave yet. The new task required the elimination of Bao Tianfeng's father, Bao Ijuan, whose danger level surpassed that of Bao Tianfeng, suggesting he too had transformed into a monster. I will accompany you. I am fine now. My previous pain was merely due to improper technique during the attack. Mickey reassured him, having truly regained her strength. The system had granted her a special recovery, restoring her vitality, and she promptly leaped from Li Jinran's arms to the ground. This time, we must be more cautious. Very well, but refrain from using firearms this time. Instead, take this, Li Jinran said, handing Mickey a nail gun, which would be somewhat easier to manage. Although it would be ineffective against such a large creature, having some form of defense was preferable to being empty-handed. He surrendered both guns and their ammunition to Li Jinran while Mickey grasped the nail gun, and together they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase where they had previously defeated Bao Tianfeng, they were met with a shocking sight. A pool of blood remained on the ground, yet the monstrous Bao Tianfeng, who should have been lying there, was nowhere to be found. Chapter 46, Senior. Please do not delay my escape. Li Jinran and Mickey were both taken aback to discover that the monstrous Bao Tianfeng had vanished, leaving only a few bloodstains on the stairway. Could it be that he truly wasn't killed? Li Jinran hesitantly remarked. However, Mickey was certain that the creature, Bao Tianfeng, was indeed dead, for her system had confirmed that the task of eliminating Bao Tianfeng was complete. He wasn't merely incapacitated. He was consumed, Mickey stated, gesturing towards the remnants scattered among the bloodstains. Li Jinran fell silent, realizing that something capable of devouring the massive creature in such a short span of time must be far more terrifying. Looking up, the 4th floor appeared utterly devastated. Doors were smashed open, revealing numerous bloodstains in the once habitable rooms. The occupants below had fled, while those above remained trapped. The 4th floor resembled a hellscape, and it was certain that no survivors remained, except for the ominous absence of Bao Tianfeng's father, Bao Ijuan. As Mickey was about to voice her thoughts about Bao Ijuan's fate, a dark figure suddenly burst forth from a nearby room. In contrast to the previous form of Bao Tianfeng, the transformed Bao Ijuan appeared even more colossal. Yet, it was evident from his gaze that he had not entirely lost his sanity, possessing a semblance of intelligence. Upon spotting Li Jinran and Mickey, the creature began to approach them with a serpentine gait, making it challenging for Li Jinran to aim for a critical strike. Let us go. We cannot hit it. We need to lure it outside, Mickey urged, tugging at Li Jinran. It was no wonder the system had issued such a high danger level. The mutated Bao Ijuan was indeed more formidable than his son. Li Jinran recognized that their firearms alone would not suffice to vanquish this beast, and together they swiftly made the decision to flee downstairs. Outside, anxiety was palpable as the area surrounding the building had been cordoned off. Yet heavy weaponry had yet to arrive. Those on the outside could only hear the intermittent roars and screams from within, leaving their hearts in turmoil. Especially for the families of Miki and Li Jinran. Commander, when will the weapons arrive? Why the delay? Mrs. Wen could no longer contain her frustration, breaking free from Mr. Wen's grasp to address a man who had previously spoken with Miki and provided her with 2 real firearms. I apologize. We are doing our utmost to deploy personnel. But heavy weapons require approval for transport and logistics take time, he replied. Time? Then, why don't you send someone in? Are you expecting my daughter to stall for you? Mrs. Wen exclaimed, her anger palpable. The man's face reflected his embarrassment. He knew he should send someone in. But the crowd had grown, and people were disregarding the potential dangers, having forgotten their previous fears of the undead. The allure of chaos had drawn more individuals to the scene, complicating the situation further as its personnel struggled to manage the throng. Meanwhile, Miki and Li Jinran raced down the stairs. They had narrowly escaped the mutated Bao Tiansheng, discovering his transformation just moments after it occurred. And he had not consumed additional flesh, leaving him at a primitive level. Their cooperation had allowed them to survive and eliminate the transformed Bao Tiansheng. However, Bao Yijuan was different. He had retained his intelligence and the capacity for cruelty, having consumed his own son's remains for greater sustenance. At this moment, Bao Yijuan's size was comparable to that of his son, but his skin's defensive capabilities and attack power far surpassed those of the deceased creature. Should this beast continue to grow, it could prove far more terrifying than the monster confined within the stadium. Miki understood that their small firearms would be utterly insufficient against the mutated Bao Yijuan. Particularly, his eyes, which were already small, had become mere slits, surrounded by a mass of grotesque folds that made targeting them nearly impossible. Attacking elsewhere would be futile. They needed to strike at the most vulnerable point, or their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, should they persist in their assault and fail to evade, they risked being caught by the pursuing creature. While Miki might escape due to her speed, Li Jinran's fate was uncertain. Thus, Miki resolved to cease their attacks, recognizing that they had lingered within the building long enough. Surely, the external reinforcements would have arrived by now. The nails from the nail gun struck Bao Yijuan's hide, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Astonishingly, the creature's skin had grown even tougher during the chase. Stop shooting, Yishi. We must flee and alert the outside personnel to evacuate. Its skin has nearly become metallic. And our smaller weapons are ineffective against it, Li Jinran urged, aware of Miki's swiftness. However, as they descended the staircase, Bao Yijuan's massive form caused congestion, hindering their progress. Yet, at that moment, the creature's movements had slowed considerably. Be careful, Miki cautioned Li Jinran before quickening her pace toward the exit. Chapter 047. Senior. Please do not delay my escape. 45. Miki hurriedly descended the stairs, leaving Li Jinran alone on the staircase. As the monstrous Bao Yijuan skin had turned metallic, the friction against the stair railing produced a jarring sound. While running, Li Jinran stuffed the crumpled tissues he had just taken from Miki into his ears. Casting a glance back at the monstrous Bao Yijuan, Li Jinran felt an inexplicable sensation. Miki had quickly made her way downstairs, but upon exiting the building, she realized that although there were many people outside, they were devoid of any formidable weaponry. Wait a moment. Miki had no time for pleasantries with Mama Wen. Turning to the man who had previously arranged a gun for her, she demanded, "What about the weapons? What is the situation inside?" The man inquired simultaneously. There are 2 monsters. One has been eliminated, but the second has consumed the first and is now heavily fortified. The bullets cannot penetrate its defenses. We can no longer hold it off. Instruct the crowd to evacuate immediately and send weapons promptly. It is about to descend. After speaking, she turned earnestly to Yuan Yinan, Nanan. Quickly take our parents away from here. That monster is extremely dangerous and destructive. Do not linger. I will retrieve Senior Li and join you. Seeing the grave expression on Miki's face, Yuan Yinan nodded vigorously. I understand, Yashi. Please be careful. Without uttering another word to the man in charge, Miki dashed back into the building. She felt a surge of frustration. Not only was there a lack of heavy weaponry, but the presence of so many onlookers was utterly bewildering. Was this spectacle truly worth risking lives? However, she had no time to dwell on the ignorance of the crowd. She could not abandon Li Jinran. Upon re-entering the building, Mickey heard a sound of collapse. Dodging falling debris, she ascended with trepidation, hoping that Li Jinran was unharmed. Meanwhile, after Mickey's departure, Li Jinran noticed that the monstrous Bao Yijuan seemed to have slowed down, not from fatigue, but from some other intent. Li Jinran's instincts kicked in. Unlike other monsters or zombies, this creature retained some semblance of cognitive ability. He was concerned that it might rush toward the residents and break down their doors to feast upon them. Thus, armed with a gun, he slowed his pace to confront the monstrous Bao Yijuan. Unfortunately, the creature's weak points were not readily apparent, and it was constantly on the move. Despite Li Jinran's commendable aim, he had only recently learned to wield a firearm, making it improbable for him to strike effectively. During the confrontation, Li Jinran realized that the transformed Bao Yijuan was deliberately colliding with the walls of the corridor. With each impact, the staircase widened, and the window frames began to warp and shatter. With the staircase now more spacious, Li Jinran observed the monster rushing downward. He assumed that the creature was hindered by the narrow passage and hurriedly continued his descent, unaware that it had ceased its pursuit. Li Jinran raced toward the exit, determined to escape before the monster could break through the window. Visibility was limited within the building, and he had no knowledge of whether heavy weaponry had arrived. If the creature were to leap out, it would likely attack, making the staircase a perilous place. Indeed, upon reaching the second floor, he spotted Mickey. "Yashi, let us get out of here." Without time for explanations, he swiftly pulled Mickey along, only to look up and see that the window frame had already been shattered considerably. Seeing that the two had managed to escape, the commander grew anxious as the monster could emerge at any moment. Weapons were en route, but the crowd was overwhelming. The commander quickly instructed the evacuation. Some among the onlookers, gripped by fear upon seeing the monster, fled in haste, while others, emboldened by the presence of soldiers, were curious to glimpse the creature, believing themselves safe from a distance. Mickey and Li Jinran paid no heed to the crowd. They bolted out. And Mickey did not stop to address the commander, but dragged Li Jinran away from the throng. "Yashi, wait. We need to inform them about the monster's characteristics." Li Jinran grasped Mickey's arm. Though their efficiency may be lacking, they are still here to protect everyone. Mickey nodded, acknowledging Li Jinran's point. "You go to the parking lot. Nanan and my parents should be there. I'll inform them." "No, we go together. At such a distance, the parking lot should be safe. They will be fine." "I will not leave your side in the face of danger," Li Jinran declared, placing his hands firmly on Mickey's shoulders. "Remember, I will always be by your side. I will never allow you to confront peril alone." "Then, let us go together." Mickey gazed into Li Jinran's eyes, feeling a resurgence of strength, as if recharged by a powerful force. Chapter 048. Senior, please do not delay my escape. 46. Mickey and Li Jinran maneuvered through the crowd, locating the officer in charge. "Sir, we have some information regarding the monster," Mickey announced. "Oh, it's you too," the officer replied, having noticed Mickey and Li Jinran emerge from the building. He understood their predicament. After all, it was their responsibility, yet they were just two young children assisting in such a dire situation. Thus, he did not stop them from leaving. Mickey and Li Jinran briefly recounted the events that had transpired and shared all the information they had gathered. "Wait, is Bao Shenfeng your classmate? His father is called Bao Yijuan? What are the characters?" "Yes, that's the name, but we don't know the exact characters. We can only confirm that Bao is the same as in Abalone," Mickey explained. Initially, they were unaware of Bao Shenfeng's father's name, but when Bao Shenfeng transformed into a monster, they distinctly heard his mother scream his father's name, Bao Yijuan. Although they couldn't determine the exact characters, they were certain of the pronunciation. The officer furrowed his brow. He had heard that name before. If it was indeed the same person, he could be considered the architect of this calamity. No wonder monsters had suddenly begun to appear. It seemed overwhelmingly likely that this individual was the cause. He must have registered under a false name. Otherwise, they would have identified him long ago. Just then, the officer's radio crackled to life. "Have they arrived? Excellent." He glanced at the precariously swaying window frame. "Hurry, that monster is about to break through." Before he could finish his sentence, A loud crash echoed as the entire window frame fell, shattering on the ground below, revealing the monstrous figure of Bao Yijuan in its entirety. How has it grown larger? Miki and Li Jinran exclaimed in unison. They had assumed that the monster would not absorb any additional nutrients and would maintain its original size. However, it was now evident that it had indeed increased in size. Quick, expand the perimeter. Widen the exit to the west. Weapons will be arriving from that direction. Upon witnessing the true form of the monster, a palpable tension gripped the group. Finally, the weapons they had been eagerly awaiting arrived. Seeing the monster, everyone hastened their movements. At this point, Bao Yijuan had already attacked several people and consumed a dozen or so victims, further enlarging its form.
Attack! Attack!
The officer shouted urgently, as weapons were unleashed against the monstrous Bao Yijuan. Heavy artillery was also prepared for action. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, even the heavy artillery had little effect on the evolving creature, serving only to hinder its attacks and intercept its movements. If this continued for too long, Bao Yijuan would inevitably break free and wreak havoc. Moreover, if it escaped into uninfected territories, controlling this disaster would become impossible. Miki understood that if they could not eliminate the transformed Bao Yijuan, allowing it to escape would make it increasingly difficult to confront the monster in the future. Can you give me a bomb? Miki asked the officer. What do you intend to do? The officer inquired. Having learned that the young woman assisting in buying time was named Wenyashi. Since we cannot break through from the outside, I believe we might attack from within. If we could throw a bomb into its mouth, it might prove fatal, Miki proposed. We considered that strategy, but it only opens its mouth when consuming victims. We are currently mobilizing personnel to act as bait for this mission. We cannot let such a monster escape, the officer replied. In recent days, they had painstakingly isolated the infected cities. Now, they only needed to eliminate the remaining zombies within. If this colossal creature were to breach their defenses now, the situation would become unmanageable. Thus, they had long prepared for sacrifices, willing to trade lives for the death of the monstrous entity to ensure the safety of many. Let me try, Miki insisted, looking intently at the officer. No, it would be better if I went, Li Jinran interjected. Although Wenyashi had become braver than before, he was unwilling to let her face the danger alone. Have you forgotten how fast I am? I want to be alone. No matter how quick I am, I cannot outrun a creature of that size, so I need your coordination, Miki countered. What do you need from us, Miss Wen? Despite their youth, the officer found the two students reliable after their initial efforts to delay and relay information. With no better alternatives at hand, he was willing to cooperate with any feasible ideas they might have to minimize the loss of life among the soldiers. My speed is considerable, but I cannot outpace that monster, so I require a vehicle to get me close, preferably one that offers some cover and has no roof. When we reach the monster, we'll need someone to attack it to provide cover for me. I will wait for the monster to open its mouth and throw the bomb inside. Then the driver must accelerate away from the explosion zone. Are you certain you can throw the bomb? The officer expressed cautious optimism, though he wondered how much strength the girl could muster. I possess decent strength. My stamina is somewhat lacking, but if you are concerned, you could assign 2 more people. We can approach from 3 sides and throw the bomb into whichever direction the monster's mouth opens, Miki thoughtfully suggested, presenting a more secure plan.
All right.
I will arrange for that immediately. Thank you, Miss Wen, the officer replied, promptly setting about his tasks. Meanwhile, Li Jinran turned Miki to face him. Yashi. Jinran. I must do this. Don't ask me why. Consider it a means for me to prove myself, Miki asserted, hiding the true nature of her mission from Li Jinran. Miss Wen, the vehicle is ready.
Yes.
Miki nodded. Just as she was about to leave, she rose onto her toes and kissed Li Jinran on the cheek. Before he could react, she sprinted toward the location of the vehicle. Chapter 49. Senior, please do not delay my escape. And Li Jiran gently touched her cheek. Realizing this was the first time when Yashi had taken the initiative. The journey had initially progressed smoothly. However, just as the bomb was thrown, the vehicle that had been providing them cover was suddenly seized by the monster, Bao Yijuan. As the vehicle surged forward, the monster inched along behind them. Trouble loomed as the bomb was set to explode. The commander wore an anxious expression, and Li Jiran was desperate to rush out, but was restrained by those nearby. Miki understood the peril of the situation. She had been the one to throw the bomb, ensuring they had sufficient time to escape with a timed detonation. Yet, it would only delay for 3 minutes, and the explosion was imminent. The other two individuals still held bombs, prompting Miki to sprint towards them at her utmost speed, seizing one bomb and tossing it into the monster's mouth. Simultaneously, she instructed the others to prepare grenades and threw one beneath the monster's feet. With a resounding blast, the ground erupted beneath Bao Yijuan, causing it to falter momentarily. The two individuals stationed at the rear of the vehicle took advantage of the distraction, attacking the monster's fingers with knives. Though its fingers had hardened considerably, making it difficult to sever them, loosening its grip was still feasible. The driver, noticing the dire situation behind, pressed the accelerator fiercely. Finally, the fingers relinquished their hold, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Yet, just as they escaped, Miki found herself caught by the monster's grasp, its hand clutching her clothing. As the vehicle sped away, Miki's feet dangled in midair. Yashi, Li Jiran, having seen the vehicle emerge, felt a moment of relief, only to realize it had left, leaving Yashi alone, ensnared by the monster. Miki mentally calculated the time. It had initially been perfect, but now the countdown to the explosion was upon them. If she did not escape now, not only would she be consumed by the monster, but the explosion could very well ensnare her as well. With her loved ones lost, the remnants of humanity within the monster Bao Yijuan surged forth as it prepared to devour Miki. In that instant, a sudden warmth enveloped its insides, and it felt an unexpected lightness in its grip. Miki plummeted heavily to the ground, coughing up blood from the impact. The monster had grown to the height of 2 stories, and to be lifted by it was akin to falling from a considerable height. Aside from the blood, Miki felt as if her legs were no longer her own, rendered immobile and engulfed in pain. It was evident she had suffered a fracture. She never imagined that being transported to another world would entail experiencing the agony of a mother's fall from such heights. Spitting out blood, she had no time to dwell on her pain and crawled forward with all her might.
Boom.
The bomb within the monster finally detonated, and due to the initial explosion, the subsequent bombs also erupted. Miki felt a torrent of debris raining down upon her, nearly suffocating her.
Yashi.
Just as Miki clung to her remaining consciousness, she heard Li Jiran's voice and was enveloped in a warm embrace. Knowing that Li Jiran had come to her rescue brought her solace. But as her vision faded to black, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Repair complete. Congratulations, Contractee 021958, Miki, on successfully traversing the first world and completing your mission. Contractee 021958, we apologize for the miscalculation regarding the difficulty of this task. Originally, it was intended as a preliminary test, typically ranging from 0 to 1 star in difficulty. However, this task has reached 1.5 stars. Nonetheless, due to the system's erroneous estimation, you will receive additional reward points, and your original rewards will be enhanced.
And
what of Yashi in that world? Thanks to your intervention, her body did not perish completely. She will revive after receiving medical attention. However, due to severe injuries, she may suffer some disability in her leg. This as well, Yashi will achieve her wish of being with her dream senior. And with her survival, Li Jiran ought not to be so heartbroken. Miki nodded, feeling a twinge of sadness, yet recognizing that this was her mission. It was fulfilled. Yuan Yinan remained safe. Yashi achieved her desires, and Li Jiran could lead a life of happiness. With this in mind, what more could she possibly desire? Miki addressed the light screen. Please grant me my rewards. Meanwhile, in another world, Li Jiran gazed coldly at the unconscious Yashi on the hospital bed. You are not her. Who exactly are you? Chapter 050, the heart of the world due to the confidentiality regulations of the system, prior to her awakening. Her last death and the wishes born from regret would be erased, replaced instead by a portion of events that had transpired. Immersed in the joy of Yashi's revival, none, including Yuan Yinan, noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor. Only Li Jinran sensed a shift. Although her appearance remained unchanged, her tone of voice had altered. And even her gaze and aura underwent a profound transformation. Regrettably, Yashi had no recollection of having once signed a wish task with her life as essence, nor was she aware that she had departed from her own body. Li Jinran chose not to pursue the matter further. Casting one last glance at Wenyashi, she was undoubtedly not the person he once knew. He then turned and exited the rescue base. Within the pristine white confines of the system, Mickey exhaled deeply, setting aside her reluctance and commencing the acceptance of her rewards. As contractor number 021958, Mickey had exceeded her task requirements, earning not only the originally allotted 10 days of life and 10 points, but also an additional 25 points and 1 free allocation point. Mickey was pleasantly surprised by the substantial bonus points. She had previously learned that 1 point could be exchanged for 10,000 yuan, or 1 day of life. With her current 10 days of life, she could earn new days through continued tasks. However, the medical expenses for her mother and sister, along with her father's debts, loomed large. Moreover, the debt collectors could appear at any moment, potentially even frightening her sister at the hospital, which was a perilous situation. The unique circumstances of this task had granted her 35 points, equating to a potential conversion of 350,000 world coins. The system could reportedly convert these into the currency of her region, meaning they could be transformed into soft sister currency. Based on the exchange rate, approximately 1 to 5. This amounted to 1,750,000 soft sister currency, which could significantly aid her sister's treatment. Unexpectedly, such a bountiful reward came from a single task, albeit one fraught with danger. Please convert all points into the currency of my region. All of them? Yes, all. Mickey replied with a hint of excitement, wishing for her sister's health. Contractor number 021958. Do you confirm the conversion of all points into currency? The system's confirmation prompt appeared on the screen. Wait. Mickey paused, hesitating before querying the light screen. Can points be exchanged for free allocation points? What are short-term abilities? Upon learning the point exchange rate for free allocation points, Mickey was instantly disheartened. 1,000 points seemed an insurmountable goal. However, she still decided to inquire further about the system's other notifications. These were akin to enhancement items used in role-playing games on her planet. How do I exchange for short-term abilities? Those that enhance physical constitution. In this world, during tasks, one often suffered from a lack of physical prowess. Mickey frequently fainted, rendering her speechless. Thus, when she received that free allocation point earlier, she had immediately invested it in her constitution. Yet, even with that addition, her physical constitution remained at a mere 5 points, still below par. Upon adding points, she discovered hidden notes regarding her attributes. Her strength was commendable due to years of labor, while her speed was a result of her past involvement in the school's track team during less burdened times. However, her low constitution stemmed from prolonged exhaustion coupled with nutritional deficiencies. This consideration played a significant role in her decision to convert points into money. Alleviating her family's financial burden would allow her to cease working 3 jobs and rest, potentially improving her constitution. The system's mention of short-term enhancement potions piqued her interest, leading her to ponder whether she should exchange for a temporary boost. To enhance physical constitution, 30 points were required for a potion, which lasted 6 hours. Never mind. I confirm the conversion to currency. With the system's pricing in mind, Mickey resigned herself to her decision. She had only earned 35 points due to the unexpected difficulty of the task, which had been rated as a mere 1-star task, sometimes even falling below that standard. This unexpected windfall was a rarity. Her next task would officially begin at the 1-star level. Given the perilous nature of the previous task, Mickey believed she possessed sufficient capability to handle the challenges ahead. Above all, her sister's health was paramount. The deterioration of her sister's condition had nearly led to a fatal crisis. However, their family's dire circumstances had left them unable to afford even her sister's hospitalization, which fueled Mickey's urgent desire to earn money. System is processing the exchange. Please wait patiently. Contractor number 021958. With Mickey's affirmative response, the system commenced its operations. As the system's confirmation sound reverberated, Mickey sensed a special card linking to her life essence. The Omniversal card was now bound to contractor number 021958's life essence, allowing her to withdraw amounts at any time and in any world, enabling direct exchanges for various currencies. Chapter 051. The last shift hadn't. She just completed her testing task. What new endeavor awaited her? A multitude of questions swirled in Michi's mind. Yet before she could voice them, a sudden dizziness overcame her. When she reopened her eyes, she found herself once again seated in the empty subway car. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted the time was precisely when she had felt fatigued and wished to rest. Was all of this merely a dream? As these thoughts coursed through her, she remembered the special card associated with her life sigil. In that moment of recollection, Michi felt something solid materialize in the palm of her previously empty left hand. She spread her fingers, revealing a card that resembled a bank card in its rigidity. Bringing it closer for inspection, she observed that it bore no inscriptions, save for the number 021958 etched in one corner, her contract number, which she had heard referenced by the system on numerous occasions. At the center of the card was an elegant design, reminiscent of a script. Though Michi could not decipher its meaning, instinctively, she felt it must be a form of writing. Under the subway lights, the surface of the card shimmered as if alive. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared unremarkable. This was not a dream. It was all undeniably real. She had come into wealth, an opportunity to improve her family's circumstances. Despite the arduous nature of her previous tasks, the immense reward she now possessed filled Michi with exhilaration. Approaching Xinghua Plaza. Passengers disembarking at Xinghua Plaza, please prepare to exit. The train will soon open the right side doors. Passengers, please remain seated and hold on securely. Do not lean against or touch the doors. However, now that she had secured her fortune, Michi resolved not to continue in this job. The realization that her current circumstances were not a mere figment of her imagination also implied that she would likely undertake similar tasks in the future. Given her fragile constitution, which seemed prone to fainting, it was a precarious situation. Michi planned to resign from her position today. As the train came to a smooth stop, she gathered her belongings and stepped off, heading toward her workplace. Her employer was understanding and agreed to her resignation, aware of her family situation, and promised to settle her wages, but with the caveat that since it was late and he had no one else to fill her shift, Michi would still need to work that night. She conceded, recognizing her boss's kindness, having allowed her to work night shifts due to her circumstances. Grateful to him, she donned her work attire for the last time. "Hey there, could you come over? Where's our beer?" As Michi emerged from the back, a group of patrons brightened at her arrival, gesturing towards her. Noticing the number on their table, she scanned the area for others who were still waiting. It became evident that these guests had just placed their order. Nevertheless, as the server, she promptly checked the order at the bar and brought their drinks. "Here's your beer, ladies and gentlemen. Since you just ordered, please allow a moment for the rest." With that, she set the beer down and turned to leave. But a man with a half-sleeve tattoo intercepted her. "Hey there, how old are you? You look like a student. Why are you working so late? That seems rather tough. Come, sit down and chat with me." Michi worked at a skewered food bar, which opened in the afternoon and operated until the early hours. She had encountered such customers before and had always managed to deflect their advances with clever excuses. If they persisted, her boss would often step in to defuse the situation, a fact for which Michi remained ever grateful. Today, however, she intended to leave, but it appeared the group had no intention of letting her go. Realizing her boss had just stepped out to find someone to cover her shift, Michi noticed that only a slightly older sister was manning the register and a male server, whose frail physique offered little comfort. It seemed she would have to handle the situation herself. Surrounded by the group, the greasy-faced man smiled as he cornered her. The other server, timid in the presence of the burly patrons, retreated to seek her boss's assistance, leaving Michi alone. "Come on, just sit down for a drink. What are you so nervous about?" "I'm sorry, but I still have work to do. Look at all these tables waiting for their orders." Michi maintained her smile, knowing she was set to leave, yet her boss's establishment would continue to operate. "Why are you being so dismissive?" The man who had first blocked her way now wore a scowl, demanding an explanation. "It's not that I'm being dismissive. It's just that I'm not much of a drinker. One drink might leave me inebriated, and then I could lose my job and embarrass myself, which would spoil your enjoyment." The man was about to retort when he caught another patron's glance, who gestured for him to relent. "It's all right. We've had plenty to drink before coming here. You go ahead and take care of your duties." Surprised by the unexpected kindness, Michi expressed her gratitude with a smile. "I'll bring your skewers shortly. Please be patient." As she departed, The man who had initially obstructed her path turned to his companions. What's the matter? Are you showing restraint today? Old Tian, your foolishness will be the end of us. Look over there. That's a security camera. If you harass the staff, it will all be recorded. What's wrong with having just one drink? Muttered the man referred to as Old Tian. Is it just a drink you want? Or do you wish to sample something more? That girl seems quite refreshing, and hasn't even tasted yet. Of course I want to sample her. She may be a bit slender, but she's quite attractive. The man who had first stopped Michi smirked. Let us proceed as I suggest. Do nothing rash. Let us savor the moment, and ensure we all get a taste today. Chapter 052. Midnight Crisis. Throughout the night, Michi sensed that the man with a floral tattoo on his arm, who had obstructed her earlier, was casting furtive glances in her direction. However, he did not advance further, prompting her to dismiss him from her mind. Business was thriving tonight, and to her surprise, the group was quite voracious, continuing to eat until nearly closing time. Gentlemen, we will be closing our grills shortly. Is there anything else you would like to order? If not, we will no longer be serving barbecued items. Michi inquired as she approached the dwindling tables. Oh, we've had enough. What time do you close? The man who had previously blocked her path asked nonchalantly. In half an hour. But rest assured, if you haven't finished, we will wait for you. We merely need to close the grill. We won't be preparing any more food afterward, Michi replied. Understood. We won't be ordering anything else, he waved her off. Michi breathed a sigh of relief. Had he ordered more, they would have been obliged to fulfill the order, and as a server, she was required to wait until the guests had finished before she could tidy up and clock out. Although the official hours extended until 3 a.m., she often found herself working beyond that. Once the final table departed, Michi and another server hastily cleared the area, changed their clothes, and collected their wages from the boss before leaving. At this hour, public transportation was non-existent, yet she was fortunate that her home was not too far away. She had chosen this establishment for her last job precisely because it was within a half-hour walking distance. As she made her way to a nearby bike-sharing location, a vehicle suddenly appeared from a distance and halted beside her. Several individuals emerged from the vehicle, swiftly encircling her. They all wore masks, yet Michi immediately recognized them as the group that had dined at her workplace until the end of the night. Get in the car, one of them commanded, glancing around to signal an attack. Instinctively, Michi dodged the hand reaching for her arm, managing to evade another assailant as well. To her astonishment, she realized her movements felt remarkably agile. Though it seemed as if she had merely awakened from slumber, her survival instincts had sharpened during her ordeal in a post-apocalyptic world. In that dire environment, one's nerves were perpetually taut, necessitating the honing of reflexes. Otherwise, being caught by a zombie could be fatal. With this newfound awareness, Michi began to observe her attacker's movements. Unfortunately, she discovered that her observational skills lagged behind her instinctive evasion, likely due to her lower intelligence metrics. It became evident that her attributes not only influenced her abilities in the task world, but were also interconnected with her reality. If this were the case on her next dodge, she targeted a shorter man and charged towards him with all her might. As anticipated, her strength was substantial. The collision sent him reeling backward into his companion. Seizing the opportunity, Michi slipped through the encirclement and sprinted with all her energy. Her speed, already commendable, was bolstered by her revitalized stamina, allowing her to outpace the men behind her. However, they were not foolish. Upon realizing her rapid flight, they quickly returned to their vehicle to pursue her. No matter how fast Michi ran, her speed was still within the realm of the ordinary, and she could never hope to outrun a car. Yet, she was astute, familiar with the area she traversed daily, and the multitude of exits made it difficult to trap her. Which way? One of the men shouted. Go around that way, quickly. Michi pressed on. But the market was deserted at night, with the gates secured. As she attempted to scale the iron gate, the headlights of an approaching vehicle sent a chill down her spine. She could not afford to be captured. Although her strength and speed were commendable, she stood no chance against so many. Her recent escape had been a stroke of luck, and she knew what fate awaited her if they succeeded in their pursuit. Wearing clothes that hindered her movement, and with her backpack containing essential items, Michi gazed at the gate, desperate to cross before the car arrived. Just then, She noticed a stack of pristine bricks piled against a nearby wall, with a section of the wall above missing, indicating repairs were underway. This presented an opportunity. She dashed up the stack of bricks and climbed over the breach, swiftly grabbing 2 bricks before sprinting deeper into the market.
I saw her go in.
Hurry! From that side, one of the men shouted as they neared the vehicle. The men followed her lead, navigating the bricks to pursue her into the now desolate market. With no hiding places available, Michi could only run for her life, finally reaching another door. Here, there were no bricks or gaps to aid her. She could only toss her backpack over before tucking a brick into her clothing and climbing the door. Hurry, she's over there. Don't let her escape. The men shouted as they closed in on her. As Michi clambered over the gate, she seized one of the bricks from her pocket and hurled it at the foremost man, the one who had first harassed her. The brick struck him squarely on the forehead, blood streaming down his face. Michi smirked. After months of battling the undead in the wasteland, her aim had certainly improved. Yet, she had no time to relish her triumph. She quickly leaped down from the gate, grabbed her backpack, and dashed into the alley. To her dismay, the men were far quicker at scaling the gate than she had anticipated, clearly seasoned in such pursuits, and the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Chapter 053. Arrangements made. Although Michi had initially undergone soul restoration in the system space, the strain of her night shifts had depleted much of her energy. After running for half a day, she felt her stamina nearing its limits. While it was not as dire as her previous experiences in the task world, where she felt on the verge of fainting, her legs felt heavy and leaden, making it difficult to move.
Fortunately,
she had allocated her free points to enhance her physical constitution. Otherwise, she would have likely collapsed by now. What should she do? Feeling anxious, Michi noticed an alley ahead. Once she entered, her familiarity with the intricate pathways would allow her to find a place to hide, making it harder for them to locate her. Given the time wasted outside, it was probably already past 4 o'clock. The old houses in this area were inhabited by many elderly residents who did not sleep much and rose early, so numerous breakfast vendors would be out soon. Once there were people around, she would feel comparatively safer. Just as she was nearing the alley, she suddenly felt a hand grip her shoulder from behind. Panic surged within her. Earlier, she had picked up 2 bricks. One had been used to strike the man in the floral sleeves, while the other remained in her pocket. Clutching the brick, she spun around and aimed for the assailant's face. However, the stranger deftly caught the brick and pulled her into a courtyard. Michi regarded the individual warily. He was not wearing a mask and did not resemble any of the pursuers from before. In the dim light, he appeared to be a gentle-looking man. "Who are you, sure?" He gestured for silence and pointed toward a room. Michi still held the brick tightly, while he appeared benign. One could never be too sure. After all, the previous group had not seemed threatening either. Noticing the brick in her hand, the man smiled, seemingly unbothered, and ushered her into one of the rooms. He lit a small lamp and listened for any sounds outside before speaking. "Don't be afraid, young lady. I heard the commotion outside and came to investigate. It seems someone was pursuing you." "Yes, they are bad people. They followed me from my workplace," Michi nodded. "Is that so? Allow me to call the police for you." He took out his phone and made a call, appearing to be acquainted with the person on the other end, relaying the situation succinctly. "Rest assured, the police station is not far. They will arrive shortly." He then glanced at the brick still clutched in Michi's hand. "Is that heavy? Would you like to set it down?" Though he had called for help, Michi remained skeptical. Sensing her lingering distrust, he said, "Why don't you take a moment to rest?" "I still need to." As he spoke, an elderly man emerged from an inner room, coughing as he walked. "Hao Yan, did my coughing disturb your sleep?" "Grandfather, no. Why are you up?" The man rose to greet him. The elderly gentleman then noticed Michi. "Who is this young lady?" Michi nodded, expressing her gratitude to both men. After nearly an hour, Michi felt her eyelids growing heavy. But fear of the unknown kept her alert. "Zhengzi, why are you so late?" A booming voice interrupted, startling Michi awake. "Grandfather Wu, I only arrived after apprehending the criminals. They foolishly walked into our trap. I was just about to check on the situation when I saw them brazenly searching in the alley. Upon noticing us, they fled. Clearly guilty, and we caught them without hesitation. By the way, where is the girl?" One of the officers remarked, noting that one of the suspects had been struck by her brick. That young lady was quite fierce. As the officer entered, he spotted the brick still in Michi's grasp and broke into a smile. Michi, feeling embarrassed, quickly hid the brick behind her back. "It's not a toy," she mumbled, not offering further explanation, but still thanking the officer. Before leaving, she expressed her gratitude once more to the man who had rescued her, then followed the officer out. By the time she returned home, dawn had broken. Michi slept soundly until 2 in the afternoon, awakening only when hunger struck. It was her first deep sleep since the school break, and she felt revitalized. After preparing a simple meal for herself, Michi ventured to the market to purchase a hen for stew, along with some easily digestible vegetables, all packed in a thermal container. She then headed to the hospital, where she settled her sister's outstanding medical fees and prepaid part of her mother and sister's hospitalization costs. With some money still in hand, she intended to reserve it for nourishing food for her mother and sister. The debts owed to her father would require more than this to clear, and she realized that continuing to work on tasks was essential. Chapter 054. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 1. Contractor number 021958, Mickey. Is it confirmed that you are undertaking your first official mission? Before proceeding, I would like to inquire, what exactly is the heart of the world mission? How is this task to be accomplished? What rewards can one expect upon completion? Mickey had been plagued by these questions. She grimaced, feeling that the explanation was as good as none, yet regardless of the peculiar supplementary task, she was determined to undertake the mission, if only to repay her debts and earn a living. Does contractor number 021958, Mickey, have any further inquiries? None. I confirm the extraction of the task. The system randomly assigned a 1-star task. Please prepare, contractor number 021958, Mickey, for the imminent transference of your soul. As Mickey readied herself, she caught a glimpse of the general content on the screen. It was yet another apocalyptic scenario. Hadn't she encountered such missions in various novels before? System. I have another question. Is the task limited to apocalyptic worlds? No, contractors are assigned tasks at random, and there are numerous worlds available. Understood. Mickey nodded, signaling the system to proceed with the transference. Despite her unfortunate luck in drawing 2 apocalyptic missions in a row, she still held a glimmer of hope. Little did she know, her fortune in the realm of random worlds had been exceedingly dismal, as she would soon discover during her lengthy journey down this path. As the orb of light contracted, Mickey's original location of consciousness transformed into a void once more. She reopened her eyes, finding herself bound to a seat. This time, Mickey assumed the role of an air hostess named Liao Xiaowen. Liao Xiaowen, a flight attendant, served on an international flight that was unwittingly transporting passengers infected with a zombie virus to foreign lands. One passenger, feeling unwell, expressed a desire to visit the restroom. However, at that moment, turbulence struck, prompting Liao Xiaowen to advise the passenger to wait. Unbeknownst to her during this interval, the passenger succumbed to the virus and transformed into a zombie, subsequently biting the individual seated next to him. The bitten passenger, in excruciating pain, screamed in terror, mistaking the transformed individual for a madman. In a panic, he unbuckled his seatbelt and fled, only to undergo a similar transformation and bite yet another passenger. Liao Xiaowen's colleagues, noticing the commotion, rushed to intervene but were swiftly bitten as well, becoming zombies themselves. Witnessing this horror, Liao Xiaowen hastily sought refuge in the restroom. Yet the plane ultimately crashed, claiming her life in the process. She speculated that the initial passenger, harboring the zombie virus, might have caused the captain's demise by knocking on the cockpit door, leading the captain to believe it was merely coffee service. Consequently, both the captain and co-pilot perished, resulting in the catastrophic crash from which she could not escape. Regret consumed her. She lamented not preventing the passenger from venturing to the restroom. Had the passenger transformed while inside, the ensuing chaos might have been averted. After her death, Liao Xiaowen made a silent wish for redemption. Mickey's task was now clear. She must subdue the infected passenger and ensure the aircraft's safe landing. Indeed, 1-star tasks were relatively straightforward. As Mickey organized her thoughts, she unfastened her seatbelt, for it was imperative that she escort the infected passenger to the restroom without delay. Xiaowen, what are you doing? A colleague, who had witnessed the earlier incident of a passenger leaving their seat, grabbed Mickey's arm. The infected passenger's complexion had turned a ghastly shade. Although he had yet to fully transform, the signs were evident, his eyes clouded with a haze of confusion. "Sir, are you feeling unwell? Allow me to take you to the restroom," Mickey offered, loosening his seatbelt and guiding him towards the lavatory. As they walked, Mickey scrutinized the passenger closely. Indeed, his consciousness seemed to wane, reduced to primal instincts, resembling the zombies she had previously encountered in testing worlds, though with distinct differences. Mickey surmised that the variations in the virus may have led to differences in the manifestations of the undead. "Xiaowen, what are you doing? It's turbulent. You shouldn't be moving about, let alone with a passenger," another flight attendant called out, visibly alarmed by Mickey's actions. "This passenger is unwell. We'll remedy the situation shortly," Mickey replied, ignoring her colleague's protests as she swung open the restroom door. At that moment, the infected individual suddenly convulsed, his eyes rolling back as guttural sounds emanated from his throat, his hands reaching out towards Mickey. Reacting swiftly, Mickey delivered a powerful kick to the already transforming passenger's abdomen, propelling him into the restroom and securely locking the door behind her with a key. "Xiaowen, what on earth are you doing? This will lead to complaints," her colleague exclaimed, nearly frantic. Liao Xiaowen was typically the epitome of composure, so what had sparked this erratic behavior? Amidst her colleague's frantic inquiries, a series of loud thuds reverberated from the restroom. Her colleague attempted to open the door, but Mickey halted her. "We cannot open the door. There's a monster inside." "A monster? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Wait, are you referring to the mutated virus from M country?"
Indeed.
Their flight had been informed of a recently emerged mutated virus upon arriving in M country, and they had received notice that this would be the final flight to M country until the virus was contained. They hurriedly initiated their return trip, yet no one anticipated that a passenger infected with the virus would board the plane. "Xiaowen, are you certain? This is no trivial matter. If you're mistaken, we will face serious complaints." "I am certain, absolutely certain. Initially, I overlooked the passenger's complaint of discomfort, but just now I noticed signs of something amiss." "Do you recall the symptoms of the mutated virus?" "I observed those characteristics in that passenger, which is why I confined him," Mickey asserted firmly to her colleague. "Rest assured, should I misjudge the situation, I will accept any consequences. In the air, we have no refuge. It's better to err on the side of caution than to risk catastrophe." "All right, Xiaowen, I trust you. You're not typically reckless. What do we do now?" Chapter 055. Captain, please fly the plane with seriousness. 2. Upon hearing that the person locked inside the restroom had contracted the mutated virus, Liao Xiaowen's colleagues grew increasingly anxious. If it was indeed that terrifying virus, the individual in the restroom could pose a significant threat. Having watched numerous horror films, they were all too familiar with the characteristics of the so-called zombies. When they received this alarming notification, their nerves intensified, prompting them to take a brief respite before swiftly preparing to return to the mainland as required. Just before departure, they conducted thorough checks to ensure none of them bore any wounds. One passenger was even denied boarding due to a minor cut sustained while opening food.
Now,
with the unsettling news about the restroom occupant potentially being infected, they found themselves at a loss, glancing frequently at Mickey for reassurance. Mickey, however, remained composed. The infected individual was secured within, and as long as they could maintain control, a safe landing was assured. Ignoring the incessant banging of the restroom door, she gazed out at the clouds drifting by, her heart filled with anticipation for the reward awaiting them upon completion of their mission. The aircraft gradually stabilized, and Mickey, alongside another flight attendant, unfastened their seatbelts and began preparing to distribute snacks and beverages to the passengers. Although the threat of the mutated virus loomed in the restroom, the immediate course of action was to report the situation to local authorities for resolution upon landing. Until then, standard services must proceed uninterrupted. As Mickey maneuvered the beverage cart down the aisle, her colleague inquired about drink preferences from passengers. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently, causing the orange juice in her colleague's hand to spill onto a nearby passenger. As the attendant hurried to apologize, Mickey steadied herself by gripping the seat back beside her. Peering outside through the window, the sunlight illuminated the surroundings, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. How could the aircraft be experiencing such turbulence? Until this moment, Mickey had never considered that, aside from the infected passenger, others aboard the plane might also transform into zombies. Previously, Liao Xiaowen had lamented her inability to detect the early signs of infection, which might have prevented the tragedy of the plane's descent. While seated in her designated flight attendant position, Mickey had observed that aside from the commotion caused by the sudden locking of the restroom, no other passengers exhibited symptoms of mutation. Thus, she felt secure in assisting her colleague as they began serving food after the plane stabilized.
Yet now,
With the aircraft unexpectedly lurching, another unsettling possibility crossed Mickey's mind. What if the reason for Liao Xiaowen's fatal crash was not merely a zombie attempting to breach the cockpit, which led to the pilot's demise, but something more sinister? Straining against the armrests, Mickey turned to face the cockpit door, contemplating whether the previous disaster was compounded by issues within the cockpit itself. "Everyone, please remain calm. Do not unbuckle your seatbelts and stay seated," she urged. As she pondered these thoughts, Liao Xiaowen's colleague, who was also assisting with the meal service, sought to comfort the frightened passengers. Mickey recognized that the attendant was frightened too, especially with a monster locked away in the restroom, yet she was striving to reassure others. "Everyone, don't panic. I'll check it out," Mickey declared, using the armrests for support as she moved cautiously toward the cockpit. "Captain, is there a problem with the plane?" Mickey called, knocking on the cockpit door. Just then, she felt the door loosen, and to her surprise, it swung open. Rather than rushing in, she quickly retrieved a fire axe from the nearby preparation area, leaving the protective cover in place to avoid injury from her own nervousness. This caution was not unwarranted. She had heard strange, guttural sounds from within, reminiscent of a zombie transformation, yet she dared not fully confirm, given the proximity of a zombie nearby. With the weapon in hand, Mickey felt a semblance of security. She pried the door ajar with the axe, bracing herself for what lay ahead. What she witnessed was startling. In the co-pilot seat sat a clearly mutated zombie, while the captain was no longer in his designated position. One of his shoes remained outside the cockpit, flung aside in haste, revealing that he had been the one to open the door for Mickey. At that moment, the captain was desperately using a flight manual to shield himself from the attacking co-pilot, who was beyond control. Fortunately, the aircraft was in stable flight, having entered autopilot mode. The earlier turbulence was not due to mechanical failure, but rather the captain's desperate attempt for assistance, hoping someone would come to his aid. Lacking the ability to communicate via the intercom, he relied on the plane's unique circumstances to signal the crew to his dire situation. Chapter 056. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 3. In response to the captain's request, another individual might hesitate, especially considering that the co-pilot is a colleague. However, the situation is different for Mickey. She has endured the trials of a zombie-infested world, having faced countless zombies before, and now there is only one to contend with. Moreover, the danger posed by a single zombie left in the cockpit far exceeds that of an entire cabin filled with the undead. Mickey has come to understand that the original occupant, Liao Xiaowen, had not fully experienced the chaos. She had been hiding in the bathroom since the incident began, forming her assumptions about the situation outside. Now, Mickey perceives the grim reality. The outside world must have been in disarray, and the plane could have returned safely. But the co-pilot had inexplicably contracted the virus, leading to his mutation. At that time, chaos reigned outside, leaving the captain without assistance, culminating in the tragic outcome. Without needing the captain's guidance, Mickey instinctively knows how to handle the transformed co-pilot. Previously, she refrained from acting against a passenger because they were unaware of the specific dangers posed by the zombies. Even if they had some knowledge, most individuals struggle to comprehend it until they experience it firsthand, which could lead to greater complications for her. Thus, she chose to confine that passenger to the bathroom rather than execute the zombie in front of all the others. Now, however, the stakes are different. The zombie poses a direct threat to the captain's life, and Mickey cannot risk losing both the captain and co-pilot without a guarantee that another capable pilot exists among the passengers. "Captain Xia, hold on a little longer," she urges. Given that she is dealing with a zombie, the protective sheath of the fire axe becomes unnecessary. With swift precision, she removes the sheath and instructs, "Captain Xia, slightly turn your head and close your eyes." At this moment, it is impossible for the captain to rise. He cannot free himself to stand. So Mickey opts for the simplest solution. The captain does not hesitate. Ever since Mickey entered, he has felt a reassuring presence, a belief that the situation would be resolved. After Mickey's words, he quickly closes his eyes and turns his head away. Mickey raises the fire axe and brings it down upon the mutated co-pilot's head. In an instant, the co-pilot, who had only just transformed into a zombie, is rendered powerless. Nonetheless, Mickey remains cautious. If the zombie is not completely dispatched and manages to injure the captain, their lives may still be at stake. She strikes several more forceful blows until the co-pilot, now a lifeless heap, collapses to the side, and Mickey leans against the door, gasping for breath. It is no surprise that such a reaction is common in these dire circumstances. Mickey does not offer comfort. The immediate crisis has been averted, but her already depleted stamina has waned further, necessitating a brief respite. However, glancing down at the filth splattered across her, she contemplates washing up but realizes the bathroom is occupied, one by a flight attendant and the other by a zombie. To reach the other restroom at the rear of the cabin, she must traverse the entire space. Given her current appearance, she fears that some timid passengers might be terrified upon seeing her. "Are you feeling better?" she inquires of the flight attendant, explaining. The co-pilot has been infected with the virus and nearly harmed the captain. If the captain were to contract it as well, we would be in a precarious position.
I.
The flight attendant stammers, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Please fetch me a clean change of clothes from the back," Mickey requests. "I'll stay in the cockpit for now, while you have others assist out there." Given that the captain is not in a better state, there is no need for either of them to feel disdain for the other. The flight attendant glances between Mickey and the captain, then nods and moves toward the rear of the cabin. The passengers remain oblivious to the unfolding events. Some contemplate approaching but hesitate, preferring the safety of their seats. Mickey draws a curtain as she passes, allowing only muted sounds to escape. The more curious passengers wait for the flight attendant who had previously served meals to return and inquire about the situation. "Everyone, please remain seated and refrain from unnecessary movement. We have encountered a minor issue, but it has been resolved, so there is no need for concern," the flight attendant reassures. After a moment's thought, she continues, "Those needing to use the restroom, please proceed to the one at the rear. The front restroom is currently out of service." As long as the aircraft itself is not in jeopardy, the passengers begin to relax. Though half of the meals had been served, distribution was halted due to the sudden turbulence. Now that stability has returned, those who had not yet received their meals begin to wait for the flight attendants to continue the service. Mickey sits on the floor at the cockpit door, resting against the wall. Given her current state, recovering her strength takes precedence over her appearance. Meanwhile, Captain Sierra, having finally escaped the clutches of a zombie that sought to devour him, exhales a sigh of relief. At just 29 years old, Sierra is not only the captain of this international flight, but also the youngest and most accomplished pilot in their airline. His youth and striking demeanor led the airline to consider him as a potential spokesperson, a proposal he declined, citing a preference for humility. Truthfully, Sierra had never paid much attention to the quiet flight attendant named Liao Xiaowen. Although they were colleagues, their interactions were limited to work-related matters. This marks the first time he has truly observed her, and perhaps due to the brush with danger, he perceives her differently, feeling a newfound appreciation for her presence. "Liao Xiaowen," he calls out to Mickey. "What is it, Captain?" Mickey replies lazily, turning her face in his direction. Having cleaned the grime from his face with a tissue, Sierra reveals a handsome countenance, typically marked by an air of aloofness. He smiles at Mickey and expresses, "Thank you for your assistance earlier." Chapter 57, Captain. "Please fly the plane seriously, for..." Mickey shook her head, signaling that there was no need for thanks. At this moment, she could hardly blame the original owner, Liao Xiaowen. Nor could she vent her frustrations to the captain, whom she did not know well. Moreover, her physical strength was limited, and she preferred to rest while she could. Fortunately, the captain was quite astute, employing certain methods to alert others of his peril, thus navigating the situation with minimal danger. Speaking of which, the co-pilot was somewhat unfortunate. He had never intended to be infected, as he had not even thought about leaving the airport initially. Prior to their departure, he had had a quarrel with his wife, which left him unable to sleep well. Though they took turns resting during the flight, he never truly found solace. To ensure a smooth flight, he relied on coffee to stave off any drowsiness. By the time they reached their destination, everyone had gone off to shop or relax, while the co-pilot, wishing to avoid disrupting their plans, decided to stay at the airport hotel to catch up on sleep. Just as he was preparing to head to the plane, he encountered an elderly woman attempting to check in her pet dog. However, as she was transferring the dog to a special carrier, the leash suddenly snapped. The pet dog, with the leash still attached, bolted past the co-pilot's feet. In an attempt to secure the leash, he inadvertently pricked himself on the broken end. A few droplets of blood emerged, and the dog licked the wound, which soon became inconsequential. Thus, he handed the pet over to the check-in staff without a second thought. Unbeknownst to him, after being placed in the carrier, the dog began to emit a low growl, a precursor to the viral mutation. After boarding the aircraft, no one noticed that the co-pilot had been infected, as there were no visible wounds during the screening. "Captain, what should we do about this corpse?" After sitting for a while and glancing at her wrist device, which was nearly full, Mickey looked at the zombie body still occupying the co-pilot seat and inquired of Sierra. Although Mickey was unfazed, having grown accustomed to viewing zombie corpses during her previous testing tasks, she recognized that not everyone shared her resilience. For the sake of ensuring a safe and stable flight over the next several hours, she felt it prudent to address the presence of the zombie body. "Can we place it in the restroom?" Sierra was taken aback that this seemingly delicate girl would be the first to suggest dealing with a zombie's corpse. Nonetheless, the matter was indeed of great importance. He was not keen on facing a zombie body for the duration of the flight, especially since it had once been a close colleague, his partner, in fact. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of the virus, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to take action against his old companion. This realization also explained his astonishment at how decisively Liao Xiaowen had acted after he called for her assistance. However, it was precisely due to her promptness that he could sit here unscathed, so he did not dwell too much on why she was able to act so decisively. "The restroom probably won't suffice. We need to keep one restroom available, and another is already occupied by an infected passenger," Mickey shrugged in resignation. In moments like these, she wished the restroom were a more viable option, though it was somewhat lacking. She was reluctant to risk opening that restroom door, considering that the last zombie had caused the entire aircraft to succumb to the infection. She could not guarantee that releasing the zombie would not disturb others. If it escaped and bit another passenger, the situation would become even more troublesome. As it stands, the remaining passengers seem fine. "I will keep a close watch," Sierra replied. "I'll leave the outside to you. Here, take this." He handed Mickey a spare key to the cockpit, intended for use in special circumstances. According to standard regulations, this key was not to be given to anyone other than the captain and co-pilot. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, Sierra chose to overlook the rules, especially as he felt an inexplicable trust towards Liao Xiaowen at that moment, an inexplicable feeling as though they had fought side by side in the past. "Captain Xiaowen, here are some clean clothes for you. Please change quickly." At that moment, another flight attendant arrived with a food cart, finally bringing a bag containing a set of clean garments. After all, in the air, situations arose where passengers could soil their clothes, necessitating the preparation of spare attire. Mickey accepted the clothing with gratitude while her gaze fixated on the food cart. She glanced between the cart and the zombie body beside the co-pilot and turned to Sierra. "Captain, what do you think about placing the body here?" There were 12 such food carts on the aircraft. Losing one would not significantly affect operations. Sierra nodded in agreement, exchanging a knowing glance with Mickey, who then signaled the flight attendant to empty the cart, including the layered dividers. "Xiaowen, are you really?" The flight attendant stammered as she assisted in removing the items, hesitantly asking if they were truly going to store the corpse there. After all, the cart would need to be pushed to the back, where there was a designated space to ensure stability during turbulence. However, the thought of mixing a cart of food and beverages with one containing a corpse was enough to churn her stomach. Chapter 058. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 5. Miki had contemplated this issue when she initially proposed the idea. However, in comparison to the value of life, these concerns seemed trivial. During their search for sustenance, as long as the packaging was intact, they would consume the contents without hesitation, even if they were tainted by the blood of the undead. After all, There was a vehicle separating them from the horror. If she were at the helm, the presence of numerous corpses would pose no issue. She could merely don a mask. Unfortunately, her lack of piloting skills necessitated her consideration of Captain Xia's predicament. At present, Xia appeared remarkably composed. But who could predict how he would fare when faced alone with a corpse that would rapidly decompose? What if he succumbed to the overwhelming horror or the stench? Who would pilot the aircraft then? Miki acknowledged that modern aircraft are equipped with autopilot systems that alleviate the need for constant vigilance. Nevertheless, the pilot's experience is crucial in assessing potential emergencies. Therefore, the body must be dealt with. They needed to reserve one lavatory for use. And the most practical solution seemed to be stowing the corpse in the food cart. With no other viable options available, they had to proceed with this plan. It was impossible to open the cabin door and dispose of it outside, not to mention the inherent dangers of high-altitude projectiles. Xiaowen, are we really going to stuff the body in there? The flight attendant inquired, trembling at the sight of the undead corpse. I'll handle it. You go fetch some large garbage bags, Miki replied. Initially, she intended to move the corpse herself, but considering the cart's ventilation, she deemed it wiser to encase the body first. Understood. The other flight attendant dashed away, relieved to be spared from the grisly task. Meanwhile, the remaining crew members received a notification from the captain regarding a peculiar situation aboard the aircraft, urging them to monitor the passengers closely. Once the attendant returned with the bags, Miki carefully encased the corpse of the mutated co-pilot and strained to drag it out. Xia, intrigued by Miki's unwavering demeanor, noted he had never paid much attention to this flight attendant before. He remembered her pleasant smile and calm disposition, but never anticipated that she would be the one to save him today. Observing Miki's efforts, he rose to assist her, swiftly extracting the body from the co-pilot's seat. After encasing the feet in another large plastic bag, Miki secured it tightly with a rope. Help me push, she requested. Thankfully, the co-pilot was not overweight. Once they maneuvered him into the cart, Miki closed the door and added a mark on top to distinguish it from other carts. Additionally, inform the other crew members of the situation. On it, perhaps relieved that the body was no longer visible, the attendant who had been sitting with Miki earlier nodded and pushed the cart toward the rear. Xia continued to observe Miki. This composed young woman who seemed as though she had encountered such scenarios before, orchestrating everything with remarkable efficiency. Captain Xia, please manage the cleanup here. I'll change my clothes in the lavatory, Miki said, noting some stains remaining on the seat where the co-pilot had been. Fortunately, due to the long-haul flight, the seats were equipped with comfortable covers and cushions, making cleanup relatively straightforward. Xia nodded. Such trivial matters were beneath him, especially when compared to a woman's capabilities. As Miki prepared to change, she encountered a passenger heading to the lavatory. Upon seeing her, the passenger paused, contemplating whether something was amiss. Apologies. I accidentally knocked over a bag of trash while cleaning. Are you in need of the lavatory? Please go ahead. I'll clean up shortly, Miki smiled reassuringly. With a sigh of relief, Miki was grateful that she had wiped her face with a tissue in the cockpit, leaving no bloodstains, only some smudges on her attire. Their uniforms were dark, rendering the stains less conspicuous. Unless examined closely, one could not discern if the blemishes were from soy sauce or something else. After the passenger exited, Miki entered the lavatory, thoroughly washing the stains from her clothes before donning a fresh outfit. I'm terribly sorry, but it seems the passenger in this lavatory is exhibiting unstable behavior. Before his episode, he approached me, stating that if he became uncontrollable, he should be confined in the lavatory to prevent harm to others. Miki fabricated an explanation, unable to reveal the true nature of the undead. Really? How irresponsible to be unwell and roam about. Fortunately, it was noticed. Otherwise, someone could have been harmed on the plane, and treatments would be impossible, the passenger grumbled, casting a disapproving glance toward the other lavatory. Since the individual in the opposite lavatory could not be released, he had no choice but to continue waiting. Miki exhaled in relief. Although her explanation was absurd, it was not entirely implausible. As long as she could pacify the passengers, it sufficed. This is Xiaowen's own water cup, Miki realized through the memories she had received from Xiaowen.
Thank you.
Miki accepted the cup, genuinely feeling parched. With no immediate tasks at hand, the two returned to their designated seats for crew members. Xiaowen, how do you remain so composed? If it had been me, I would have been terrified. Thankfully, you were here. Otherwise, if something happened to the captain, we would all be doomed. After all, none of them had truly faced a mutated zombie before. The unknown instills fear in people, and Miki wished to avoid standing out too much. However, Xiaowen, your calmness in the face of danger was utterly impressive. If you were a man, I would surely consider marrying you, Miki chuckled, surprised that even before disembarking from this world, she had already garnered a fan. Chapter 059, Captain. Please fly the plane seriously, 6. Only Michi understood that during her first encounter with zombies in the test world, she was gripped by an overwhelming fear. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, she forced herself to adapt. It was only after enduring numerous trials that she could face the undead with composure, rather than being paralyzed by fear from the outset. Thus, she felt unqualified to mock others. However, such sentiments were not meant for outsiders. She could only offer reassurance to the flight attendant, saying, I was frightened as well, but if something were to happen to our captain, we wouldn't even know how to land. So I thought, the captain must not be harmed, and that bolstered my courage. The attendant gazed at Michi with admiration, exclaiming, regardless of anything else, Xiaowen, you were incredibly brave just now. From this moment on, you are my idol. For the next 3 to 4 hours, Michi steadfastly maintained her initial shift. While she could manage the situation on the ground, the myriad of uncontrollable factors aboard the aircraft required her utmost vigilance. Eventually, as the evening progressed, Michi checked the time and decided it was appropriate to switch shifts and rest. After a sound sleep, she emerged feeling significantly revitalized. Observing the passengers in the cabin, she felt a sense of relief. It appeared the immediate danger had passed, with no further signs of infected individuals. The aircraft continued its smooth trajectory. However, without a co-pilot, the captain bore the brunt of the workload. Eventually, he called Michi in, imparting some basic controls to her and asking for her assistance in monitoring the data. Given the proximity of first-class seats to the cockpit, it was convenient for her to awaken him should any issues arise. Fortuitously, the first-class cabin was empty, as the passenger who had reserved it missed the flight. Fortunately, no unexpected incidents occurred, and after several hours in the air, the aircraft finally entered domestic airspace. We are just over an hour away from landing, Michi thought as she took her seat in the co-pilot's position. Having never even boarded a plane due to her family's circumstances, which left her with little time or money for travel, she had no prior experience with aircraft operations, though she had absorbed some theoretical knowledge. Mastering the intricacies of piloting was no simple task, especially when it came to accurately assessing various in-flight situations. One needed not only knowledge, but also experience. Michi had never envisioned herself truly piloting a plane. Her interest merely lay in the subject matter. Now, having entered national airspace, Sierra, having survived the recent ordeal, developed a favorable impression of Michi. The questions she posed were not classified, and he proceeded to provide her with a brief overview of the aircraft's structure, performance, altitude, and speed. Michi nodded along. Even if this knowledge might not be immediately applicable, it was beneficial to be informed. We are preparing to decelerate and descend, Sierra announced, checking the cruising indicators, indicating they were nearing their destination. Is this it? Michi queried, despite having just listened to the instructions. When it came to actual operation, she felt somewhat flustered. Indeed, you remember quite well, Sierra replied with a smile. Why is there so much fog today? The weather forecast clearly stated it would be clear, he remarked, noticing the sudden thick fog as the plane began its descent. Visibility had plummeted to nearly zero. The fog is too dense. We may have to rely on instruments for a blind landing, Sierra stated, initiating contact with the ground control. Does this mean we can't land? Michi asked, her confusion evident as she looked to Sierra for clarification. Turn left to a heading of 125, descend to 50 meters, and maintain altitude. I will continue to contact ground control, he instructed gravely. This situation was unprecedented. How could ground control be unreachable? The dense fog below, combined with the unresponsive control tower, filled Michi with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. She hoped her fears were unfounded. that the peculiar conditions were merely due to fog or haze. Although she silently prayed for such an outcome, unease nodded her. Everything will be fine. Don't be anxious. There have been instances of severe fog, and we will land safely, Sierra reassured her, though his own brow furrowed deeper with concern. In truth, Sierra harbored a profound sense of dread. As the captain, his extensive experience with flying made him acutely aware that such a situation, clear communication systems failing to connect with ground control, was unprecedented. While intermittent signal disruptions could occasionally occur, they were usually resolved with minor adjustments. Yet now, despite the connection being viable, it remained futile, as if no one was answering. The fog obscured visibility, making it impossible to discern the ground situation, and with the altitude dropping, his judgment of danger became increasingly impaired. Staring at the still unresponsive communication device, Sierra furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering what had transpired at ground control. Chapter 060. Captain, please fly the plane with utmost care. 7 in the cockpit. Miki anxiously stared at Captain Sierra, who was desperately trying to contact the ground control station through various means, yet to no avail. It was not only the command center that was unreachable. Other responsible departments, even the customer service center, were equally inaccessible. On board, mobile phones were generally of little use, having been discarded by Sierra in the rest area above for charging, with hopes of utilizing them upon landing in the homeland. All right, Miki nodded, and after hearing the code from Sierra, she proceeded to retrieve his phone from the password-protected compartment. Typically, long-haul flights would have 4 pilots. However, this time, they were down to 3, due to one co-pilot's illness. This particular route was not excessively long, spanning 13 hours, and had been proceeding smoothly until now. When they departed, the other captain had unexpectedly returned with the nearest flight after receiving notification, leaving them only a brief message. Thus, the return journey consisted solely of Captain Sierra and the unfortunate co-pilot who had undergone a tragic transformation. The pilot's rest area was situated above the cockpit, while the regular cabin crew's quarters were located at the rear of the aircraft. The code for accessing this area was not known to the cabin crew, but given the urgency of the situation and the fact that the plane was no longer cruising at a stable altitude, Sierra could not leave the cockpit and thus enlisted Miki's assistance. Efficiently, she retrieved Sierra's phone from above. Although mobile phones were generally prohibited during flights, Sierra, being the captain, was well aware of the circumstances and, given the emergency, he decided to make a call to the ground control personnel. Meanwhile, on the ground, a group of individuals huddled in terror between 2 narrow cabinets, trembling as monstrous, flesh-eating creatures lurked outside. Upon spotting living beings, these creatures would rush in, either devouring them entirely or converting them into one of their own. As one of the monsters approached, the people squeezed into the crevice held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They could hear the ominous footsteps drawing nearer and the guttural noises as if something was lodged in the creature's throat. The monster seemed oblivious to their presence, slowly passing by the narrow gap. Just as the group began to exhale in relief, a sudden, jarring ringtone pierced the silence, causing the previously dispersed creatures to hasten towards the source of the sound. A person hidden at the edge of the crevice, unable to bear the tension, screamed and frantically squeezed through the gap, racing towards the light outside. However, before he could cover even a few meters, a lurking monster lunged forward and sank its teeth into his neck. The scent of blood attracted more creatures, and the remaining individuals inside glared furiously at the source of the ringing phone, with one losing all reason and shoving the owner of the incessantly ringing phone outside.
Don't come near me.
The person pushed out immediately became the target of the monsters and was swiftly consumed. Witnessing this horrifying scene, those still possessing phones quickly silenced them. Back on the plane. How strange. Why was no one answering their phones? Sierra had called a responsible party at ground control. Yet the call connected without any response. Could something have happened at the command center? Miki suggested, pointing to the co-pilot seat she occupied. It shouldn't be the case. After all, Country M is the origin of this virus, and it hasn't fully erupted there yet. Our homeland should remain unaffected, Sierra replied, hoping that was indeed the truth, though he could not rule out the possibility. If that were the case, it would spell disaster. In the passenger cabin, Discontent was brewing among the passengers, for they had already reached their expected arrival time, yet the plane had yet to descend. Aside from Miki, the remaining cabin crew members were busy reassuring the passengers as chaos reigned outside. If they could ascertain the conditions on the ground, they might still be able to land on the pre-planned runway. Ruiz had already abandoned hope for ground control updates, but the aircraft could not remain aloft indefinitely. Not to mention the fuel consumption issue. As the sun emerged, the fog gradually lifted, revealing some semblance of the ground. And they began to descend as per their original plan. They could finally make out buildings, but what were those dense black masses below? Due to their altitude, the structures appeared minuscule, yet it was possible to discern where the buildings and roads lay. Miki had spotted the airport runway, but it seemed beset with numerous obstacles. Although she had never flown before, she understood that airport runways were typically kept clear of obstructions, save for baggage transport vehicles, which operated in designated paths after an aircraft had landed, ensuring no interference with landings. However, the scene below presented a stark contrast, teeming with chaos. Ahead, several planes had collided, and one had nosedived into the ground, creating a large crater, its fuselage severed in half. Such a horrific sight was unprecedented for both Miki and Ruiz. The dark figures scattered across the ground were likely humans, though that was not a certainty. Ruiz's heart sank at the grim sight before him, realizing that the calamity had spread more rapidly than he had anticipated. Miki pressed her face against the glass, attempting to discern the black dots below. Drawing from her experience in a zombie-infested world, she assessed the movement patterns of those figures, concluding that there was a 19% chance they were zombies. "Oh my god, they are zombies. The ground is swarming with them," Miki exclaimed, turning to Ruiz. "Captain, we cannot land. We will be surrounded by zombies. There are too many below. We cannot escape. Is there anywhere else we can land?" Chapter 061. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 8. As Michi confirmed that the myriad dark spots below were indeed zombies, Ruiz realized that landing at the destination airport was out of the question. Their flight was headed for the Capital International Airport, which typically accommodates over 100 million passengers annually. It ranks among the top airports domestically and holds a prominent position internationally. If this location had truly succumbed to the infection, with even the control tower compromised, one could only imagine the sheer number of zombies present. Michi's suggestion aligned perfectly with Ruiz's thoughts. Given the dense swarm of zombies below, they absolutely could not descend here and needed to seek an alternative location. "Captain Xia, are there any other places to land?" Michi inquired. At that moment, Ruiz began to elevate the aircraft's altitude again, his mind racing through potential destinations. North Stone International Airport. Situated over 30 kilometers from the city center of North Stone, it serves as a 4E level civil international airport and is also the backup airport for Capital International Airport. This airport primarily functions as a hub for air freight, resulting in significantly fewer personnel, at least 10 times less than the passenger traffic at Capital International. Furthermore, it is relatively close to the latter. While Ruiz had initially contemplated the airport in Tianhai City, which is closer, it has a passenger volume 2 to 3 times greater than that of North Stone. If both airports were safe, it would be fine, but in the event that they too fell victim to the infection, Ruiz naturally preferred the option with fewer people. Unfamiliar with these considerations, Michi trusted Ruiz's judgment as captain. Upon hearing about North Stone Airport, she nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed there. Fasten your seatbelts. I am preparing to turn. Don't worry about me. I need to step out and check on the cabin." Michi waved her hand to Ruiz. Having regained her strength, she had heard commotion among the passengers and felt compelled to inform them of the situation. It was no wonder the passengers were restless. The aircraft had yet to land, and they were veering off course, leaving them understandably anxious. If she were in their position, she too would be questioning the circumstances. Previously, there had been infected individuals on board, but Michi had planned to keep that information from the passengers until a safe landing could be achieved, allowing the authorities to handle the zombies afterward. However, the situation had changed. The entire airport outside had fallen, and while the circumstances beyond were still unclear, it was evident that this was no minor incident. Thus, it became imperative for Michi to communicate the situation to the passengers. After all, Even if they managed to land at North Stone Airport, they would likely face further challenges. Sierra Asia understood Michi's intent immediately. Go ahead. Please explain the situation in detail to the crew and try to calm the passengers. As Michi exited the cockpit, she found all the crew members had already gathered from their rest quarters. Although they were still somewhat in the dark about the events, they had heard bits and pieces from the previous attendant. They maintained smiles, attempting to soothe the agitated passengers. Upon seeing Michi, one of the attendants who had previously shared duties with her approached hurriedly. Xiaowen, what is happening? Gather everyone in first class. We need to hold a brief meeting. Soon, all the attendants were assembled. Perhaps sensing the urgency, the attendant who had notified them had done so swiftly. However, the chief attendant cast a displeased glance at Michi. Originally, she was the head of this flight, yet she remained oblivious to the unfolding crisis, while Michi, a relatively new attendant, was the one organizing the meeting. Understandably, the chief attendant was not in the best of spirits. Michi chose not to dwell on the chief attendant's demeanor and succinctly recounted the situation. The crew's expressions shifted dramatically. While they had been aware of something amiss, the gravity of the situation had not fully registered until now. Xiaowen, is everything you said true? Michi nodded. Yes. We need to divert to North Stone Airport, but we're still uncertain about the situation there. Sierra Asia's directive was to inform the passengers while ensuring they remained calm to facilitate a swift exit upon landing. My goodness, how could this happen? Indeed. Xiaowen exclaimed, you mentioned someone is still locked in the restroom. Is that true? How terrifying. Upon receiving the news, the crew members grew increasingly anxious, with several staring at Michi, hoping she would declare it all a jest. However, they understood that such matters were no laughing matter, especially given their aircraft's deviation from its original course. As the crew began to murmur among themselves, no one seemed inclined to take action. Observing their hesitation, Michi took the initiative to approach the cabin. I will inform the passengers to prepare. Captain Xia mentioned that the journey to North Stone Airport would not take long, and our altitude seems to be decreasing. We may be preparing to land. With that, Michi moved to exit, only to feel someone tugging at her clothing from behind. No, we cannot inform the passengers. Otherwise, we may not have the chance to escape ourselves. Xiaowen, stop overthinking. If North Stone Airport is also infected, we must ensure a rapid exit upon landing. We cannot reveal this to the passengers. Otherwise, we might not have the opportunity to escape. Chapter 62. Captain. Please fly the plane seriously. Upon hearing the purser's words, Mickey lowered her gaze. She understood that the purser was not wrong, yet such an approach felt excessively selfish. It was indeed impossible for her to save everyone, but others also had the right to be informed. To be obliterated by zombies without any prior knowledge was undeniably tragic. Of course, if someone learned of the situation and was so paralyzed by fear that they could not move, she could not carry them forward against their will. Mickey believed that she was not obligated to sacrifice herself to save others, but neither should she be overly selfish by concealing information that could aid them. I'm sorry, Purser, but even if this is an order, I fear I cannot comply. Regardless of the circumstances we may encounter after the plane lands, we owe it to the passengers to grant them the power of choice. After Mickey expressed her thoughts, some of the cabin crew shared her view, believing that passengers had an equal right to know. However, others felt that the purser's stance was justified, prioritizing their own safety. Liao Xiaowen, do you realize what dangers we may face if the passengers become unruly? Yet, would withholding information truly spare them from danger? Moreover, the situation on the ground remained unclear. Perhaps by alerting the passengers, they could collectively devise a strategy to enhance their chances of survival. Ultimately, I disagree with your decision to notify the passengers. Enough of this. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, Sierra Asia called from the cockpit, everyone to the cabin. Following this, the plane's intercom crackled to life. Sierra Asia broadcasted the unfolding events to all passengers, inevitably inciting panic. Now that the passengers were aware, the purser had no alternative but to join the other crew members in soothing the passengers' frayed nerves. After we land, please wear as many layers as possible to avoid bites and scratches from the zombies. Passengers with backpacks should carry them, as they can serve as shields. Once we disembark, please find any items that can be used as weapons. With Sierra-Asia's announcement, Mickey began to organize the crew's next steps based on her past experiences. However, upon receiving the notification, each individual reacted differently. Some lamented their misfortune, while others trembled in fear. Some eagerly prepared for a fight, and others began to disregard instructions, causing chaos within the cabin. Those who were disobeying orders were eventually subdued when Mickey threatened to confine them with a zombie in the restroom, and they settled down again. As for what the dissenters thought, Mickey paid them no mind. She had done her best to inform them of essential information and precautions.
Now,
They simply awaited the plane's descent. However, Mickey soon noticed that the plane seemed to be circling endlessly without descending. According to Sierra-Asia's earlier remarks, Bayshore Airport was not far from the Capital International Airport, and they should have arrived by now. Liao Xiaowen, what are you doing? Before Mickey could reach the cockpit, the purser intercepted her path. I'm going to check if we're nearing landing. Mickey glanced at the purser and nodded, recalling from Liao Xiaowen's memories. It appeared that the purser had a fondness for Captain Sierra-Asia, though he treated her no differently than other colleagues.
yet,
She particularly disapproved of other crew members interacting with him, especially the two newest attendants who were quite attractive, which intensified her discontent. Yesterday, she had been preoccupied with shopping after landing, neglecting her rest. Consequently, after the plane stabilized, she had fallen asleep, only to wake up later realizing there was a problem. But she had been unable to enter the cockpit. Now, learning that Liao Xiaowen had interacted with Captain Sierra-Asia, particularly after his broadcast supporting Liao Xiaowen's opinion, the purser regarded Mickey with increased suspicion. Mickey, however, did not dwell on it. She merely searched her impressions of the purser's affection for the captain, assuming she wished to report and understand the situation firsthand. To Mickey, it mattered not who went. She was simply eager to discover why they had not yet landed. Liao Xiaowen, a passenger, just became airsick from the prolonged circling and threw up. I went to fetch medication for them. Mickey heard the purser's voice behind her. As Mickey approached, the purser's tone turned harsh. Liao Xiaowen, I underestimated you. Mickey was bewildered. She had seemingly done nothing to offend the purser. And now faced with such a tone, she found it difficult to comprehend. The captain has called for you. Only after the purser's words did Mickey realize that her initial intent to inquire about the situation had been thwarted by the captain's request for the purser to summon her instead. It made sense now. However, Mickey felt no need to ingratiate herself with the purser. Survival was paramount, and completing her mission was her foremost priority. She held no concern for offending the purser, especially since the situation was not her fault. Thus, Mickey refrained from asking further questions, simply nodding at the purser before making her way to the cockpit. Watching Mickey stride toward the cockpit, the purser's expression soured further. She had just knocked on the door, only to be denied entry, and now had been reduced to summoning Liao Xiaowen. The purser had often tried to curry favor with Captain Xia, only to be met with indifference. Until now, Liao Xiaowen had been obedient and unassuming, despite her beauty, which had made the purser feel secure. Yet now, the purser felt she had misjudged, realizing that the quietest ones could indeed bite back. How had she allowed herself to be outdone by this girl? Frustration boiled within the purser, who could only glare at Mickey's departing figure, gritting her teeth in resentment. Chapter 63. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. Mickey made her way directly to the cockpit, unaware that Sierra-Asia had not even opened the door for the flight attendant. She assumed he merely wanted her to come and assess the situation, considering they had previously collaborated in adversity. However, Mickey did not require him to unlock the door, for he had shared the access code with her earlier. She found no oddity in this. Had she not intervened previously, Sierra-Asia might have fallen victim to a zombie bite, endangering them both. Hence, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, he entrusted her with the code, hoping she could assist when necessary. Since he had summoned her, Mickey entered by inputting the code. At that moment, Sierra-Asia was poring over the ground map. Initially, he intended to fly to Bayshore Airport, but upon contacting them, he received disheartening news. The ground control at Bayshore Airport was indeed as understaffed as he had anticipated, by a factor of 10 or more compared to Shofu International Airport. After the outbreak, what should have been a relatively secure location had turned precarious. Unfortunately, a cargo flight carrying a batch of animals destined for a newly established zoo had encountered calamity. The animals had become infected during the chaos of the disaster. No one knew how the infection had spread, but the personnel responsible for inventory had been bitten and infected amidst the turmoil, leading to the cages being inadvertently opened. Thus, while zombies were few at Bayshore Airport, the more terrifying zombie beasts were in abundance. Clearly, Bayshore Airport was no longer a viable option. Sierra contemplated redirecting to Tianhai Airport, but felt an inherent distrust towards others. If he were to confide in anyone regarding this matter, it would undoubtedly be Liao Xiaowen. The moment she burst in amidst the crisis, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and reassurance upon seeing her. When the flight attendant knocked, inquiring why the plane was circling, Sierra was reluctant to divulge the details, yet Liao Xiaowen was the first person who came to mind for a collaborative analysis. Upon Mickey's entrance, Sierra's demeanor visibly softened as he recounted the present circumstances and his preliminary considerations. What do you think? Given the current predicament, I believe we should fly towards regions devoid of international airports, particularly those lacking direct flights to M country. If even Bayshore Airport, typically characterized by low passenger flow, has fallen victim, then we ought to select an even more secluded destination, especially domestic airports with no direct foreign connections, particularly to M country. Hearing Mickey's suggestion, Sierra nodded in agreement. Indeed, calling Liao Xiaowen for a situational analysis had been the right choice. Initially, when they returned from M country, they had never anticipated the virus's rapid proliferation, believing the domestic situation to be secure. After all, they had received urgent notifications during their return flight, only to find Shofu International Airport transformed within mere hours. Thus, the foremost task was to eliminate all major international airports from consideration. The plane needed to maintain altitude without straying too far, as they had yet to finalize a landing location. Consequently, Sierra, as the captain, remained vigilant, while Mickey was tasked with ruling out potential airports. They were now in proximity to Bayshore Airport, with the nearest alternative being Lingshuang Airport, originally built to 3C standards. However, due to a surge in passenger traffic in recent years, it had undergone 2 expansions and was currently on track to achieve 4E standards, prompting Mickey to dismiss it as an option. Further afield lay areas beyond Hebei, and Sierra had previously noted that their fuel reserves would not suffice for an additional hour of flight. They could only opt for a relatively nearby airport. Mickey then turned her gaze towards the area above Shofu. Captain Xie, what about this location? She inquired, pointing to a spot after a moment of contemplation. This, perhaps, could work. Upon hearing Mickey's voice, Sierra turned to examine the area she indicated. She had selected Cheetah Airport, situated further north within the Hebei region, designated for domestic tourism routes. Given the current off-peak season and its proximity to their location, they decided on this airport. Let us settle on this. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt. We are preparing to change course. After relaying this to Mickey, he began broadcasting to the passengers, and the aircraft slowly adjusted its trajectory towards Cheetah Airport. The flight from Bayshore Airport to Lingshuang Airport would take approximately 50 minutes, and, with the time saved on takeoff, they would soon arrive. However, Sierra was unprepared for the fact that Lingshuang Airport's ground control was also unresponsive, and their fuel reserves were running perilously low. With no fuel remaining, they could not proceed to any other airport, and given the current circumstances, it seemed that the runway was relatively free of dense zombie hordes, an advantageous situation compared to the airports they had traversed. Dear passengers, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened and stow away your tray tables. We are about to land. The current situation at the airport is unclear, so please prepare yourselves mentally, Sierra announced, readying for the descent. Mickey, adhering to his request, remained in her seat in the co-pilot's position, fastening her belt. The aircraft landed smoothly, and as Mickey gazed outside, she let out a sigh. Indeed, there were numerous zombies outside. However, the runway where Sierra had touched down was situated far from the terminal, thus avoiding a swarm of zombies for the moment. Yet, near the terminal, the density of zombies was alarming. It seems that escaping from here may prove challenging, Mickey remarked, surveying the throng of zombies in the distance. Initially, they had intended to find a vehicle to flee after landing, but given the current scenario, the likelihood of securing a means of escape was virtually non-existent. Chapter 64, Captain. Please take the flight seriously, 11. Within the airport, ordinary vehicles seldom make their way inside. Typically, common vehicles only enter in cases of emergencies, permitted under special circumstances. The most frequently encountered vehicles on the tarmac are shuttle buses and luggage transporters. The latter, being completely exposed, presents no greater safety than facing zombies directly. They are akin to delivery carts. Although shuttle buses boast considerable capacity, with 2 vehicles able to accommodate nearly all onboard members, their slow speed and low chassis pose significant challenges. Navigating uneven terrains would likely prove impossible. As they are unfamiliar with this airport, the routes for safe exit remain unclear. And should they find themselves surrounded by hordes of zombies, the chances of a successful escape are slim. The aircraft has now landed and is taxiing. Fuel reserves are critically low, and continuing the flight would be perilous. Since the vehicle option is unfeasible, it becomes imperative to procure another aircraft. Having visited several airports already afflicted by infections, and noting that this location is not an international airport, it seems that standard airports are no longer viable for landing. Where do we go then? Queried Michi, bewildered by Sierra-Asia's assertion that ordinary airports are no longer suitable for landing. Observing the situation at Longshuang Airport, which typically sees minimal passenger flow but is evidently impacted, the consideration of civilian airports is rendered moot. Despite lacking a comprehensive understanding of how the virus has spread here, the reality of their circumstances necessitates a focus on survival. Military airport? Michi pondered, her thoughts immediately drifting to the capital. However, Sierra-Asia interjected, that area appears to be a disaster zone. Although military airports possess superior capabilities for exterminating zombies, the capital is far too perilous. I am considering the Gaogan military airport in Tianhai City.
Oh.
I believe I recall that location, Michi responded, recalling that it served as the base for a certain aerial performance team. We shall proceed there. The security at a military airport should be more stringent, yet consequently safer. If we can reach that location, I am confident we will find salvation. Indeed, Michi nodded in agreement, convinced that if they could arrive at their destination, her mission would be fulfilled. However, as the aircraft continued its slow taxi, she grew increasingly anxious at the sight of approaching zombies drawn by their landing. Traversing through such a multitude of zombies unscathed and locating a viable aircraft would undoubtedly present significant challenges. I have spotted an aircraft over there, seemingly prepared for takeoff. However, the pilot may have succumbed, as I observed numerous bloodstains on the cockpit glass, and the boarding gate is ajar. I shall attempt to maneuver the plane closer, but it is likely that zombies are aboard that aircraft as well. As the plane descended, Sierra-Asia's mind raced with calculations, contemplating their next steps while surveying the surroundings for potential resources. His ascent to the role of captain at such a young age is a testament to his exceptional piloting skills and comprehensive knowledge of aviation protocols. Michi recognized the implications. If the pilot of that aircraft had perished, it was certain that zombies lurked within. Furthermore, a seamless connection to another aircraft was improbable. At the very least, they must maintain a safe distance. This meant that even if that aircraft were devoid of zombies, they would still encounter threats upon disembarking. I will brief everyone on strategies to confront the zombies and bolster their spirits. We cannot afford to delay, or the zombies will only multiply. Leaving those who lack the courage to disembark to make their own choices, he stated resolutely. Despite their responsibility as crew members to organize an evacuation in emergencies, the extraordinary nature of the situation rendered them capable of only doing their utmost. Sierra-Asia nodded, though his expression betrayed his unease. Throughout his career, whether as a fledgling pilot or as captain, he had consistently ensured passengers reached their destinations safely. Yet this time, he could not guarantee the safety of all aboard, a sentiment difficult to articulate. Let us strive to ensure the safety of as many passengers as possible. Liao Xiaowen, please summon your head flight attendant. Understood, Michi affirmed, turning to call the head attendant into the cockpit. Those who had witnessed the external chaos, whether passengers or crew members, were momentarily stunned by the severity of the situation. When Michi called for her, the head attendant was momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp the urgency until she stepped into the cockpit. Michi began to inform everyone about the situation outside and instructed them to remain close to one another. She advised passengers with backpacks to position themselves at the perimeter for protection, while others should utilize clothing or other items to shield themselves. Regrettably, prior to boarding, all objects that could serve as weapons had been checked in, rendering it nearly impossible to find anything to fend off zombies. Tools within the aircraft were reserved for the crew. Thus, the crew had to not only focus on their escape, but also protect the passengers, who needed to stay close and safeguard their own safety. Most of you attendants are women. If you have any weapons, please lend me one. And I can assist in the fight. A towering man from the passenger section raised his hand, introducing himself as a fitness instructor. I should possess greater strength than you. Michi appraised him thoughtfully. Sir, step forward for a test. Should you succeed, I will grant you a weapon. With confidence, he released his seatbelt and approached Michi. What sort of test do you have in mind? Michi turned and lifted the curtains separating the cabin, retrieving a fire axe she had previously utilized, offering it to him. Then she pointed to the restroom door. There is a zombie contained within, an infected passenger. If you can eliminate it, this axe shall become your weapon. Chapter 065, Captain. Please fly the plane seriously. 12. The burly man who claimed to be a fitness trainer was visibly taken aback upon hearing that there were zombies aboard the aircraft. Clearly, he had been unaware of this alarming fact until now. It was understandable. After all, Mickey had known about certain events that had transpired with the original passenger and had preemptively confined the zombie in the restroom before the incident occurred, later using the excuse of the individual falling ill to justify the confinement. With no one on the plane recognizing the person, suspicions had not been raised. And now that Mickey was aware of the situation outside, where everyone had to confront the zombies, she no longer felt the need to conceal the truth and spoke openly. Since Mickey did not lower her voice, nearby passengers overheard her words and began unbuckling their seatbelts, hastily moving towards the rear of the cabin, fearful that the zombie might burst through the restroom door and pose a threat to them. The tall, muscular man gripped a fire axe, but Mickey noticed his hand trembling slightly. I am about to open the door, Mickey inquired of him. The man hesitated for a moment before nodding. Mickey inserted the key into the restroom door she had locked for so long and slowly began to open it. Just as she created a small gap, a hand shot out from within, accompanied by the distinct sounds of a struggling zombie attempting to wriggle its way through the opening. The man, upon seeing the zombies had emerging, instinctively hurled the fire axe at it in terror before retreating hastily. Mickey sighed as she observed the man's fleeing figure, relieved that her strength was ample enough to prevent the door from widening further. Is there anyone brave enough to come and eliminate the zombie? Just aim for the head, Mickey called out while bracing the door. Xiaowen, what should we do? In the cabin, the flight attendant who had been seated beside Mickey earlier, fully aware of her actions, shouted nervously upon witnessing the emergence of the zombie. Get someone to come and strike it. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold the door much longer. Once the zombie breaks free, there will be no chance left, Mickey shouted back at the flight attendant. At this moment, the passengers in the cabin all heard Mickey's plea and began to voice their complaints. If you knew it was so dangerous, why did you open the door? Exactly. And you, big guy, weren't you confident? What if that flight attendant runs out of strength? What will we do if the zombie escapes? You should hurry and kill it. The passengers clamored, yet none dared to move. I can barely hold on any longer, Mickey shouted again. In truth, she still had ample strength since she had been resting in the cockpit, but she feared that without her urging, no one would muster the courage to confront the threat. As Mickey called out, she slightly loosened her grip, and the door opened a fraction more, causing the zombie's hand to extend further out. Flight attendant, keep it locked. How can you loosen your grip? The sight of the zombie pushing its way out further intensified the panic within the cabin. The flight attendant, who had been sitting next to Mickey, was quite timid and had not dared to confront the zombie. However, seeing Mickey struggling, she gathered her courage and approached to help Mickey brace the door, preventing the zombie from escaping. Mickey glanced around the cabin and noticed that some people were finally unable to remain passive, though they still appeared hesitant. Listen. The plane hasn't yet rolled close to another aircraft. If this zombie gets out, the number of zombies will surely increase, and then none of us will escape, she warned. I'll give it a try. I just need to aim for its head, right? Finally, one individual stood up, a woman in her 20s or 30s. She was neither particularly slender nor tall, but she made her way towards Mickey and picked up the fire axe from the floor. Mickey nodded. Aim for the head and strike hard, but be careful not to damage the door. You must be precise. Understood. The woman nodded, positioning herself on the opposite side of the restroom door, and then swung the axe down at the zombie's head. Mickey felt the pressure on the door lessen as the zombie began to weaken. Keep going, don't stop, Mickey encouraged. Seeing the zombie struggle less vigorously, the woman gained confidence and continued to strike at its head until the creature collapsed to the ground, motionless. Breathing heavily, the woman stared blankly at the floor. Excellent work. Mickey approached to embrace her. Although the zombie had been trapped, it was commendable to muster the courage to slay the first one. The woman finally reacted, suppressing a gag. There's no need to feel disgusted. You were dealing with a monster. If you hadn't killed it, it would have killed you. There's no burden to bear, Mickey reassured her. The woman nodded. Take this fire axe. Stick with me. Mickey observed that the flight attendant who had been helping her brace the door was not someone capable of wielding a weapon. Since there was a more suitable candidate, Mickey would not waste the weapon. Attention passengers, the plane will soon stabilize. We are preparing to disembark, so please gather any items that can protect you. Crew members, please proceed to the cabin door. We are ready to charge out towards the adjacent Airbus A320. Excluding the passenger, who had mutated into a zombie. Their aircraft carried 155 passengers, a number that the medium-sized plane could easily accommodate. Mickey removed the protective cover from another fire axe she held. And the other crew members prepared various items as well. Push the food cart forward. We'll use it as protection. Mickey instructed the flight attendant who had been assisting her. Several other flight attendants who had not found suitable weapons hurried to push the food cart out. However, as soon as the cart was revealed, passengers began to scramble for it, given its substantial protective coverage and utility for striking zombies, not to mention the food inside. Stop fighting. Whoever takes the cart will stand at the periphery and lead the charge. Chapter 66. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 13. At this moment, Xie Ruiz emerged from the cockpit and, upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him, raised his voice. In times of turmoil, disorder breeds danger. It was imperative for someone to take charge. Soon, a portion of the passengers abandoned the meal carts, yet others felt more secure with the carts, choosing to remain on the periphery. Naturally, there were a few who, unwilling to relinquish their carts, devised a plan to seize them and then blend into the crowd. After all, with so many people, it was unlikely anyone could manage them all. Assessing the situation, Xie Ruiz pulled Mickey closer to himself. Everyone stay close. We are preparing to open the cabin door. Due to the abundance of zombies surrounding the terminal, he had parked the aircraft on the outer tarmac. Normally, when planes were stationed here, staff would bring ladders for passengers to disembark. However, the circumstances had changed. No one would come to assist amidst the chaos. Consequently, when the cabin door opened, the height difference ensured that no zombies could surge inside. Nevertheless, exiting would not be straightforward, and the crew began preparing to deploy the emergency slide. Let us open the other escape route and slide down 2 meal carts. Liao Xiaowen and I will go down first, creating a space with the carts, and then we'll have the passengers on the periphery descend rapidly, followed by the rest in succession. Xie Ruiz glanced outside, noting that his chosen position was prudent. Only 3 or 4 zombies lurked below. However, that did not guarantee safety, for the noise from the aircraft's descent had attracted many more zombies. Time was of the essence. They needed to reach the neighboring Airbus A320 before the horde arrived. Mickey, observing the escape slide being prepared, worried that the edges of the meal carts might damage it, but before she could voice her concern, Xie Ruiz deftly pushed a cart down. Thanks to its broad surface area, her fears were unfounded. Encouraged, Mickey followed suit and pushed down the cart beside her. Liao Xiaowen, Xie Ruiz called out as he noticed the approaching zombies below. I'll go down to handle the incoming zombies. You keep pushing the carts down. No. Let me handle it. I'm more adept at dealing with zombies, Mickey insisted, confident that she was better suited to confront the few early-stage zombies. Reattaching the protective cover over her fire axe, Mickey took a seat on the slide and descended. Upon landing, a zombie was already advancing, and she swiftly removed the cover from her axe, striking the creature squarely on the head. With her considerable strength combined with the axe's force, the first zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mickey righted one of the meal carts and dispatched another nearby zombie. Meanwhile, 5 carts had already been sent down. Ruai signaled for the first group responsible for the carts to descend, then followed them down the slide himself. Back on the aircraft, the passengers were a medley of emotions, each lost in their thoughts as they observed the unfolding chaos outside through the safety doors and windows. When Miki first charged out, especially upon seeing the grotesque zombies closing in, many felt their hearts race. After witnessing her eliminate a zombie, some admired her bravery, declaring her impressive, while others harbored darker suspicions, questioning how an ordinary flight attendant could so swiftly adapt to wielding a weapon. In that fleeting moment, the passengers' thoughts diverged, but the singular desire to survive united them all. As Ruai's descended, Miki flashed him a smile. "Captain Sia, I'll leave that one to you." Although she had witnessed his calm demeanor while piloting and making decisive choices, she understood that merely observing was not the same as engaging in combat. Yet Miki was acutely aware that survival would require cooperation, as evidenced by the earlier encounter with the zombie in the lavatory. The passengers were reluctant to contribute. This was understandable. Unlike her previous environment where classmates shared a bond, these individuals came from various backgrounds, with differing personalities and motivations. Her only hope lay with the crew, who, having worked together, shared a degree of understanding. "No problem. Keep an eye on my back," Ruai replied, momentarily lost in thought, feeling as if he had uttered those words to someone before. Miki too experienced a momentary disorientation, as if the man before her was not Captain Ruai, but rather her senior, Li Jinran. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that this was a different world altogether. Perhaps the familiarity of the situation and the similarity of their words had conjured such an illusion. Chapter 067. Captain, please fly the plane. Seriously regaining her composure, Michi tightened her grip on the fire axe as she observed the passengers sliding down from above, standing resolutely behind Ruai. As the passengers descended from the aircraft, the number of zombies steadily increased. The distant zombies were drawn in by the sounds, and a portion of them had already arrived. Although the zombies' movement speed was not particularly swift, Michi noted that in this world, their initial speed was comparable to that of an average person walking at a steady pace. This implied that the zombies here moved significantly faster than those in the testing world. Previously, when encountering two zombies inside the plane, one had been confined to the restroom before fully mutating, and the other was shot while stuck at the door. The mutated co-pilot had also been attacked while lunging at the captain, so she had not observed their speed. When she eliminated the zombies upon descent, they were in close proximity, and hence, she did not notice any difference. It was only now, as the number of zombies increased, that she truly recognized the disparity. The acceleration of the zombies' movement was far from a favorable development. It posed a considerable disadvantage to them. The previously anticipated circumstances, now compounded by the zombies' heightened speed, could undoubtedly lead to unforeseen complications. "Captain Sia, we must move swiftly to that aircraft," she urged. Initially, Ruai had found the Airbus's presence at a military airport rather peculiar, yet no aircraft could be better suited to their current situation. Thus he chose to park next to the Airbus A320. Now, factoring in the increased speed of the zombies, they needed to advance even more rapidly to board the plane before a greater number of zombies appeared. At that moment, several more passengers slid down, and nearly everyone had exited the plane, yet the cabin crew and remaining food carts had yet to descend. The crew members were akin to their own. They would never simply abandon ship, and the food carts were crucial as the number of people increased. Without weapons, the only protection for the many individuals was the few food carts available, which could hardly suffice. Some passengers who felt relatively secure while observing from above were now overwhelmed with dread when confronted with the zombies, causing them to push forward in a desperate attempt to crowd behind the existing food carts. This led to a precarious situation for Michi, Ruai, and a few other crew members and brave passengers, who found themselves facing the imminent threat of being shoved into the zombies by those behind them. Many passengers, who were fully capable of dealing with the zombies, refused to assist, yet their sheer strength now posed a greater threat to those fighting in the front lines. Michi signaled for two crew members above to descend and handed the fire axe to one of them. Then, using both hands and feet, she surprisingly climbed back up the slide. "If you want to survive, quickly secure the food carts and prop them up in front. Otherwise, once the front is breached, none of us will escape." Having spoken, Michi began pushing the food carts downwards, but in her haste, the sixth cart she pushed caused the escape slide to tear, rendering it a flat piece of material incapable of serving its intended function. Liao Xiaowen, go to the front. That side can be opened as well. The crew member who had been with Michi in the front acted wisely, quickly alerting her. Although Michi was initially unaware, she recalled Liao Xiaowen's training as a flight attendant and understood what needed to be done. As she lowered the slide in front, she pushed a few more food carts down, gradually forming a protective circle below. Liao Xiaowen, come down. We must hasten to that aircraft. A large horde of zombies is approaching. In truth, Michi had already seen the situation outside through another window, even without Sierra Asia's reminder. The zombies, previously a great distance away, had closed in rapidly due to their speed, which differed from her earlier calculations. Numerous zombies were now emerging from the terminal's boarding gate. The sheer volume of zombies meant that once they drew near, their chances of escape would dwindle significantly. Disregarding the remaining food carts, Michi swiftly slid down the slide, only to be seized by a man who exclaimed, "What are you doing coming down? What about the carts? Climb back up and push them down. There's no time. The zombies are almost here. We have to rush." Michi struggled to suppress her anger. Truthfully, it was not her obligation to climb back up and push the carts, but she felt compelled to ensure the survival of more individuals. However, the man before her had no authority to command her actions, and his grip on her arm was painfully tight. If he possessed such strength, why wasn't he confronting the zombies instead of pulling a girl? Frustrated, Michi delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen, turning to glare at him. "What are you stalling for? If you want to survive, hurry and catch up with the main group. Otherwise, even if I throw the carts down without the protection of the group, you'll be left to fend for yourself against the zombies." The man, having been kicked, paled and opened his mouth to retort, but after witnessing Michi's determination, he opted to follow the advancing group instead. "Are you alright?" Sierra Asia inquired as Michi caught up with him, having witnessed the earlier confrontation. However, he was preoccupied with fending off the incoming zombies and could not intervene. Seeing Michi finally catch up relieved him. "I'm fine, but what about over there?" She pointed into the distance. Following her gaze, Sierra Asia noticed several zombies had ascended the boarding stairs of their target aircraft, surrounded by others. It was indeed perilous to attempt to rush past them. After observing for a moment, Sierra Asia declared, "It's all right. Stay close behind me, and I will charge ahead." Chapter 68. "Captain, please fly the planes. Seriously, I'll go instead." Michelle interjected, echoing Sierra Asia's words. Sierra Asia assessed the entrance. It had been relatively clean moments ago, but now a few zombies had inexplicably appeared. The situation inside the cabin remained unclear, making the individuals at the forefront particularly vulnerable. Consequently, he resolved to push forward himself, positioning Michelle behind him, not only due to her adeptness in crisis management, but also because it was the safest spot for her. Although he recognized his duty as captain to lead the passengers, a part of him yearned to protect those he cared for. Sierra Asia found himself pondering why he had never paid much attention to Liao Xiaowen, despite her being part of the crew for over a year. However, the moment she entered the cockpit wielding a fire axe, he felt an inexplicable enchantment towards her. From that instant, he became acutely aware of her presence, fostering a deep-seated trust and an underlying concern that she might vanish. Observing the imminent danger, Sierra Asia instinctively urged Michelle to take cover behind him. Yet she remained unperturbed by the zombies ahead. "It's fine, I can handle it. Captain, just stay behind me." Having confronted numerous zombies in her previous world, even battling a colossal mutated one, Michelle felt confident against the relatively slow-moving undead. As both of them vied to advance, a scream erupted from behind. A woman, standing beside the transformed passenger, lost control of her frayed nerves upon witnessing the creature, unleashing a terrified shriek. This scream attracted the surrounding zombies, who began to converge towards the commotion. Get back, the disarrayed line behind them faltered, with those possessing vehicles attempting to fend off the zombies, inadvertently reducing their protective perimeter. Passengers without vehicles now found themselves exposed to the onslaught of the undead. "Help! Don't come any closer!" Cries of terror echoed, and the number of zombies in the rear grew exponentially. "Reinforcements, hurry!" Sierra Asia, feeling helpless, decided to assist the flight attendants tasked with creating a protective barrier. "Captain, you should help out too." "I can manage this side," Michelle urged, giving him a gentle push.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
"Just leave Chen Man with me." Chen Man, who had previously assisted Michelle and was on duty with Liao Xiaowen, was now pushing a food cart. Her presence would aid in blocking the zombies from advancing further. "Be careful, I'll join you shortly." With little time for further instructions, Xiaoruasia recognized the urgency as the rear line crumbled, compelling him to minimize losses. Michelle nodded and, alongside Chen Man, hastily advanced, the fire axe swinging fiercely. However, she soon realized that the zombies in this world were not only faster but also sturdier than those in her previous realm. It became evident why that world was merely a test. Initially, she had found it challenging, but now recognized that the tasks, aside from the final confrontation with the giant mutant, were rather simple. With Xiaoruasia and other crew members nearby, Michelle felt somewhat at ease. Yet, as she now faced the battle alone, she discerned a troubling shift. Her stamina, already lacking, seemed insufficient, and she found herself needing several strikes to dispatch a single zombie. Unlike before when one accurate blow sufficed, she was certain her strength had not diminished. Thus, it was clear the zombies here were indeed stronger. Regrettably, she wished she had not exchanged all her points for money, but had reserved some for a temporary power potion. If only she could consume the strength-enhancing elixir now. Dispatching these zombies would be a swift endeavor. However, as her exertion increased, she felt her energy waning. Watching her stamina gauge plummet, concern flooded her mind. Would she faint again? In her previous world, Li Jinran had been her steadfast ally, but now Michelle felt a twinge of solitude. Though Li Jinran was merely a companion from a different realm, her feelings had been genuine, and Michelle suddenly found herself longing for him. Perhaps he was her first love. Just as she became lost in thought, a figure appeared beside her, close enough that she could sense their warmth. Upon hearing the voice, she momentarily believed it was Li Jinran. But a closer inspection revealed it was Captain Xiaoruasia. "Captain Xia," she called out. "It's all right. You should rest on Chin Man's cart for a moment. I'll take care of the rest." He gave her a gentle nudge before turning to confront the zombies emerging from the cabin. The area had been cleared of zombies, and they were now positioned at the junction of the boarding ladder and the cabin. Indeed, zombies lingered within, drawn out by the sounds Michelle had made. In such perilous circumstances, she could not afford to faint. The earlier situation had been dire, and now it seemed that the battle Xiaoruasia faced was even more formidable. As she watched his determined silhouette battling at the cabin entrance, a familiar feeling surged within Michelle once more. Chapter 69. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 16. Nevertheless, under such unforeseen circumstances, the fact that they were able to ensure the survival of so many individuals was already a remarkable feat after all. This situation was markedly different from the previous world. This incident had occurred quite suddenly. In the earlier world, those students had spent many days mentally preparing themselves and had already begun engaging in battles against the undead. Even so, when they relocated to the cafeteria, many lives were lost. Currently, the passengers had yet to adjust to their new identities, and many were unwilling to exert themselves. Given that the majority of them were still alive, Mickey felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the others, Mickey bore no obligation towards them. However, as a fellow human being, she did not wish to appear heartless. She would assist where she could. "Are you all right, flight attendant?" A voice interrupted Mickey's moment of rest, emanating from behind her.
Who are you?"
Mickey turned to see a woman, her face smeared with blood, speaking to her. "I'm the one from the restroom door, just now." The woman raised the fire axe she held. It was only then that Mickey recalled who she was, the woman who had helped her eliminate the very first zombie that had been confined in the restroom on the plane. Observing the woman, who appeared to have vanquished numerous zombies, Mickey could see that she was disheveled but felt no aversion. Instead, she regarded her with admiration. Judging by the woman's ensemble and her swift actions aboard the aircraft, it was evident that she was a formidable woman.
Indeed.
When Mickey had offered the passengers an opportunity to adapt, this woman had seized it, and she was now among the first to adjust. "I'm fine, thank you. By the way, my name is Liao Xiaowen. You may call me Xiao Liao or Xiaowen," Mickey responded politely. Mickey was eager to meet someone capable of self-adjustment in such a crisis, for only individuals of such caliber could hope to survive in this new world. Nodding, Mickey said, "The captain is currently clearing the last of the zombies in the cabin. I'm just feeling a bit fatigued. I'll be alright after a short rest. Be careful not to get injured, Hongjia." Understood. Zhu Hong had approached after noticing Mickey seated, concerned that she might have been hurt. Having observed Mickey's performance on the plane, Zhu Hong couldn't help but pay attention to her, sensing that this flight attendant was unlike the others. At 34 years old, Zhu Hong, though a woman, exuded remarkable fortitude. She had founded her own company during her university years, starting from scratch, and her business had been steadily expanding, with plans for an eventual public offering. However, a woman with such decisiveness in establishing a company quickly adapted to the current reality. Regardless of how the world might transform, the foremost priority was survival. Only by living could one harbor hope. While aboard the plane, she had felt fear confronting an unknown, terrifying, and infectious creature. It was impossible to claim she wasn't afraid. After following Mickey's guidance for the first time and dispatching a zombie, despite feeling queasy, Zhu Hong had found a semblance of confidence. Once outside the cabin, even during the most chaotic times, she retained an advantage over others and remained physically unharmed, albeit a bit dirty. Thus, seeing Mickey resting prompted her to check on her. Upon hearing that Mickey was merely fatigued, Zhu Hong nodded and stayed close, wielding her fire axe to fend off the approaching zombies. "Xiaowen, it seems like the situation at the back is becoming untenable. Is the captain not yet done?" Mickey, having rested for a moment and regained some strength, heard Chen Man's voice, tinged with urgency. Mickey glanced back and, indeed, the horde of zombies was increasing. The passengers pushing the food cart crouched to avoid being scratched, but this posture weakened their efforts, necessitating assistance from those behind them. Gripping her fire axe, Mickey jumped down from Chen Man's cart. "Be careful, I'll go take a look." "Okay," Chen Man nodded, continuing to brace the entrance with the cart as instructed. Mickey cautiously entered the cabin, first glancing to her left. Inside the cockpit lay a corpse, presumably that of the pilot, though it was beyond recognition, having been ravaged by zombies. It was unclear whether it had been killed by Sierra or had perished prior. Turning to the right, towards the passenger cabin, Mickey still did not see any sign of Sierra, which she found peculiar. However, a plane comprises more than just the cockpit. There were other areas to explore. She first dragged the corpse from the cockpit outside, tossing it down the stairs to clear the way for takeoff. Then, Mickey wielded her fire axe and ventured further inside, carefully scanning left and right, anxious that a zombie might lurk in one of the seats. She remained apprehensive about discovering Sierra's body or, worse, that he might have transformed into a zombie. Fortunately, as she made her way to the rear of the plane, she found no trace of him, though she encountered numerous fallen zombies along the way. "Captain Sia?" Mickey had reached the rear galley, but still found no sign of Sierra. There was a door leading to the crew's resting area, currently closed. It was worth noting that each plane has a unique password lock, so without the code, Sierra would be unable to enter. After calling out several times, she finally heard some commotion from above. "Is that you, Captain Sia?" Mickey shouted again. There was a series of sounds, and Mickey was finally able to discern what seemed to be the distinctive groans of zombies. Could it be? She hesitated to consider the possibility that Sierra had indeed been infected. It was certainly plausible, given the multitude of zombies encountered along the way. He could have been inadvertently scratched. Mickey felt a pang of regret. She should have entered to assist sooner, perhaps preventing this unfortunate turn of events. Chapter 070, Captain. Please fly the plane, seriously reflecting on the past, especially the words spoken by Sierra just before he boarded the plane. "Don't worry, I'm here." A wave of emotion surged within Mickey, almost bringing her to tears. "Captain Sia, I'm so sorry, I should have." Mickey's head hung low, her voice choked with sorrow. The sounds of the zombies above grew louder, weighing heavily on her heart. On one hand, she lamented her failure to arrive sooner, which might have led to Sierra's potential transformation. On the other hand, the absence of Captain Sia posed a significant challenge. She was uncertain if any crew member possessed the skills to pilot the aircraft. If none could fly, They might have no choice but to navigate the plane as one would a car, merely attempting to escape the airport. Casting another glance at the crew rest area, Miki noted that the zombies inside the cabin had been cleared, and the door here was securely locked, preventing any undead from escaping. She needed to summon the remaining individuals aboard. With a heavy heart, Miki turned and dashed outside, signaling Chun Man to open the entrance, where passengers hastily rushed to ascend. The rest of the crew, mostly still barricading themselves with the meal carts, slowly retreated, with only a few, including the chief stewardess, following the passengers up. As soon as she arrived, the chief stewardess began scanning the cockpit for Sierra Asia. Not spotting him, she shot a glance at Miki. Liao Xiaowen, where's the captain? Miki remained silent, her mood already dampened, and with other crew members still outside, she intended to descend and assist in clearing the zombies to allow the remaining crew to board. The chief stewardess, rushing in faster than anyone else, had the audacity to bother her, but Miki ignored her and headed down the stairs to aid the others. How arrogant. Just wait and see. The chief stewardess spat toward Miki's retreating figure, turning to enter the cabin in search of Sierra Asia. Inside, those who had previously fled together began to comprehend the situation, and many started to lift the corpses and discard them, unwilling to fly alongside the dead.
Xiaowen,
where's the captain? Chun Man suddenly noticed Sierra Asia's absence. Miki walked steadily toward the rear of the plane, her gaze fixed on the door of the crew rest area. Remaining silent, yet revealing a hint of sorrow in her eyes, Chun Man covered her mouth in shock. No. It can't be.
Xiaowen,
are you sure? Miki shook her head. I'm not certain, but you've seen the other areas. This is the only door that remains locked. And there are sounds of zombies within. As Miki hung her head in grief, the door to the crew rest area abruptly swung open. Miki raised her fire axe defensively. Her gaze locked onto the door as those nearby quickly scattered. Sierra Asia emerged, instinctively reaching out to pat Miki's head. Sorry for worrying you. Captain Xiaoyu. You're unharmed? Yes, I'm fine. I just got a bit exhausted dealing with the zombies and lay down for a while. Please help drag the bodies outside. I'll take a short rest before we depart. A few individuals hurried to assist, only to be horrified upon discovering 4 zombie corpses inside. The cramped space made it challenging to clear them, and they struggled with even the simplest movements. It was astonishing how Sierra Asia had managed to eliminate so many zombies alone. The chief stewardess, who had hidden far away out of fear when the door opened, could only watch in frustration as Miki assisted Sierra Asia forward, gritting her teeth in anger. I heard the zombies earlier and thought you. Why didn't you open the door for me to help? Miki felt a surge of relief that Sierra Asia was safe. I intentionally closed it. I knew you would be the second to check on the situation. I told you, with me around, you need not worry, Sierra Asia replied gently. His tone. Miki looked up, meeting Sierra Asia's gaze. She recalled how his words sometimes mirrored those of Li Jinran, and now, it seemed even more so. What are you thinking? Sierra Asia frowned slightly, sensing that Liao Xiaowen appeared to look through him rather than at him, an unsettling feeling for him. He wished for her to rely on him more, hoping to be the one she focused on. Nothing. Are you injured? Miki quickly changed the subject, inquiring about Sierra Asia's well-being. No, just a bit dirty. There should be spare clothes here. Please help me change later. Also, could you wipe down my seat? There's quite a bit of blood, and it'll be sticky if I sit down. Though the prior captain had been deceased for some time, the excessive blood remained on the seat. Miki nodded and helped him sit on the floor, the carpet beneath not too cold. After cleaning the seat, she called Chun Man to find a clean outfit for Sierra Asia. Meanwhile, the zombie bodies in the cabin had been cleared, and after Sierra Asia changed, he closed the cabin door. The passengers, having survived the ordeal, began to express their relief, though some, who had hidden behind others throughout the chaos, now complained about the loss of their valuable belongings. Most crew members ignored these grievances, having exhausted themselves to protect the passengers. With several crew members having perished, spirits were low, and they had little patience for complaints. Miki finished cleaning the seat and found wet wipes to clean Sierra Asia's face and hands. Once he was clean, she left the clothes Chun Man had found for him, allowing him to change privately. Stepping out of the cockpit, she overheard several passengers lamenting the precious items they had lost in their luggage. Miki, still a college student, lacked the cunning to navigate such situations deftly. Her focus remained on the rightness or wrongness of the events unfolding around her. Chapter 071. Captain, please fly the plane seriously, 18, although Mickey's demeanor was surprisingly poor. Her sharp reprimand caused the group to quiet down, obediently settling into their seats. Wow. Xiaowen, I must say, my admiration for you grows by the minute. You truly seem to be a practical person. Normally, you are exceptionally good-natured, but after this incident, you exhibit much more resolve. Chun Man had been attempting to placate the complaining passengers, yet the more she tried to soothe them, the more emboldened they became. However, upon hearing Mickey's words, the group fell silent, gazing at her in awe. We went to great lengths to bring them here. Who has time to worry about their luggage? If they continue to complain, they can handle it themselves. We have our limitations. While Chun Man was quite kind and had been assisting her, her overly gentle disposition was not always effective. Serving as cabin crew indeed requires politeness and earnestness towards passengers, but it is crucial to discern the timing and the individuals involved. Someone like Hong Jia would never make such demands in this situation. Those who had contributed little tended to voice the most complaints. However, when Mickey asserted herself, the others quickly cowered. Unbeknownst to Mickey, her continuous engagement in the struggle, combined with the fire axe in her hand, made her appear not just vociferous, but also justified in her stance. Liao Xiaowen, come in, called Sierra Asia, emerging from the cockpit and beckoning Mickey. I'll be right there, Mickey replied to Chun Man before striding towards Sierra Asia. The chief flight attendant, noticing Mickey entering the cockpit with Sierra Asia, swiftly maneuvered past Chun Man to follow them. Shortly after Mickey entered the cockpit, the chief flight attendant also stepped inside and gently inquired of Sierra Asia, Captain, when are we scheduled to take off, and where are we headed? If it weren't for Mickey retaining Liao Xiaowen's memories, she would have thought the chief flight attendant had undergone a transformation. Her tone and attitude had done a complete about-face from their previous conversations. Is she experiencing a split personality? Mickey mused silently. Sierra Asia had been observing Mickey and couldn't help but smile at the subtle nuances of her expressions, realizing how interesting Liao Xiaowen truly was. Unfortunately, the chief flight attendant misinterpreted his smile as directed at her, nearly losing herself in his handsome visage. Sea Captain. Sierra Asia turned back to the chief flight attendant, his earlier amusement replaced by a semblance of gentility, his polite smile now tinged with a hint of aloofness. The chief flight attendant was already enthralled by Sierra Asia's smile, completely oblivious to the abrupt change in its warmth. However, Mickey, positioned at a slight angle, observed the shift in Sierra Asia's expression keenly. Despite her previous low emotional intelligence, her experience in the service industry had honed her observational skills, allowing her to perceive Sierra Asia's change. Yet, Mickey couldn't shake the feeling that since her arrival, his demeanor towards her had transformed entirely. Perhaps it was due to her saving him, she mused. What are you thinking? I need a co-pilot. I've taught you before. Take your seat. We're preparing for takeoff. Sierra Asia suddenly nudged Mickey, urging her to sit in the co-pilot's seat.
Me?
I can't. Mickey waved her hands vigorously. She had only practiced for a short while on another aircraft, and the thought of actually piloting a plane, responsible for the safety of everyone aboard, was daunting. Even private pilot training typically required about 6 months of study, let alone piloting a passenger aircraft. Could she really be expected to fly a plane after just a few hours of instruction? It seemed utterly implausible. Don't worry, I'll be here. I might be a bit overwhelmed alone, so I need your help. There's no reason to be anxious. Sierra Asia reassured her with a smile before fastening his seatbelt in the pilot seat and looking back at Mickey. Since Sierra Asia had expressed such confidence, and considering she had at least absorbed some knowledge over the past 2 hours, Mickey decided to follow his lead. With that thought, she settled into the co-pilot seat, secured her own seatbelt, and turned to Sierra Asia. I'm ready. Good. Pull out the checklist beside you, Sierra Asia instructed, gesturing to the other side. Mickey quickly grabbed the checklist. While the items were few, they were essential. Cockpit preparation. Left and right seats completed. Landing gear pins and covers removed. Adri's navigation, radar. Confirmed. Fuel quantity, over 14,000 liters? Yes, normal. Altimeter calibrated, 751. 89 millimeters of mercury. 751. 89 millimeters of mercury. Takeoff checklist confirmed. Watching Sierra proceed with calm efficiency instilled Mickey with a sense of reassurance. In the cabin behind them, with the loss of announcements, the cabin crew repeated their usual reminders, and due to the current crisis, the passengers were particularly cooperative, anxious that every detail was attended to for a successful departure. "Are you feeling less anxious now?" Sierra asked as he maneuvered the aircraft onto the runway. "Yes, much better. I hope we can reach Gaogan Military Airport smoothly this time." As the aircraft aligned for takeoff, Sierra signaled for Mickey to conduct the minimum fuel check. Chapter 072. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 19. After confirming the required fuel load and the actual fuel load, with no ground command available, Sierra directly pushed the throttle forward, causing the aircraft to accelerate down the runway. As the plane began to ascend and retracted its landing gear, Sierra glanced at Mickey and smiled, saying, "This is a line for the co-pilot, but I shall take it upon myself." Mickey was momentarily speechless. Was this lively personality characteristic of Captain Sia? Just as she was musing on this, she suddenly noticed a dark mass ahead. "What is that?" She pointed forward, inquiring of Sierra. Turning back to look at him, she found his expression gravely altered. "A flock of birds, and they are heading directly towards us. What do we do?" "Change course, but it may be too late." As he spoke, Sierra began to maneuver the aircraft away. But the sheer size of the flock was overwhelming. Despite his efforts to adjust their position, numerous birds were still sucked into the engines. What is happening?" Mickey's face paled as she watched the indicators on the data panel plummet. The previous pilot, Miao Yao, had perished in a crash. Would she find herself unable to evade the same fate? If that were the case, her mission would fail. While she could accept dying in this world, she could not forfeit her rewards, nor could she immediately embark on her next task, lest her own life be jeopardized. One engine was losing power.
No.
Both engines were faltering. Sierra's expression mirrored her distress. "What now? Are we going to fall?" Mickey was utterly bewildered. Unsure of how to proceed in such a dire situation, she could only look to Sierra for guidance.
"Stay calm.
I will first activate the igniter and then the auxiliary power unit." Meanwhile, the passengers in the cabin felt a violent jolt, followed by the sudden extinguishing of the lights, plunging them into panic. Several flight attendants quickly rose to offer reassurance, while the head attendant hastened to the cockpit, eager to ascertain the situation. Especially since the aircraft's intercom was malfunctioning, rendering communication impossible. Furthermore, Liao Xiaowen had entered the cockpit earlier and had yet to emerge. She needed to check on what was transpiring between Liao Xiaowen and the captain. "I need to consider what alternate airports or landing sites are available in this vicinity." Just as Sierra pondered this, an indicator on the aircraft's panel that had been descending slowly began to rise.
"Ah!"
One engine is not entirely damaged. It may have merely been momentarily jammed, but is now functioning again. Sierra's tone brightened considerably. "For now, it's manageable. We still have one operational engine. Let us head towards Gaogan Airport. There is a nearby alternate airport, though I am uncertain of the zombie presence there. If there aren't many, we will land. If there are, we will continue searching for a more suitable landing spot." Initially fearing a dual-engine failure, the fact that one engine remained operational offered a glimmer of hope. Enough to find an appropriate landing site. Captain, what has happened?" Outside, the head attendant pounded on the door, calling in. Mickey unfastened her seatbelt and rose to open it. "Liao Xiaowen, why are you not attending to your duties in the cabin? What business do you have here disturbing the captain?"
"Get out."
The head attendant, Li Qian, glared at Mickey as she issued her command. "Captain." Before the head attendant could continue, Sierra interjected, "We just encountered a bird strike. One engine has completely ceased functioning, while the other is operational but unstable. We may need to attempt an emergency landing. Please prepare the crew and inform the passengers." "Understood, Captain." The head attendant, wishing to maintain her composure before Sierra, complied but shot a glare at Mickey before exiting the cockpit. "Captain, I believe you are managing quite well on your own. My presence may not be necessary." Mickey, though not intimidated by the head attendant, found the situation curious. Why was Sierra so insistent on her remaining in the cockpit? Mickey refrained from pressing further. The priority was finding a suitable landing spot. Remaining in the cockpit allowed her to stay abreast of the unfolding situation. Closing the door once more, she resumed her seat in the co-pilot's chair. As the aircraft continued its advance, they soon spotted an alternate airport for an emergency landing. However, thick smoke billowed from the area, and numerous zombies had swarmed about, with no intact aircraft in sight. It appeared that a plane had previously attempted an emergency landing only to collide with another, resulting in an explosion that even affected the terminal. This is not viable. We cannot land here. Attempting to do so would jeopardize a safe descent. Ruiz assessed the situation, recognizing that the runway was congested with scattered aircraft. With the inability to land at the alternate airport, their options were limited. Both engines had sustained damage, and their thrust was insufficient to reach Gaogan Airport. They were left with two choices: emergency land at Julibo or at a large farm in Beishur. Chapter 073. Captain. Please fly the plane with utmost care. The prospect of a safe landing for the aircraft seemed increasingly bleak. The backup airports were no longer viable options, as even the smaller ones were overwhelmed with stranded individuals. The current condition of the plane made it impossible to reach the Gaogan military airport. Therefore, they urgently needed to identify a suitable landing site. Farms were not a reliable choice either. Previously, contact with the Beishur airport revealed concerns about animal infections.
Consequently,
the farms nearby were likely teeming with animals, rendering any approach perilous. Moreover, water landings were not recommended, as they posed greater risks than landing on land. A water landing could lead to disastrous outcomes, such as one wing's engine making contact with the water first, resulting in a catastrophic breakage of the wing and subsequent rolling of the fuselage, spilling fuel that could ignite a significant fire. The likelihood of fire and explosion during a water landing exceeded that of a land landing. Nevertheless, although Michi was not well versed in these matters, she recalled that since Sierra had mentioned the dangers of a water landing, she suddenly thought of a possible solution. If farms were out of the question, and the remote Julibo was less than ideal, urban areas were certainly unsuitable due to the high density of buildings and people, even in the absence of zombies. However, an idea struck her: the highway. At this juncture, some highways, particularly the more remote ones, were likely less crowded with people and vehicles than before. Perhaps they could attempt an emergency landing on a highway. The highways offered ample open space, minimizing potential impact, and their lengths were sufficient for the aircraft to come to a halt. Most importantly, highways were generally much flatter than ordinary roads, facilitating a smoother landing. Sierra nodded in agreement, acknowledging her insight. You are correct, but selecting a highway is a critical issue. While they had conceived a plan, Sierra was not entirely familiar with the roads around Beishur. I will inquire among the passengers to see if anyone is knowledgeable about this area and can suggest a suitable landing site. Michi stood up, realizing their abilities were limited, and it would be wise to involve others. Perhaps someone aboard the plane was familiar with the vicinity.
Good.
However, we do not have much time left. The other engine could fail at any moment. Michi nodded in understanding, swiftly unbuckling her seatbelt and exiting the cockpit. As she emerged, the flight attendant remarked sarcastically, "Finally decided to come out, have you?" Michi chose to ignore her. This was not the time for disputes. With only one functioning engine, which had already sustained damage, they could not afford to waste a moment. Attention, passengers. The aircraft has experienced a bird strike, and we're down to one engine. We cannot reach our destination and must make an emergency landing. Is there anyone here familiar with the roads around Beishur? We need to find a long and flat road for landing. Her words ignited a flurry of anxious chatter among the passengers.
What?
The engine is broken? What do we do now? Can't you avoid birds? What good are you? Oh no, are we going to die? I don't want to die. In the cabin, a cacophony of voices directed their panic towards Michi. Everyone, please. We need time. If you don't want to perish, those who are unaware should remain silent. If anyone knows the area, please raise your hand. Michi was truly too pressed for time to engage in banter. Survival was their utmost priority. I know. Michi turned towards the voice and saw the courageous woman from earlier, Hong Jie, raising her hand. If she had knowledge of the area, that would be immensely helpful. Excellent, Hong Jie. Please unbuckle your seatbelt and follow me. Michi gestured for her to come forward. Hong Jie quickly released her seatbelt and hurried over to Michi, accompanying her into the cockpit. Hong Jie, our current location is Shaowen. I don't know much. Although I frequently visit Beishur, I'm not particularly familiar with it. I only know that the Shoushur Expressway is quite flat, but I'm unsure of its current traffic conditions. This is not the time for jokes. Why are you still standing around? Michi sighed, realizing that while this sister was brave, her actions seemed somewhat misguided. No, Shaowen, the man next to me seems odd. I suspect he may be infected. Hong Jie glanced cautiously at the cockpit door, lowering her voice. Really? Michi's expression shifted. If another passenger were infected without detection, it could lead to dire consequences. I'm not certain, but his complexion is increasingly peculiar, and I'm frightened. That's why I raised my hand. I was concerned that if I spoke out, I might offend him, especially since he is here with family and friends. I understand. However, the expressway you mentioned might indeed be a viable option. Please stay here and discuss it with the captain while I investigate. After instructing Hong Jie, Michi took a fire axe and exited the cockpit. Following Hong Jie's guidance, Michi approached the front row, where she found a man with his eyes closed, lips slightly pale, yet his face appeared oddly composed. Having experienced the zombie apocalypse, Michi was adept at recognizing early signs of infection. She sensed that this man did not exhibit typical symptoms of impending transformation. Sir, are you feeling unwell? Michi inquired softly as she approached. The man opened his eyes slightly, gazing at the flight attendant with difficulty. He raised a hand weakly, pointing ahead, forming a rough inch with his thumb and forefinger. Though Michi did not fully grasp his meaning, she recalled Hong Jie mentioning that he had relatives and friends on board. He must be indicating that she should call for someone he knew. Is there anyone who knows this gentleman? Michi called out, scanning the cabin for a response. After a prolonged silence, one passenger finally seemed to recall something and nudged the person lying across from him. The nudged individual groaned, reluctantly awakening and glaring at the one who had disturbed him. What is wrong with you? Why are you pushing me? Chapter 074. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 21. As Michi observed the individual rise to vociferously express his discontent, she strode directly toward him. Initially, he continued his tirade, but upon seeing Michi, he fell silent. This was partly due to Michi's earlier impressive demeanor, and also because she had emerged with a fire axe after hearing Hong Jie mention the possibility of someone transforming into a zombie. The sight of her approaching prompted him to quickly cease his outburst. Noticing his silence, Michi wasted no time with pleasantries and inquired directly. Do you recognize the gentleman in the gray-blue jacket seated at the back, whose hair is somewhat grizzled? Which one? The man hesitated, intending to claim ignorance, but suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned to look behind him. Michi pointed in the direction of the rear. The one sitting back there.
Oh.
It seems to be my father, he exclaimed, swiftly maneuvering around Michi and hastily making his way to that location. Upon arriving, he called out, Dad, what is wrong?
Oh. Right.
Michi followed closely behind and observed the previously irritable man. Although he still had his eyes closed, his complexion appeared slightly improved. Is this gentleman all right? Michi asked the man who had just awakened and was irate moments ago. Thank you, that is my father. He has a weak heart and was startled earlier. He mentioned wanting to rest quietly, which is why we seated him at the back while we chatted up front. He eventually fell asleep, and fortunately you noticed him. Thank you. The tone of the man had turned quite amiable. There is no need for gratitude. I merely heard from other passengers that something seemed amiss, which prompted my inquiry. You should thank that gentleman over there. Had he not recalled your prior presence together, you might still be slumbering. Yes. I should indeed express my gratitude. The man hurriedly approached the other individual, offering apologies and thanks. Despite his earlier disdainful demeanor, he now exhibited sincerity in his contrition, driven by concern for his father. Michi reflected that everyone possesses multiple facets. One cannot simply judge a person based on a singular characteristic. Having resolved the matter, Michi proceeded toward the cockpit. She had scarcely reached the front section of the cabin when Chief Flight Attendant Li Qian intercepted her. Liao Xiaowen. Chief Flight Attendant. Is there something you need? Michi inquired. Focus on your duties and refrain from unnecessary distractions. The chief flight attendant initially intended to say more, but her gaze fell upon the blood-stained fire axe in Michi's grasp, prompting her to curtail her admonition. I am indeed fulfilling my responsibilities. I hope to land safely alongside everyone, Michi replied with a smile, passing by the chief flight attendant and entering the cockpit. Excellent. Shall we prepare for landing? The crew began instructing the passengers to fasten their seatbelts loudly. The impending descent might not be particularly smooth, and the passengers were advised to secure their belts, adopt the brace position, and protect their heads with their arms if necessary. Those wearing glasses or carrying sharp objects were instructed to remove them beforehand. Do not panic. We have merely lost some power, but our landing gear remains intact. Provided the ground conditions are not too dire, we should be able to land successfully. Seeing Michi clench her fists in anxiety, Xia Rui's gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. As the plane began its gradual descent, Michi could discern more details below. It appeared relatively clear, devoid of a horde of zombies. She noted only a few stragglers, likely following vehicles. However, these vehicles were moving swiftly, leaving the zombies wandering aimlessly on the road. It's inconsequential to have zombies on the road. They are no longer considered living beings, Michi mused. When we descend to 30 meters above ground, assist me in leveling the nose. We must avoid a direct plunge, Xia Rui's instructed, gesturing toward a lever. Michi nodded. To what extent should I pull up? I will guide you to the precise position, he assured her, glancing at the instruments. We are fortunate today. Both wind direction and visibility are favorable. As the aircraft gradually descended, Xia Rui seized the right moment. Now, deploy the landing gear. Prepare to level off. And brace for touchdown with a gentle pull of the lever. The plane executed a relatively stable landing, though the surface was rougher than anticipated, resulting in a minor bump. Overall, however, the landing was satisfactory. You performed exceptionally well, Xia Rui's commended as the aircraft finally settled, gradually slowing down. Perhaps you are a pilot in the making. Yet to be discovered. As the plane continued its course, an unforeseen incline appeared ahead, propelling the aircraft upward. Upon cresting the hill, they spotted several vehicles parked along the roadside, surrounded by zombies that seemed oblivious to the plane's approach. What should we do? Will we collide? Michi felt a surge of anxiety. Colliding with the zombies was one thing, but striking a human was a different concern altogether. Remain calm and stay still, Xia Rui's reassured her, deftly adjusting the plane's trajectory. The aircraft narrowly glided past the vehicles, sweeping away a throng of zombies and even dislodging a side mirror in the process. Chapter 075. Captain. Please fly the plane seriously. 22. As the aircraft glided past the two vehicles, its speed gradually diminished until it finally came to a halt on the road. Without waiting for the door to open, Michi could hear the spontaneous cheers erupting from the cabin, celebrating their safe landing. We need to disembark and find a vehicle, Xia Rui remarked while unfastening his seatbelt. The two swiftly released their restraints and exited the cockpit. Dear passengers, we have landed. Please prepare to leave the aircraft in an orderly manner. We must find transportation to depart. There aren't many zombies outside, but do take the catering cart with you. Those armed should disembark first, followed by the rest of the passengers. Upon stepping out, Xia Rui began to announce the subsequent actions to the people in the cabin. Michi and Xia Rui grabbed their weapons and were the first to slide down from the plane, promptly clearing the scattered zombies in the vicinity. Others gradually followed suit, and eventually, the flight attendants, after pushing the catering cart down, also slid down. With the area relatively quiet and most zombies dealt with, everyone shared the food from the cart and dispersed, each taking supplies as they ventured ahead. Before Michi could ponder her next move, Xia Rui pulled her aside. Come with me. We're going to find a vehicle. After saying this, he turned to the 20 or so individuals behind them. Thank you for your trust. Our destination is the Gaogan Military Airport in Tianhai City. If anyone needs to go elsewhere along the way, we will drop you off at a nearby location and do our best to help you find a usable vehicle. Xia Rui was truly benevolent. Ordinarily, after a smooth landing, the responsibility would no longer rest with the pilot, yet he did not abandon those who chose to accompany him. The group of over 20 people agreed, and they began to advance together. A few individuals had already left separately, hitching rides on the two vehicles they had helped to clear of zombies. while others had gone to nearby villages to search for usable cars or shelter. Since the crew was wrapping up their duties, they only set out now. I believe we should head in the opposite direction, Michi suggested as she observed the others moving forward. Indeed, Sierra nodded in agreement. They had previously glided over from that direction and noted that there were not many zombies on that road, which also led to villages. The individuals who had descended earlier were already ahead, and by now, they might have exhausted the available options, so it would be wiser to retreat. Retreating proved to be an astute choice, as they swiftly discovered 2 vehicles. Although there were more on the road, most were unusable, leaving these 2 as the best options. However, 2 vehicles were insufficient for over 20 people. Ladies first. Who can drive? Sierra inquired, surveying the remaining individuals. I can. Hongjia was the first to raise her hand. As an accomplished woman, it was only natural she could drive. It was a fundamental skill. Michi remained still. While the original owner, Liao Xiaowen, could drive, Michi herself did not possess that skill. Relying on theory alone would not suffice. Moreover, her combat prowess was relatively high among the group, leading her to believe she should stay behind to continue searching. Liao Xiaowen, get in the car. I will find another vehicle and join you. There are few zombies around, so you can wait here for us. Sierra firmly directed Michi to one of the vehicles. But she began, only to be interrupted. You've worked hard fighting zombies. I don't want to see you collapse from exhaustion. Get in and rest. The road ahead is still long. It's nearly 300 kilometers to the Gaogan military airport in Tianhai City, and we'll need your strength later. Please, listen to me, and rest for now. Sierra spoke in a half-reassuring manner, pushing her gently into the car and closing the door behind her. Since that last incident, Michi frequently found herself drawing parallels between Sierra and Li Jinran during certain moments. The words he had just spoken echoed Li Jinran's sentiments, who had once expressed his own frailty and how easily he could faint. He had told her that while it was permissible to faint, it should only be in his presence. Otherwise, she should not overexert herself. Furthermore, he insisted she must rest properly, only pushing herself in dire circumstances, as he did not wish to see her collapse from fatigue. Before this journey, Michi had been diligent about resting and eating regularly, and she had even enhanced her physical resilience. Given that most of their time had been spent on the plane, she had yet to feel faint. So, why did Sierra say such things? Why did he think she would faint? Liao Xiaowen, don't let the captain's kindness toward you lead to wild thoughts. The flight attendant, Li Qian, observed Michi's days with a tinge of jealousy. Since disembarking, Sierra had not even glanced at her. Yet he was so cordial with Liao Xiaowen. Noticing Michi lost in thought, Li Qian reminded her, of course, this was merely her perception and not an absolute truth. There were too many coincidences, and Sierra's sudden change in demeanor seemed so natural. Michi glanced out the window. It was tranquil outside, with their vehicle parked by the roadside. There were hardly any zombies, and everyone, exhausted from the prior tension and their escape, was now reluctant to utter a word. They all closed their eyes, hoping to regain their strength. Just as Captain Sierra had said, they still had nearly 300 kilometers to traverse. Chapter 76. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 23. Miki ignored the flight attendant Li Qian. Given the current world's rapid proliferation of zombies, it seemed unlikely that they would be eradicated anytime soon. Her primary task was to ensure a safe landing for the aircraft, but after the plane had descended smoothly, her task completion status indicated only 30% achieved, with the next objective now shifted to escaping to safety. However, considering the increased rewards for subsequent tasks, Miki decided not to dwell on it too much. If she could earn extra rewards this time, she would certainly exchange them for a vial of temporary serum. Fortuitously, her luck seemed to hold. Otherwise, under the current conditions, surviving would indeed be a formidable challenge. Xiaowen. As Miki squinted and let her mind wander, she heard her colleague Chin Man calling her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Chin Man's face etched with panic. Xiaowen, look ahead. Are there not countless zombies approaching? Miki sat up from the back seat and peered through the windshield, confirming her fears as she saw a substantial number of zombies in the distance, some of whom, based on their clothing, were actually former passengers. Heavens! They've turned into zombies, and they're followed by so many others. It appeared that around a dozen individuals had transformed into zombies, having encountered a horde without finding suitable means of escape or refuge, resulting in their unfortunate fate. Turn around. We need to head back and find Captain Xie and the others. Those zombies move slowly. They certainly can't catch up with us. We will have to take a different route soon. Charging through here would be perilous. In her previous life, Miki had faced similar situations. Rather than risking being ensnared by the zombies, it would be wiser to take a longer, safer detour.
All right.
Zhu Hong nodded, then turned the key in the ignition. But to her dismay, the car refused to start. Oh no, could it be the battery is dead? After we boarded, the engine ran for a bit. But then Li Qian needed to charge her phone to contact her family. We turned it off later to avoid attracting zombies, but now it's getting dark. And I can't see well, so she turned on the small lights in the back. It's possible the battery is too weak to start now. What do we do? Zhu Hong's anxiety heightened as the zombies drew nearer. I'll go to the other car and use their battery to jumpstart ours. Hongjie, get ready to ignite the engine. First, open the hood. Miki remained calm, recalling that in her previous life, she had encountered similar battery failures while accompanying Li Jin ran on missions. She had faced various issues such as running out of fuel and getting stuck. And while she had not directly operated the vehicles, she was well aware of the basics. The occupants of the other vehicle had also noticed the approaching zombies and had started their engine to leave when they spotted Miki leaping from her car towards them. The driver, also a member of the crew, rolled down the window. Xiaowen, hurry up. Why did you jump out? We can't start our car. May we borrow your battery for a quick jump? We'll be on our way in no time. The driver glanced at the encroaching zombies. All right, but you need to be quick. Miki nodded, watching as the other vehicle approached. She signaled for them to open the hood and soon located the necessary cables. As expected, they were out of battery, but once the cables were connected, the engine roared to life just as the zombies were only a few meters away. Everyone in the car felt a wave of tension, and Miki's palms began to sweat. After closing her own hood, she heard Chun Man's urgent voice. Xiaowen, hurry up.
Quickly.
Hongjie, turn around. I can jump in. Miki saw the zombies closing in, and the sound of the engine seemed to spur them on. Grabbing the fire axe left by the door, Miki swung it at the nearest zombie's head as Zhu Hong spun the car around. Chun Man was desperately calling for her to jump in. Xiaowen, hurry. Give me your hand. Chun Man extended her arm as Miki approached, axe in hand. I'll take a running leap. Miki handed Chun Man the axe, and with one less burden, she accelerated towards the door. Just then, a zombie dog lunged at her, snapping its jaws towards her leg. With quick reflexes, Miki pulled her leg back and snatched the axe from Chun Man's grip, bringing it down upon the zombie dog's head. The creature whimpered as it collapsed, allowing Miki to grasp the door handle, but a sudden jolt nearly threw her off balance until Chun Man caught her just in time. Finally managing to close the door, Miki was drenched in cold sweat from the near brush with danger. She turned to Chun Man. Thanks, Man. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have escaped at all. I was terrified. Chun Man patted her chest in relief. Miki smiled. Although Chun Man was timid, she had proven to be a reliable ally, assisting her both on the plane and in this precarious situation. It was in times of peril that one's true character emerged. It seemed she would not only strive to ensure the survival of the original character Liao Xiaowen, but would also cherish her friendship with Chun Man gradually. Their vehicle caught up with a group of others who had ventured out in search of cars. They had found one, and if they could locate another, it would suffice for everyone. However, just as they were about to explore the nearby village, they spotted the two vehicles they had left behind rushing toward them. Xie Rui's speculated that something must have gone awry, otherwise, they wouldn't have approached so recklessly. For some reason, he felt that Liao Xiaowen was always prudent and would not act impulsively. Chapter 077. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 24. Just as Sierra Asia had surmised. Upon learning why Miki and the others had not remained at their designated location but instead turned back to pursue them, the group began to deliberate alternative routes. They had recently surveyed their surroundings. This path was devoid of forks and relatively straight, which had been one of the reasons for selecting it as a landing strip. However, it also implied that if they wished to evade the horde of zombies approaching from another direction, they would need to take a considerably longer detour. Are there many zombies? After discussing the route, Sierra Asia inquired of Miki. Miki nodded. Indeed, There are far more than the number of passengers who disembarked from the plane, likely over 200. While the zombies were not as swift as humans and lacked cognitive abilities, their strength had significantly increased. 200 zombies were sufficient to overturn their vehicle. It was no wonder that some of the fleeing passengers had mutated into zombies. It was likely a result of such encounters. Understood. If there are that many zombies, we certainly need to take a detour. Charging through would likely result in our vehicle being overturned. Having reached a consensus, the group decided to squeeze into 3 vehicles and set off to find another car, thus avoiding the risk of being pursued by zombies, which would complicate matters further. Perhaps it was Sierra Asia's extraordinary luck. Along the way, they stumbled upon 2 vehicles in excellent condition. Sierra Asia chose an SUV and beckoned Mickey over. When Mickey hesitated to descend, Sierra Asia took it upon himself to assist her out of the vehicle. Accompanied by the envious gaze of stewardess Li Qian, Mickey climbed into the car but not before bringing Chin Man along as well. With the addition of another vehicle, the number of occupants in each car was reduced, allowing for a more spacious ride. It was worth mentioning that after the initial viral outbreak, they had struggled to find an airport for landing. After finally alighting, they discovered even the smaller airports had succumbed to the virus. Their arduous journey to find an aircraft had culminated in yet another unexpected turn of events. The tumultuous experiences of the past 2 days had left them utterly exhausted. As darkness descended, they could not continue driving. The dimming light necessitated the use of headlights. The illumination from the headlights acted as a beacon for the zombies, making them more vulnerable to an ambush in the enveloping darkness. Seizing the opportunity while visibility remained, they convened to find a suitable place to rest, intending to set out again at dawn. Traveling through the night posed risks, not only from attracting more zombies with their lights, but also from the fatigue of the drivers. After all they had endured, particularly Sierra Asia, who had been piloting the plane while other passengers rested in their seats, the need for a break was acute. Mickey lacked the requisite driving skills, and Chun Man was entirely inexperienced. The remaining passengers, most of whom could not drive, had opted to travel with them. Many capable drivers had chosen to seek their own means of escape, leaving them in search of a place to rest. Captain Xie, let us head ahead. I recall a gas station nearby where we can refuel and take a break, suggested Zhu Hong, who had previously driven another vehicle. Although not entirely familiar with the roads, Zhu Hong was somewhat acquainted with the area due to business dealings, particularly with gas stations, which she always noted during her travels. Sierra Asia nodded in agreement with Zhu Hong's proposal. The convoy navigated toward the location Zhu Hong had in mind, and indeed, they soon spotted a gas station. However, one vehicle had crashed into the side of the automatic car wash, blood splattered across the driver's seat. While a zombie flailed its limbs in the passenger seat, constrained by a seatbelt, it could only thrash about helplessly. It appeared that the passenger had succumbed to the virus, having devoured the driver, leading to the vehicle's erratic crash. This place is eerily quiet. I wonder if there are still people inside? Sierra Asia observed the gas station, noting the stillness and the presence of several zombie corpses strewn across the ground, which seemed to have been cleared recently. As Zhu Hong's vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the gas station, Sierra Asia's car followed suit, with the others parking behind. They had effectively surrounded the service area of the gas station. Through the glass, they could see a small convenience store at the forefront, with several doors leading to what appeared to be offices. Many gas stations featured such stores to cater to passing drivers and passengers seeking snacks and refreshments. Regardless of the circumstances, it was paramount that they did not breach the outer door, as they were not here to cause destruction but rather to find a safe haven for the night. Sierra Asia preferred the notion that someone might still be inside. Otherwise, how could they explain the zombie corpses on the ground? Is anyone there? Please open the door. We are merely passing through and wish to rest for the night before departing at dawn, Sierra Asia called out after exiting the vehicle. Mickey, wielding a fire axe, remained vigilant, alert not only to the threat of zombies but also to the possibility that humans could be far more dangerous in this world. After shouting for a while with no response, impatience began to brew among the group. They could see food and drink inside, along with a chance to rest. Yet they were barred entry by a mere door. Someone suggested they should simply break it down.
No.
Sierra Asia began to protest. We cannot break it down. If we compromise this layer of protection, resting here would be anything but secure. Who knows when zombies might slip in, putting us all in peril. Just as he was about to voice his concern, He noticed a slight movement inside, followed by a figure clad in black fabric inching cautiously toward the corner. Chapter 078. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 25. Perhaps the other party did not wish to be discovered, yet with the dim light still lingering, their actions became all the more conspicuous. However, upon witnessing the presence of individuals within, those who had initially voiced concerns fell silent. Hello. We are merely passing through and would like to request accommodation for the night, leaving first thing in the morning. Could you kindly open the door? Sierra raised his voice towards the shadowy figure inside. The onlookers exchanged glances, bemused. After all, they were not zombies to be startled into a hasty retreat. I suggest we force the door open, the earlier speaker interjected once more. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5 or 6 individuals emerged from within, brandishing hammers, kitchen knives, and other makeshift weapons. Sierra reiterated his request, and at that moment, one of the individuals removed their hood, revealing their true appearance. Sierra glanced at the area indicated by the other party, then turned back to the interior, finally nodding. Very well. How shall we receive the keys? Walk over there. The young man gestured. Sierra lifted his gaze and noticed an air conditioning duct. The individual withdrew a tube and tossed out a set of keys. Thank you. Since you have assisted us, I must advise you to conceal the items on the supermarket shelves. Otherwise, the next group to arrive may not be as patient as we are and might simply break down the door. Sierra had considered this previously. If there were indeed inhabitants, why not hide their possessions? In such chaotic times, should a different group come, they would likely smash the door and ransack the place. Either the current occupants had not contemplated such possibilities, or this location could potentially be a trap. Nevertheless, upon seeing these individuals wielding makeshift weapons, Sierra dismissed the latter theory. If a more ruthless crew had arrived, not only would they have breached the door, but these 5 or 6 individuals would have stood no chance and could have even lost their lives. He had just observed that the one who removed their hood appeared quite young. Reflecting on the gas station employees, many were of a similar age. And considering the numerous corpses of zombies strewn about, many wore gas station uniforms. Judging by their physique and general outlines, they seemed slightly older. It was likely that during the zombie onslaught, the older ones were unable to flee as swiftly as the younger ones, thus becoming prey or transforming into zombies themselves. The employees who managed to escape were evidently inexperienced in societal matters, especially in such dire situations, leaving them in a state of panic, unable to think clearly. Now that the other party had, albeit reluctantly, provided them with a place to stay, Sierra kindly offered a word of caution. The individual on the opposite side seemed taken aback by Sierra's suggestion, momentarily pausing to glance at the others standing behind him. The others shook their heads, and the young man lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Let us depart. To the side, Sierra waved the keys in his hand. The group returned to their vehicle, steering towards another location. Though it was termed as driving over, it merely involved a turn. The proximity was particularly close, and they only needed to park the vehicle nearer for convenience the following morning, as it was only a few steps to walk from where they had parked. Having parked the vehicle, Sierra was the first to exit, taking the keys to unlock the door. To his surprise, the place was securely locked. Had these few individuals already cleared the area? Or had this spot never been opened before? As Sierra twisted the key to unlock the door, he suddenly noticed drag marks on the ground. The floor appeared unnaturally clean. Logically, prior to the viral outbreak, this area should not have been locked. As it was a gas station and given the existence of shops, it would have been open to the public. Typically, gas stations situated along highways operate 24 hours, therefore. Even if not all shops were open around the clock, some would remain available for quick sustenance. Yet here, not only was it locked, but it was also immaculately clean. Previously, Sierra could have speculated that it was locked after clearing out zombies to prevent reoccupation. However, the pristine condition of the floor was perplexing. Those individuals did not reside here, so why maintain such cleanliness? Miki noticed that Sierra had opened the door, yet did not step inside, seemingly lost in thought. The others, eager to enter now that the door was ajar, urged him to proceed. Captain Sia? Miki tugged at Sierra's sleeve, calling out to him. Something feels off here, Sierra replied, turning to Miki.
Off.
Miki surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Meanwhile, the others, seeing the door open and the two conversing, surged forward, pushing the pair aside as they rushed in. Miki, who had been standing beside Sierra, was suddenly shoved back 2 steps, her foot slipping off the edge of the step. Just inside, the flight attendant Li Qian, nearly furious, had earlier pushed Miki when they entered, seizing the opportunity to jostle her aside. Witnessing Miki and Sierra lingering at the entrance, she felt a surge of anger. Clearly, she was the flight attendant, yet Captain Xie seemed to disregard her entirely, preferring to converse with a young girl instead. Frustrated, Li Qian felt she had no one to vent her ire upon. Throughout this journey, Sierra had brought Miki into his vehicle, and since Miki had also taken Chen Man with her, Li Qian had no outlet for her frustration. Although there was Zhu Hong in the car, who shared a good rapport with Miki, Zhu Hong was the driver, and Li Qian could not voice her grievances freely. Thus, seeing Sierra and Miki hesitating at the doorway while everyone else rushed inside, she seized the opportunity, feigning a lack of balance to bump into someone nearby, then using her momentum to jostle Miki with her hip. Little did she know Li Qian was left feeling both angry and regretful, realizing she had unwittingly created an opportunity for others. Chapter 079, Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 26, is everything alright? Sierra inquired with concern, glancing at Miki. He noticed a faint blush on her face, which momentarily lifted his spirits, but the current situation was not one for levity. Regrettably, he halted the conversation. Observing the excited members who had already dashed inside, his heart weighed down by an ominous premonition. Liao Xiaowen, do you think there might be an issue here? Captain Xie, have you noticed something amiss? Miki replied, genuinely unaware of any trouble. However, given Sierra's cautious tone, she assumed there must be a basis for his apprehension. Look, this is a store, and it's not unusual for the door to be locked. It might have been secured previously. Yet, observe the floor and the entrance. It's too pristine, almost as if it has been freshly cleaned, Miki added, following Sierra's lead. Precisely, Sierra nodded in approval, sharing his thoughts with Miki. Although Miki's analytical skills were somewhat limited due to her lower intelligence rating, her extensive work experience had honed her ability to assess sudden situations.
Now,
with Sierra raising suspicions, she joined him in scrutinizing their surroundings. Unfortunately, the clues available were scant. After closing the door, they meticulously inspected the entrance, once more, yet still found nothing of value. The others had already settled in, preparing to rest. Many of the shop counters and tables could be rearranged into makeshift resting spots.
Captain,
you should take some rest. I will keep watch, Miki suggested, accustomed to the routine of having someone on duty while the group rested from her previous world. Trust was scarce among them. Although Sierra was reliable, being the pilot necessitated that he be well rested. Miki resolved to sleep in the vehicle the following day, urging him to rest. You take the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half, he offered. No need. You are the pilot, and must be well rested. I can sleep in the vehicle tomorrow, she replied. Having overheard their conversation, Chen Man approached. Captain Xiaowen and I can alternate shifts. I may not be of much help otherwise, but I can stand guard. Despite her kind nature, Chen Man was rather timid, and to this day, she had yet to muster the courage to wield a weapon against zombies. She had followed Miki, admiring her bravery, but when faced with action herself, she faltered. Feeling somewhat guilty for her inaction, Chen Man was eager to contribute in any way she could. After all, the cabin crew on international flights often rotated shifts, making her offer a natural extension of her previous responsibilities. Very well then, the two of you can alternate. Be cautious, and if anything arises, call me. Sierra agreed after a moment's thought, recognizing they had a journey ahead the next day, and opting not to prolong the discussion. He then lay down to rest.
Xiaowen,
you didn't rest yesterday, while I managed to sleep quite a bit in the cabin. You should sleep first. I will wake you later. Chen Man gently patted Miki's shoulder, appreciating her care throughout their journey. Moreover, witnessing Miki wield the fire axe with such prowess filled Chen Man with admiration, though she acknowledged her own shortcomings. Feeling content to assist in whatever capacity she could, she expressed, I will take the first half of the night. If anything unusual occurs, do not hesitate to awaken me. Captain Xie and I discussed earlier that this place feels somewhat peculiar. We must remain vigilant. Understood, Chen Man affirmed earnestly, rising to patrol the area. I will keep a lookout and stay alert. Though timid, Miki felt reassured by Chen Man's presence. Then I shall rest for a while. With that, Miki found a spot behind one of the counters to lie down. As Chen Man observed Miki settling in, she began her quiet patrol, careful not to disturb the others. She walked on tiptoe, glancing around occasionally. Her flashlight was diminutive, roughly the size of a small screwdriver used for adjusting eyeglasses. And she typically carried it as a charm on her phone. Having experienced mild night blindness, she had chosen this particular flashlight for its practicality during her previous shifts on the plane, ensuring she could navigate without waking passengers. It felt as if she were carrying a firefly with her, illuminating the surroundings as she moved cautiously, determined to fulfill her responsibilities diligently.
All right.
It seems like this is the time when those individuals are sound asleep. Let us proceed. In the service area adjacent to the shops, a group of 17 or 18 individuals cloaked in black capes gathered, wielding various makeshift weapons, engaged in hushed deliberation. What Xiaoruasia and Miki had witnessed earlier was only a fraction of the whole. The remaining individuals had concealed themselves in other rooms. The few who had ventured out were merely a ruse, lacking substantial combat skills, intended to create a deceptive impression. In reality, the gas station was not only home to the original staff, but also harbored many who had fled from the shops. However, most were without vehicles. During the initial chaos, those with cars had already driven away, leaving behind those unable to escape due to their lack of transportation. The sheer number of people gathered was conspicuous, prompting the first passing convoy to avoid them entirely. After a prolonged wait, aside from the initial group, only one vehicle had arrived later, which met a tragic fate when its driver succumbed to infection and was killed by a fellow passenger-turned-zombie, resulting in the vehicle crashing into an automatic car wash and becoming inoperable. Now, after a long wait, they were reluctant to let this new opportunity slip away, prepared to execute their prearranged plan to escape with a vehicle. These people don't seem bad. Should we let them go? We can wait for the next group to arrive. A young man, previously cautioned by Xiaoruasia, spoke with a conflicted expression to the others. What? Kid, are you feeling merciful? Chapter 080. Captain. Please fly the plane seriously. 27. Upon hearing the words of the young man, a man of approximately 40 cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, Do not forget. The last vehicle that came met its demise before it even reached the entrance. At this admonition, the young man lowered his head, falling silent once more. Ultimately, he could not connect with his family, but he successfully reached his girlfriend. He had promised her that he would come to her aid, yet 3 days had elapsed. His girlfriend, who seldom cooked at home, had not purchased any snacks recently for her diet. He pondered whether she had anything to eat during this prolonged absence. However, among the 5 vehicles that had previously arrived, their occupants had not forcefully barged in. Instead, they engaged in a reasonable discourse and even kindly offered reminders. The young man harbored the hope that perhaps a civil conversation could lead to assistance in procuring a vehicle, enabling their collective escape. Yet, it seemed he alone entertained this notion, while others sought only to seize a vehicle and depart. Casting a glance at the man in his 40s, he instinctively recoiled, feeling unable to defy him. I warn you, kid, do not meddle. If this plan fails because of you, I shall make you rue the day you were born. The man's face twisted into a menacing expression as he addressed the young man, who had once been a gas station attendant. Enough chatter. If you wish to leave, then follow our orders diligently. Should you choose to remain, we have no qualms about leaving you here with them. The young man grimaced. Then let us confine them here without taking their lives, shall we?
They.
Spare me your nonsense. Do you think I am a bloodthirsty killer? Our intent is solely to procure the vehicle. What use would their lives be to us? Enough of this idle talk. Get to work. Where are the masks? Everyone, go fetch your masks. Hearing that they did not intend to take lives, the young man thought of his girlfriend and his parents, whose fates remained uncertain. Finally, gritting his teeth, he donned a mask and joined the others in their tasks. Miki gradually succumbed to sleep, though perhaps due to habits formed in a previous world. Her slumber was not deep. Occasionally, she could discern faint sounds, reassured to know that Chen Man was patrolling nearby. As the night wore on, Miki estimated that Chen Man should rouse her for the shift change. However, Chen Man did not call her, opting instead to continue her patrol. Mickey understood that Chinman wished for her to rest a bit longer, concerned that she might be a burden, despite her evident lack of courage when confronted with zombies. To alleviate Chinman's worries, Mickey decided to indulge in a little more rest before taking over. In that moment, Mickey was suddenly awakened by the unmistakable cries of zombies from outside. Instantly alert, she sat up from her position behind the counter. Xiaowen? Chunman exclaimed in surprise, softly calling out to Mickey. Yes, Mickey replied, lowering her voice. Did you hear something? I think I heard zombie noises. I believe I heard it too. It seems to be coming from the back door, Chinman indicated. They had previously surveyed the area while organizing, noting that the back was rather sparse. It only featured a loading dock with a back door and a platform for truck unloading. When they had inspected the back door earlier, it was securely locked, and being a loading area, it was equipped with a fully enclosed stainless steel rolling shutter. Yet now, the sound suggested that zombies had indeed entered, rather than remaining outside. Let us turn up the volume a bit. We should investigate, Mickey said, remembering to grab the fire axe. Having experienced an apocalyptic world before, Mickey had adapted to the vigilance it demanded. Initially, she would occasionally forget, but she always had Li Jin Ran by her side to remind her. In this world, however, she was alone, and having traversed one apocalyptic realm, she was now accustomed to the vigilance required. Even during her mundane days in reality, she felt unusually alert, which, while exhausting at times, had allowed her to evade 2 instances of troublesome loan sharks following her. Thus, as she prepared to assess the situation, Mickey remained vigilant, wielding the fire axe as she made her way toward the back. Chunman followed closely, though she hesitated to advance, trembling as she clutched Mickey's arm. Illuminating the path with a flashlight, the distinct sounds of zombies resonated clearly in Mickey's ears, causing her brow to furrow. Such sounds could not possibly be heard so distinctly from behind a door. This indicated that zombies were indeed present within. Xiaowen. I'm scared. Chunman clung tighter to Mickey. Do not be afraid, Mickey reassured her. Just stay behind me. With that, she pulled Chunman back, and the two of them moved forward together. As anticipated, upon turning, Mickey beheld the partially open rolling shutter and a solitary zombie meandering aimlessly within. The shutter was not fully raised, merely ajar, and unless the zombie rolled sideways, it should not have been able to enter. Nevertheless, one zombie was clearly inside, while others remained outside, visible by their feet, yet seemingly unwilling to enter. Zombies lacked such intelligence, so how had this one managed to breach the threshold? Wait a moment. Mickey quickly grasped Chinman's arm. Report this strange occurrence to Captain Xia. Okay, I understand, Chunman nodded, and Mickey released her. As Chunman departed, Mickey turned her attention back to the intruding zombie. This particular zombie appeared no different from the others, so how had it managed to gain entry? Chapter 081, Captain. Please fly the plane seriously, 28. However, after a considerable amount of time, there was no discernible peculiarity about this zombie. In fact, due to its apparent lack of agility, it moved at a pace slower than that of an ordinary zombie. How, then, had it managed to infiltrate? The mystery deepened for Michi. She tiptoed closer, cautiously picking up a bottle, then slowly moved forward to place it on the ground, before swiftly rolling it towards the shutter door. The sound of the bottle rolling seemed exceptionally crisp in the profound silence. The zombie let out a roar, chasing after the sound of the rolling bottle, while the zombies outside seemed equally drawn to the noise. The bottle quickly rolled along the ground to the gap in the shutter door, slipping through and tumbling onto the platform outside, eventually shattering with a loud crash. The surrounding zombies were all drawn to the sound of the bottle breaking, converging towards the source of the noise, leaving the platform eerily vacant. Meanwhile, the zombie inside, lured by the sound, collided directly with the shutter door. It banged against the door several times without any further action, merely repeating its mechanical motions. Once the noise subsided after the bottle shattered, it vacantly wandered off to another location. Indeed, it bore no distinction from other ordinary zombies. However, this raised a question. If it was no different from the others, how had it gained entry? An idea suddenly struck Michi. Perhaps this was a deliberate act. She had previously inspected the shutter door and concluded it had been tampered with. Yet she had not considered that this zombie might have been introduced intentionally, assuming someone had opened the door for it. After conducting a brief experiment, it became apparent that the shutter door had been manipulated, and this zombie was likely a product of human intervention. At that moment, Liao Xiaowen and Xia Ruiz arrived. Having already heard a general account of the situation from Chen Man, first eliminate that zombie. Others secure the shutter door, Michi stated, prioritizing the task at hand. The group nodded, with some bringing lighting equipment. Michi wielded a fire axe and swiftly dispatched the ordinary zombie, while the shutter door was pulled down once more. They began to secure the door to a nearby post, effectively preventing any ordinary person from opening it from the outside. The shutter door had indeed been opened by someone, and this zombie had also been introduced by human hands. Now, having vanquished the zombie, Michi employed the lighting device to inspect the area around the shutter door, discovering drag marks on the ground below. Upon examining the lifeless corpse of the zombie, she noted fresh dirt, particularly on its back, and signs of binding on its hands. This indicated that someone had captured and restrained the zombie before introducing it inside. But why would anyone do such a thing? If their intention had truly been to eliminate them, they could have simply opened the back door. Pulling up the shutter door entirely would have allowed the outside zombies to surge in. Instead, they had merely released one zombie, which was perplexing. Michi shared her thoughts with Xia Ruiz, who suddenly stamped his foot in alarm. This is bad. Quickly to the front. Although the reason for his urgency remained unclear, everyone hastened forward. Upon reaching the front, they discovered that the door was ajar, and some individuals who had been inside were now missing. They rushed outside to find several people clinging to a vehicle, while a dozen others were inside, some attempting to ignite the engine by connecting wires. At that moment, one vehicle had successfully caught fire and sped away, while the remaining individuals, lacking the necessary skills, were swiftly subdued by Xia Ruiz and his group. After all, the adversaries had been attempting to pick the lock, while they possessed the keys. Working together, they managed to apprehend all of them. Initially, the opposing group had been only 10 or so individuals fewer, but with one vehicle having escaped, the remaining members could not withstand the onslaught. Once they had securely bound all the captives, Xia Ruiz turned his attention to them. Listen, you have an opportunity. Do you have sufficient gasoline? Yes. There was enough before the viral outbreak. As fuel trucks were still coming in, a young man responded eagerly. We'll leave behind those who cannot fight to rest. Gather all the consumables and supplies, including gasoline. Find some barrels to store it in, so we won't have to search for fuel later. Select a few capable fighters to accompany us in search of vehicles, and ensure at least one can drive. Xia Ruiz instructed the young man. The young man glanced around, noting the nods of agreement from those nearby. They had no other options now, and since they were the ones who had made the initial mistake, it was fortunate that the others were willing to assist them in acquiring vehicles. Regret began to surface among some, reflecting on the earlier suggestion to negotiate, which might have allowed them to escape without this predicament. With consensus reached, the young man volunteered to seek out a vehicle, followed by several others stepping forward. Xia Ruiz selected a few women from the team to remain behind and gathered some capable fighters to accompany him. When it was Michi's turn, Xia Ruiz turned to her and said, Liao Xiaowen, you stay as well. Chapter 082. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 29. I am certainly capable of fighting. Mickey argued with Xia Ruiz, not anticipating that she would be left behind. In her view, her performance throughout this journey hardly placed her among the weak. Xia Ruiz smiled gently at Mickey. I am fully aware of your abilities. However, considering the current circumstances, it would be more prudent for you to stay. He glanced at the others who remained before locking eyes with Mickey. They seem a bit anxious about us leaving without them, and it concerns me to leave only those with limited means of resistance here. Your presence serves as a safeguard. Upon hearing Xia Ruiz's rationale, Mickey turned her gaze towards Chen Man, who was also among those left behind. Chen exhibited a somewhat timid demeanor, confirming that Xia Ruiz's considerations were indeed thoughtful. She nodded in agreement. All right, I will stay. Please be cautious. By the way, when we arrived, we noticed a few vehicles. Could you check if the keys are still there? Also, there was one car we passed that contained a zombie. It should still have the keys as long as we eliminate the undead. The exterior of that vehicle appeared relatively intact. Mickey nodded, feeling a tad overwhelmed. A sense of deja vu washed over her, especially with Sierra-Asia's gesture of patting her head, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Jinran's actions. Were it not for the stark differences between this world and the previous one, Mickey might have suspected that Sierra-Asia and Li Jinran were acquaintances or had grown up together, as their mannerisms and feelings echoed one another so closely. Mickey's decision to remain undoubtedly reassured those who were left behind. Throughout their journey, though no words were exchanged, both Mickey and Sierra-Asia had subtly emerged as the de facto leaders. When Sierra-Asia announced his intention to take those capable of fighting in search of vehicles, apprehension arose among the others about being abandoned, especially since most were unfamiliar with him and were merely passengers on this journey. The fact that those remaining were predominantly non-combatants rendered them vulnerable, easily becoming expendable. However, the presence of the young and brave flight attendant who had fought alongside the captain alleviated some of their concerns. Although she was youthful and beautiful, her courage was remarkable, having dealt with more zombies than the others. Li Qian felt a sense of injustice, believing she, as the chief attendant, should lead in the captain's absence, rather than that girl, Liao Xiaowen. "Come on, everyone, lend a hand," Mickey declared, untying one of the bound staff members. With Sierra-Asia absent, she felt no hesitation and directly confronted Mickey. "Have you lost your mind? Or has a zombie gnawed on your brain? Are you trying to get us all killed? If you wish to perish, don't drag us down with you." Li Qian's insults grew increasingly harsh, causing Mickey's expression to darken. Just then, the commotion attracted the attention of the approaching zombies. Mickey brandished the fire axe in her hand and stepped outside, swiftly crushing the skulls of the two undead. Chun Man quickly shut the door, gazing at Mickey with admiration, while Li Qian's demeanor soured. The words she had intended to hurl were lodged in her throat, and after a moment of hesitation, she rolled her eyes and turned to gather her things. Mickey paid her no mind. Rather than engage in a futile argument, it was wiser to conserve her energy for more pressing matters. Since our objective is aligned, finding a vehicle to leave, let us not linger idly. We need to start working, especially with the task of fueling, as we are not particularly adept at it. Your assistance is essential. As she spoke, Mickey continued to untie ropes, with Chun Man and several other girls coming to assist. In a short while, all the ropes were undone. The previously bound staff members expressed their gratitude to Mickey before seeking out fuel containers to prepare for filling gasoline. With their help, they quickly gathered a significant amount of fuel, while the food supplies were efficiently packed by their team. "That should suffice. We cannot carry any more." "This amount of gasoline is adequate," Mickey remarked, waving to those still filling the containers. It was evident that they had seen several vehicles along the way, and the fact that these individuals had intended to leave without keys indicated that they possessed some knowledge of what needed to be done. Chapter 083. Captain. "Please fly the plane with seriousness." 30. Xiaowen. "Do you think Captain Xia will truly abandon us?" At this moment, Chun Man also felt a sense of uncertainty and turned to Mickey for reassurance. "He won't," Mickey said, her faith in Sierra-Asia unwavering for reasons she couldn't quite articulate. She simply felt that he wouldn't abandon them to fend for themselves. However, she couldn't extend that same trust to the other passengers traveling with Sierra-Asia. Panic began to permeate the group, with the majority convinced they had been forsaken. "Why bother rationing? Let us just eat freely. Who knows how much longer we have to live?" As several of them began to ration their water again, one individual could no longer contain their frustration and stood up,
shouting,
"What are you pulling? A mere girl like you. Weren't you also left behind? You were quite close to your captain, weren't you? Look at you now, abandoned. It seems your skills in bed were insufficient to keep a man." The derision continued, insinuating that in such dire circumstances, a woman was of little worth. "Mind your tongue." Mickey's expression darkened. Regardless of her own situation, the original owner of this body, Liao Xiaowen, had always been a good girl. She had done her utmost to protect the passengers around her, even though their safety was no longer under their control. Yet, whether it was Sierra-Asia, Mickey, or the other crew members, they were all striving to ensure the survival of everyone. However, to hear such thoughts from those she had worked to save, insinuating that a woman could only gain a man's protection through her body, left Mickey feeling utterly unforgiving.
"Oh,
are you upset? You were abandoned, but don't vent your anger on me. I'm a man too." Your captain leaving you is of no concern to me. Just serve us well." He laughed mockingly. Fueled by Miki's anger, the man grew bolder, emboldened by the presence of his friends. These men, robust and in the prime of their lives, stood out in a group predominantly composed of women. It seemed that with the drivers having fled, they believed no one could oppose them, leaving behind only the weak and vulnerable. Even the gas station staff, who remained, were lacking in combat prowess. Among the women left behind were many attractive flight attendants, which sparked inappropriate thoughts among the men, who felt they were the strongest in the group, leading to their increasingly brazen remarks. Miki narrowed her eyes, gripping the fire axe tightly. She deeply wished to cleave through these scoundrels, as one would with a zombie. "Are you excited by the sight of so many men?" The man, emboldened by Miki's silence, swaggered closer. Xiaowen, Chen Man, standing beside Miki, trembled and hid behind her. "What should we do?" Seeing Miki's inaction, Chen Man gathered her courage and called out to the approaching men, "What do you want? Don't come any closer." As a few others began to move, Miki quickly shouted for the nearby women to gather around. The more people there were, the slower their adversaries would be to act. The women, who had previously held Miki in high regard, quickly rallied around her, joined by several older individuals. One elderly man wielded a broom, addressing the group, "You ruffians. This young lady has fought tirelessly to bring us here, and you dare to lay hands on her? Old fool. Mind your own business. Stay out of this, or you'll regret it," one of the men retorted, snatching the broom and shoving the old man to the ground. Miki instinctively moved to assist the elder. But in that moment, a gap opened, allowing the other men to seize Chen Man use the table to strike them. Miki shouted, swinging her axe in defense. As the standoff continued, a sudden shout from a man echoed from the back room, where the gas station staff had been hiding. Noticing the men temporarily retreat, Miki quickly instructed the remaining individuals to push any nearby shelves forward to create a makeshift barrier. Though the number of survivors was limited and their fighting spirit lacking, the urgency of their lives compelled everyone to find items to fortify the office entrance. "Let us pile up as much as we can to ensure they stay trapped inside," they urged one another while moving whatever they could to block the entrance. Suddenly, Miki recalled the heavy cabinets from the shop. "Let us go move those cabinets," she called, rallying a few people to assist her. One of her fellow crew members asked, "Xiaowen, did the chief attendant go with you to move the cabinets?" Miki shook her head. "No, why? Has the chief attendant gone missing?" Chapter 084. Captain, please fly the planes seriously indeed. One cannot help but wonder where she has gone. We just searched the area and found no trace of her. Let us secure the door tightly, and then we shall split up to search for her. Everyone, please be cautious. Some zombies approached while we were moving the cabinets. As Michelle spoke, the group had already moved the cabinets into place, barricading the entrance. With layers of protection, those inside would undoubtedly remain trapped. Once the door was secured, they began to roam about, yet their efforts yielded no results. The gas station was quite small, bordered by the road. Even if the number of zombies was limited, venturing outside on foot would pose considerable danger. Michelle even checked for zombies behind, but found none resembling the flight attendant, Li Xian. The group reconvened, exchanging puzzled glances, none able to fathom how such a lively person could simply vanish. "Surely, the attendant hasn't been devoured by zombies?" One crew member cautiously inquired. "That seems unlikely. Even if she were consumed, typically clothing, shoes, and bones wouldn't be entirely devoured. I noticed no such remnants just now, and if she had indeed been eaten, a strong metallic scent of blood would linger in the vicinity. Did any of you catch a whiff?" They all shook their heads, indicating they had not detected any foul odor. Thus, it seemed improbable that she had been consumed by zombies. Michelle then turned her attention to the remaining staff, inquiring about other potential hiding spots within the gas station. After a moment of thought, the staff member pointed towards the shops. There is a large public restroom nearby, designed for travelers' use. Initially, the gas station only had a small restroom for employee use adjacent to the mini-market. This restroom was communal. Whoever entered would lock the door. But it sufficed for staff. As the area grew busier with shops, the restroom became crowded, especially when large buses passed through, often leading to a line that spilled into the work area. Therefore, a new public restroom was constructed, leaving the original for staff use. Could it be that she felt overwhelmed by the crowd and, deterred by inadequate soundproofing, decided to use the public restroom outside? Perhaps in the chaos, she simply didn't inform anyone and went there directly? The staff members speculated. Michelle did not dismiss this possibility and instructed everyone to remain vigilant, ensuring none of those individuals escaped while also keeping an eye out for zombies. She then resolved to check the outdoor restroom. Equipped with a flashlight, Michelle ventured out, wielding a fire axe. Although it was still light outside, the electrical wiring in the shops appeared to be damaged, leaving that area in darkness, while the public restroom was connected to the shop's electricity. As Michelle approached the public restroom, she hesitated at the entrance upon hearing the unmistakable sounds of zombies within, indicating that this ruled out the possibility of Li Xian being inside. Unless she were foolish enough to enter upon hearing the growls, which would be quite unwise. Nevertheless, Michelle called out a few times. In response to her voice, a single zombie staggered out from both the men's and women's restrooms. With a swift motion, Michelle brought her axe down, dispatching the creature to the ground. She illuminated the area with her flashlight, finding no sign of Li Xian or any corpse. This raised the question, where could such a vibrant individual have disappeared to? At that moment, Li Xian lay in an office, her clothing torn, revealing only the barest essentials. She was weak, gasping for breath as if she were a fish stranded on dry land. This woman is quite appealing, though she could use a bit more in the chest department, remarked one of the men, exhaling a cloud of smoke before addressing the others. The others, having just fastened their trousers, wore expressions of satisfaction. Brother, don't be too picky. That girl indeed has a remarkable figure, but she's no pushover. Just having food is a blessing, they chuckled. That insolent girl will soon learn the extent of my capabilities, one growled. By the way, I noticed the door was barricaded. It seems those people have sealed us in. What shall we do? Asked one man. No worries, there's plenty to eat here. I should have stashed more earlier. Another replied. Who would have guessed we'd be trapped? The group's thoughts began to wander, and in such dire times, who could afford to care for anyone else? They believed they could easily handle the women, yet they were unprepared for Michelle's fierce resolve and formidable combat skills, which thwarted their intentions. However, they had not left empty-handed, as their eyes turned toward the figure sprawled on the couch. Fortunately, thanks to Sierra-Asia's insistence on keeping Michelle behind, Chun Man and the other defenseless women were spared from grave danger. The mystery of Li Xian's whereabouts continued to perplex them. Xiaowen, you should take a break from searching, Chun Man advised Michelle as she dashed about looking for the missing attendant. Chun Man believed Xiaowen had done remarkably well. Perhaps the flight attendant, who had previously received favorable treatment from the captain, was now hiding away due to her reluctance to follow Xiaowen's lead. Chun Man, feeling sympathetic, pulled Michelle aside. Xiaowen, take a breather. I suspect the attendant is avoiding your commands out of fear, seeking refuge instead. After a moment of contemplation, Michelle acknowledged Chun Man's reasoning. She had already explored all possible locations, and indeed, no trace had been found. Surprisingly, Chun Man's hypothesis was partially correct. Chapter 085. Captain. Please fly the plane seriously. 32. The chief flight attendant, Li Xian, left not wanting to heed Michi's directives, though she never anticipated that something far more tragic would transpire. As the sky darkened, a sense of unease enveloped everyone. It's all right. We saw vehicles along the way when we arrived. Tomorrow during daylight, we can search for a car ourselves. We will surely be able to leave this place, Michi reassured the group, noting their despondency.
Xiaowen,
Do you think the captain has truly abandoned us? A flight attendant inquired with a hint of sorrow in her expression. Michi worried that the horde of zombies pursuing them had encountered Captain Sierra-Asia and his team. If the vehicle had been overturned amid such a multitude, the likelihood of survival would be exceedingly slim. The thought of losing that person. Michi pressed her hand to her chest, reflecting on her own fickleness. Despite her affections for Li Jinran in that world, in this new reality, her thoughts drifted to Sierra-Asia. What are you thinking about, Xiaowen? Chun Man approached, querying Michi. Alas, if only the vehicle outside hadn't been damaged, we could have used it, Chun Man lamented with disappointment. Suddenly, Michi had an epiphany regarding the wrecked car outside. Despite its battered state, it might still be salvageable. Excuse me, sir, do you know anything about cars? Michi asked an older gentleman who worked at the gas station. I do. I've been driving for over 20 years, he replied. Would you accompany me outside to assess whether that car, which collided with the automatic car wash, is still operational? Michi inquired. The others turned their gazes towards her, intrigued. Indeed, echoed the remaining 3 passengers, aside from the previously mentioned men and crew members. If you are apprehensive, feel free to drive the car in search of another one, I don't mind. I firmly believe our captain would not abandon us without cause. Either something dangerous occurred, or they were delayed by unforeseen circumstances, Michi asserted, her frustration mounting as she grew weary of the others' doubts and concerns. Sir, could you please examine the vehicle's condition? She requested, gesturing toward the 3 individuals. You 3.
Come with me.
Here is a weapon. If you encounter any zombies, aim for their heads. The suggestion to confront the zombies left the older man hesitating, ultimately retreating to a corner. The 2 women, already apprehensive, remained silent. Michi then rose to accompany the older gentleman outside to inspect the vehicle. A zombie suddenly lunged at them, and with a swift swing of her axe, Michi cleaved through its form, though she soon realized her weapon had become loose from repeated use. Hang in there, young lady. I'll fetch you a new weapon, Chunman called out. Having heard of Michi's encounter, Xiaowen quickly catch. Chunman, in her urgency, hurled her axe toward Michi. Caught in an awkward position, Michi hesitated to catch or let it fall. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, the axe's heavy and struck the zombie's head as it soared through the air, sending the creature crashing to the ground. The older gentleman had already procured some oil and returned outside. Michi dealt with the zombies within the vehicle while he added oil to the engine. Nodding, Michi handed the keys to Chunman. You take them for now. Tomorrow morning, we will head out to find a car. Are there any others who can drive? Several hands shot up in response. Michi selected one of the gas station employees and a crew member. After some instructions, a crew member volunteered to take the night shift, as Chunman had originally been scheduled for it, and since she would be leaving the next day, they decided to rotate the duty. Michi found a place to lie down, yet her mind remained restless. She pondered whether Captain Sierra and his team had truly met with disaster, or if they were simply trapped somewhere, unable to escape. Chapter 086. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. 33. Suppressing the tumult within her heart, Mickey closed her eyes to rest, for only ample sleep could sustain her physical strength. Though not entirely at ease, she managed to doze off. Meanwhile, in the room, the few individuals trapped inside were deliberating on how to escape. There was a window at the back, but it was sealed and in front, despite their earlier attempts. The inward opening door was obstructed by an overwhelming pile of debris that they could not budge. If they could just clear the shelf in front, it would suffice. Surely there were not only shelves in the way, but also tables and chairs. Once they managed to move that obstruction, they would be able to slip through. However, the room contained little to assist them. Any potential weapons had already been removed. While they had food and drink inside, they needed to devise a way to escape, for the provisions would not sustain them indefinitely. Should the individuals outside flee, they would truly be trapped to perish in this place. At this moment, Li Qian, who had been thoroughly exhausted, tugged at her ill-fitting garments. I have a plan, but after you get out, you must deal with that wretched girl, Liao Xiaowen. Previously, Li Qian had been reluctant to heed Mickey's directives, sneaking in with a stash of food to rest, believing that among so many people, she would remain unnoticed. However, after partaking in a meal, fatigue overcame her, as none had rested well the previous night, herself included. Initially, as she lay down, she had nearly drifted into slumber, only to be roused by cries of a zombie sighting, leading to a frenzied rush to intercept a vehicle. Regardless, sleep eluded her, and after satiating her hunger, she succumbed to drowsiness and found a sofa to nap upon. Meanwhile, during the ensuing commotion, one of the men had previously gone to the restroom, and when the chaos erupted, he found himself unable to join in and sought a place to take refuge. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Li Qian. Li Qian, still slumbering and in disheveled attire, caught the attention of the man, who was not of noble character, and her alluring sleeping posture tempted him. Yet, to prevent her from escaping, he attempted to bind her. In the midst of this, Li Qian awoke and bit his hand, which resulted in the cries that others outside had heard. The man reacted swiftly, covering her mouth before she could scream, but she managed to bite him. After a pained yell, he silenced her with an object and called his companions to join him. Ultimately, Li Qian had initially intended to rest unnoticed, but found herself in this predicament instead. What irked her most was that she was in such a state while Liao Xiaowen remained unscathed, regardless of her current suffering. Li Qian resolved to drag Liao Xiaowen down with her. Thus, despite being tormented by several men, she prepared to offer them a suggestion. "Oh, the Liao Xiaowen you mentioned is that formidable girl?" "Yes, the one wielding an axe. What do you think? Will you agree?" "Absolutely," the man replied readily. Since Li Qian had already endured their torment, if her suggestion could facilitate their escape and simultaneously deal with that girl, her request to leave would pose no detriment to them. "Very well, let me inform you. There is a door leading to the adjacent room. I possess the key. Allow me to unlock it and go over. I will call for help, claiming I was asleep and wondering how I ended up locked away. They will come to assist in moving the obstruction, and I trust you know what to do from there. But what if they refuse to open for you?" One of them questioned, catching Li Qian off guard, as she had not considered this scenario. After all, she was their head attendant, typically responsible for them. However, the situation had evidently changed, or else Liao Xiaowen would not have usurped her position. As the head attendant, Li Qian held the key, which remained in her pocket. One of the men approached and retrieved the key from her pocket. They exchanged glances, and one of them proceeded to unlock the door. Indeed, the room beyond contained more items, albeit resembling a warehouse with no windows. Darkness had descended outside, and their phones were running low on battery. They illuminated their search with the faint glow of their screens, making the task rather challenging. Damn it, if only these women had spoken up sooner. It would have been easier to find things while it was still light. One of the searching men grumbled. The door remained ajar, and Li Qian, within the partition, could hear them. "Did you give me a chance to speak?" Upon uttering this, she suddenly felt the weight of their gazes upon her. A glance revealed that she had perhaps erred. Their demeanor had shifted, likely recalling the earlier events of the afternoon. Li Qian cursed internally, but dared not utter further words, feigning ignorance as she turned to one of the men. "Does anyone still have a phone? It would be easier to search together. I'm tied up, and the door is blocked. You needn't worry about my escape, right?" Prompted by Li Qian's suggestion, the others began to produce their phones, though most were low on battery. The charge they had was primarily from before boarding the plane, while the few with remaining power had been charged later with power banks or in the vehicle en route. With no phones available to assist, two individuals continued to gaze at Li Qian, their curiosity piqued, and they could not resist furthering their actions. Li Qian had not anticipated that her distraction would not be entirely successful. She had seemingly broken her cover, and now faced renewed aggression. Nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain, her voice tinged with desperation, Li Qian pleaded, "Please, stop. Just hold on a moment. There are so many outside, and that wretched girl. Please, don't." Chapter 087. "Captain, please fly the plane seriously." 34. Li Xian shouted, desperately attempting to get the person on top of her to stop, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. While the individuals inside remained oblivious, the duty personnel outside vaguely heard strange noises emanating from the door they had barricaded. One of the night shift workers tugged at the sleeve of her colleague and inquired, "Did you hear any unusual sounds?" Most of those left behind were women, and following the events of the previous night, it was decided to have two people on duty, alternating shifts. The first shift consisted of two flight attendants, who arrived earlier than the character Liao Xiaowen from the original narrative, thus becoming more familiar with the voice of Chief Flight Attendant Li Xian. Now, with the night deepening and everyone else fast asleep, the sudden emergence of peculiar sounds prompted the two to draw closer to the source, where they discerned some indescribable noises. One of them, who had joined the crew around the same time as Li Xian, listened intently for a moment and realized that the sounds seemed to belong to their missing chief attendant. How could it be the captain's voice? Was she inside? The two felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Earlier, several men had openly flirted with Liao Xiaowen in front of everyone, and if they were not mistaken, the captain's voice was coming from that room they had blocked off, especially given the nature of the sounds. The implications were clear to both. What should we do? Should we call Xiaowen? They exchanged glances, feeling utterly at a loss. After a brief discussion, they decided to inform Michi, although they understood that even if they did, it was unlikely they could rescue the captain. If Li Xian was indeed trapped with those deranged men, any attempt to save her would necessitate removing the barricade. Yet they had managed to block the door once. It was uncertain whether they could do so again. Besides Liao Xiaowen, their combat prowess was practically non-existent, and should those men be released, the consequences would be dire. The two made their way to Michi's resting area, hesitating for a considerable time before softly rousing her. They recounted the previous events, and Michi furrowed her brow. They had searched for Li Xian for so long without a trace, only to discover she had been hiding there all along, unnoticed by anyone. It was entirely possible that the assailants had found Li Xian and, having acquired a tool for their release, retreated momentarily. However, they had heard no cries from her. Was she perhaps unconscious and just now regaining awareness? The three girls whispered among themselves for quite some time, struggling to devise a viable plan as the safety of everyone was at stake. A steel rod, approximately 1.5 meters long, had one end bent, appearing to have been repurposed as a hook. This could serve well. If they could create a small gap and leverage it to move the cabinet slightly, it would allow them to exert full strength to pull it. They waved the steel rod, finding it a useful tool, capable of both moving the obstructive cabinet and, should the need arise, combating any zombies. Of course, they believed it would withstand the blows from that insufferable girl's fire axe. All fire axes were blunt, primarily designed for prying open warped doors and windows during a fire. To smash a zombie, brute force was essential. Michi wished she could find a nail gun, which she was accustomed to in her previous world, but no such luck. The fire axe was more readily available. Meanwhile, the group barricaded behind the door had found a more suitable weapon. Though only one, it would suffice against Michi. At that moment, Li Xian winced in pain. Yet upon seeing the steel rod in the hands of her captor, and hearing him mention targeting Liao Xiaowen next, a sense of vindication surged within her. The suffering she endured would not be in vain. She was determined to inflict double the torment on Liao Xiaowen. Be gentle when moving it. We mustn't alert them. If they catch on, all our efforts will be for naught. The instigator of the disturbance cautioned the others quietly. The remaining group members retrieved some cushions, attempting to employ leverage principles, slowly prying the cabinet upwards with the steel rod while others began to insert the cushions underneath. With the cushions in place, the sound would be minimal when they shifted it. By moving as cautiously as possible, they managed to create a small gap without alerting anyone outside.
Xiaowen.
I genuinely cannot think of a way out, one admitted. Neither can I, the other echoed, both turning their gaze toward Michi. Michi shook her head. I too am at a loss, unless we can acquire some sort of sedative to incapacitate them first, allowing us to move the desks and cabinet and rescue the captain. Otherwise, shifting the cabinet would be equivalent to unleashing wild beasts. Attempting to confine them again would prove exceedingly challenging. The other two flight attendants understood that Michi was correct. The trio sat in silence, each at a loss for what to do. After a lengthy pause, Michi's eyes suddenly brightened. I have an idea. This declaration caught the attention of the other two, who were eager to hear what Michi had devised. In the morning, we should leave early to find the vehicle. When they hear the sound of the car, they will surely attempt to open the door. At that moment, if we shift the tables and chairs aside, it should be sufficient to push through. They will undoubtedly forget to take the captain with them, providing us an opportunity to rescue her. While this plan meant that one of the cars had to be hidden away, it offered a feasible approach to safeguard everyone while simultaneously rescuing Li Xian. The other two attendants exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with Michi. This seemed to be the only viable plan at hand. Despite the inherent risks, it was a course of action they could realistically execute. Chapter 088. Captain, please fly the plane seriously. Due to the change in time, Mickey lay back down again, for the upcoming task had become even more arduous. With the dawn approaching, she ceased her wandering thoughts and quickly succumbed to sleep, striving to conserve her energy. As the shift change occurred, the initial two flight attendants had already briefed their counterparts. And by the time the sky began to lighten, the on-duty personnel roused Mickey and the others preparing to venture out in search of transportation. Mickey rubbed her eyes. To be honest, she had barely slept, but time was of the essence, and she had no luxury to dwell on her fatigue. Anticipating that there would be little time for conversation later, she wisely assigned tasks to her companions. They all nodded in understanding. The elderly attendant who had assisted them in checking the vehicle's condition had come to appreciate Mickey's resilience over the past few days, offering a few more words of advice regarding the vehicle they were to drive. Mickey noted everything carefully, saying, "We shall proceed to find the vehicle, and please be cautious." After speaking, she turned to head toward the door. However, as she grasped the handle, she discovered it was locked. A look of confusion spread across the group as they exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge about the situation. "Master, where's the key?" Mickey inquired of the elder attendant. She recalled that one set had been taken by Sierra, but assumed there should be another. Overwhelmed by various matters, she had neglected to keep track of the keys and could not remember who had taken them. Nevertheless, the personnel remained unchanged. Everyone who had gone to sleep the previous night was still present. "Hey, what are you looking for, little girl? Missing us, are you?" One of the men teased, prompting Xiaowen to recall that the other set of keys had been taken by the chief attendant. Chen Man suddenly remembered having seen it inadvertently, but had not paid it much heed. The men chuckled, jingling the keys in their hands as they approached. Mickey now understood that this group had somehow escaped from within, though she couldn't fathom how they had eluded the night watch. They had not only locked the door, but had also stealthily confiscated their weapons. Could it truly end like this? Mickey felt a surge of defiance. Even if she were not in her own body, she did not wish to be sullied, for her own sake or that of the original owner. Yet, she was resolutely unwilling to succumb to despair, for doing so would signify abandoning her mission. She had little room for failure. In her own world, her lifespan was merely a few days. Moreover, tasks were assigned randomly, and if she were to draw a more difficult task next time, without having completed this one, she feared she would truly miss her chance. With these thoughts, Mickey clenched her fists. Though she had lost her fire axe, she still possessed strength. She endeavored to calm herself and then addressed the group. "Let us set aside other matters for now. How is our chief attendant? Is she all right?" The others had learned from the shift personnel that the chief attendant they had been unable to locate had indeed been captured by this group. They could only imagine her plight, yet whether she was alive or dead remained uncertain. In such perilous and chaotic times, even those who maintained order had vanished. Such incidents were likely not confined to their small gas station but could affect many others. Regardless, the imperative remained: survival. Hence, they all expressed concern over the chief attendant's well-being. The chief attendant? Oh, so that girl is the chief attendant. No wonder she was so familiar. "We took good care of her yesterday, keeping her in a state of bliss," one of the men remarked. "What? Are you jealous? Don't be. Today it's your turn." "Yes. You and you too. We guarantee you'll each have your turn." The man spoke with a lewd gaze, surveying the area leisurely. They were in no rush. Even with weapons yesterday, they had not been perturbed. The standoff had persisted until they had exploited the others' impatience, trapping them inside.
Now,
with weapons in their possession and the door locked, they felt no concern about the possibility of escape, instead relishing the opportunity to taunt the crew. Mickey felt revulsion as she listened, yet she had discreetly identified a gap in the men's formation, preparing to dash forward to reclaim the weapons. Just as she was poised to take action, a voice called out from nearby, "Quick, capture Liao Xiaowen. Don't let her escape."